Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Merchant Taylors School in Northwood. Day 2 of this county championship match in Division 2 with a live stream from Middlesex, who were all out for 188 yesterday, but have Worcestershire, the visitors, 104-5 overnight. I'm Kevin Hand, alongside me, Angus Fraser. For this one, there go the players. Tim Mercer leading out Middlesex and hoping for early wickets, Gus. Intriguing first day. Good one to watch. It always is here at Merchant Taylors.
Yeah, fast outfield. So, good morning, everyone. Actually, I should say that before I start. Fast outfield, good value for your strokes. Pitch that's done a bit. Again, probably look at Middlesex's batting. A few say-so shots, but some really disciplined bowling by Worcestershire. Middlesex then reduce Worcestershire to 49 for 5. So a good partnership here between Bernard and Roderick. And Middlesex will need to break that. Tim Mercer there, just watching the sort of behind the scenes, and everybody, ice is of a premium here. These are ice baths, and someone sort of saying, well, we'll make sure the ice bath's ready by tea, still in good shape by tea. And Tim Mercer said, if we're still out in the field at tea, I'm not going to be too happy. So yeah, the desire is to break this partnership, to get into Worcestershire's lower order from a Middlesex perspective, and they'll be looking to do that as soon as possible, because these are two busy batsmen. They put the bowlers under a bit of pressure yesterday evening, and yeah, Middlesex will want a decent, some sort of lead, I'd imagine, on the first innings.
You mentioned those dismissals yesterday. Probably 4 down at lunch may have been a slightly fairer reflection. Middlesex obviously would be greedy and say, it should have been 3. There was the very unfortunate run out of Max Holden, a couple of loose shots as well, but 3 or 4 down at lunch may have been a better reflection of the morning session, and actually then that perhaps then pushes the total on a bit, but nonetheless, Middlesex have a lead of 88 here, don't they, with 5 wickets remaining. It's Murder who's going to start us up to Barnard on 33. And a bit of swing, but wide outside the off stump, and Barnard gives it the treatment, put away through the covers for 4. Just a bit of a loosener from Mercer first up.
Without risk of repeating myself. Why did you do all the bowling before and then, well, I've already had an exchange with Mertz. He said he heard my commentary of his wicket last night, and I was sort of criticising him for these looseners, but then saying how infuriated me because he'll probably come back and take a wicket with the next 2 or 3 balls.
That one's up there again. This time it picks out cover. That was more of a half volley than the last, actually.
Well, that looked very gentle, both of them. If you're being cruel, you say, well, he's had a couple of drives, he could do with a couple of cuts now to finish his throwdown session.
I mean, all eyes will be actually on Mercer this morning in terms of there is cloud cover, but it's not heavy over cloud cover, is it?
No, it's bright, isn't it? It's warm, it's muggy, isn't it? So again, it should be good swing conditions.
Better ball. He's dry into the offside. But yeah, like I say, yesterday morning, Middlesex at 3 or 4 down at lunch. So very different morning session. It's still not quite what they'd have wanted, winning the toss and batting, but perhaps a fairer reflection of the day. But 6 down was perhaps skewed slightly at lunch, and it was an incredible recovery from Hellman and Holman.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose Mark Stone will be disappointed. Caught pulling at mid-off. Sam Robson bowled off stump, flipping to the leg side. I say Jack Davis looking to leave the ball. Obviously didn't pick his bat out of the way quick enough. There's the run out, which was obviously slightly shambolic.
Oh, that goes through. Now, where does it end up? In fact, inside edge onto the pads, was it? And there's just the little movement at the hand from Barnard, suggesting that one nipped back at him.
And again, even after lunch, look at Toby Rowland-Jones. That was a sort of a loose drive. I mean, I know he's an aggressive player, so therefore it comes off. You hit it through the covers for 4, but like all these things, it's all in the execution, isn't it?
There's a ball that Helm put away, not too many deliveries after Rowland-Jones' dismissal. Very, very similar ball. Driven away through the covers. You perhaps would have associated it more with Rowland-Jones, that crunching drive. But I guess deliveries like that one there, that's the key to it. Perhaps yesterday for Middlesex and again today. Leave as much as you can.
It is. It's good bounce. So saying that, I mean, was it D'Oliveira, wasn't it? He sort of edged a couple, but soft hands, they didn't carry to the slips yesterday afternoon. But you do tend to get, if there is a slightly aggressive shot and you're not quite there, the catches or the edges will carry to the slips, which is what a bowler wants. So first over of the day, 4 runs off the first ball. Worcestershire 104 for 5. Who's going to open the bowling at the top end? The Benham,
yeah.
Benham end.
Tom
Helm.
Helm. That's a good pat on the back for Tom, isn't it, from the skipper? Been his best since he came back from the injury. Had a tough week at Trent Bridge, but ahead of Roland Jones and Yadav.
Yeah, and Tom bowled well yesterday afternoon, didn't he? Got good shape on the ball, got a good wicket, caught it slip. And so just relentlessly try and hit that off stump, top of off stump. I know it sounds very boring, doesn't it, and predictable, but certainly on a surface like this where there's a little bit in it, but you want to keep your game plan as simple as possible, and just trust the fact that eventually the edge will come along, and hopefully it will be taken by those 4 people there. They're keeping 3 slips behind the stumps.
I was trying to keep clear of saying that myself yesterday because it is such an obvious thing to say, isn't it? Just keep hitting the top of off stump on this pitch, but everything's there on this surface, isn't it? As you say, it sounds obvious and easiest to say, but there has been sieve movement. There's probably 2 across the day on day 1. You'd perhaps look at and thought, oh, that kept a little low. But there are a couple of, there's been nice bounce, a couple that have just climbed a little more perhaps, but just keep hitting the top of off stump. There's enough in this pitch is the point, isn't there, that if you can maintain that line and length, too much more needs to be done. That's our ice bath in the background being prepared. If you can pick that up on the microphones.
The players will be chuffed if they've got no ice this afternoon. They've been sweating and toiling out there, but you've got a nice cold
ice latte
water in here. They'll certainly think that, well, that was the best use of the ice that we've had here today.
Nice eased away by Roderick. As he said, busy batters, these pair. You want to feel bat on ball as much as we talked about leaving as many as you possibly can. The balance for the batters equally is, as we've just been saying, if you can keep just hitting the top of the off stump on this one, then there's enough in the pitch, so batters will know they need to find runs, need to find a way of keep that scoreboard ticking. Oh, down to third it goes and a single. 3 saves, as we were saying all day yesterday.
That's the sort of length and line that Helm aiming for there, full shot. On this occasion escape the slip fielders, but yeah, it does sound a bit old and boring, old-fashioned and boring in this modern era, doesn't it? To sort of, but if you have got a pitch that is doing a bit, that is offering some help, whether it's a spinner, whether it's a seamer, your game plan should be as simple as it can, and there's something for you to work with. You can understand on flat surfaces, we've got to go bumpers or yorkers or reverse swing or trying something funky. More controlled edge down to third man there. But certainly here it's a question of patience. We saw that yesterday. No wickets for a while, then 3 quick wickets, then a little bit of a break, then 2 quick wickets to reduce Worcester to 50 for 5. And Middlesex will be hoping here that one will quickly bring 2 or 3.
Climb again on that from Helm, but starting 2 wide. 106 for 5 at the end of the 38th. Yeah, that was what I was going to say, actually, perhaps to counter that obvious thing that I kind of hold him back on yesterday, just hit the top of off stump. There's enough in the pitch to not need to do more. Then the next stage is, well, actually, when do you not just hit the top of off stump? And it is perhaps, as you say, on a flatter surface when you're having to try different things.
Yeah, and I suppose, I mean, attitudes have changed. Less patience now than maybe there was. Everybody's looking for immediate results, and therefore, how long do you concentrate on just hitting a good length and persevering? probably do it for quite a long time when we were sort of playing, but now captains sort of need to be seen or believe they need to be seen to be proactive, and they're out there making decisions, changing the fields, shifting the bowlers around. Looks good, but how effective is it at times, really? Can you just hold your nerve that quarter of an hour, 20 minutes longer than the opposition? It's a long game in 4 days, 360 overs. Actually, more than that, 384 overs, isn't it?
And I guess the question with that is, do you disrupt the rhythm of the bowler, which is so crucial as well? If you're constantly tinkering and moving things, and the bowler's then thinking about other things as well.
Oh yeah, Gat used to drive me mad. I mean, sort of changing the field, doing this, doing that. You walk back to your mark and you run up and think, well, something looks different here. And you think, well, what's happened? And suddenly you take your third slip out and put him extra cover or something. Gat. And you end up saying, well, you set the field and I'll try and bowl to it, Gat. Or language like that.
How much do you enjoy captaincy yourself?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I mean, obviously right at the end of my career, my sort of England career came to an end in 1999. I played my last games there, and you come back. I mean, Middlesex had a difficult period. Then Mark Ramprakash, he was captain, and he moved to Surrey, and I think it was the year that Gat sort of disappeared as head coach too. So, two significant figures moving on, and you think, well, what do you do? 1990 wasn't sort of a. I was a bit disappointed at one stage. I almost felt like, do I move as well? Just because I wasn't happy with the way that certainly some things have been done. And then you think, well, no, let's get more involved and grab it. So yeah, I only did it for a year and a half really. Had a full winter because there was no coach, so very much involved with decisions that were made with Vinnie Codrington, who was the CEO at the time. So no, it was a real nice thing to get your teeth into at the end of your career, and you can understand why a lot of players want to do that. They haven't done it in a stage of their career where you most probably are away playing international cricket or doing other bits and pieces.
Did that leave you always hankering to come back for more once you obviously went away into the media, and then did you always feel like, actually, you know what, I'd like a more hands-on role, which obviously you got back, end of 2008, early 2009?
Yeah, I think you reach a stage there where, I mean, working in the media, I mean, it's certainly in the written media, it's hard. I mean, in the way that it's very competitive. Each day there's a space in the newspaper that you've got to fill with your 800 to 900 words. That just didn't carry there to backward point, Max Holden. And it's very competitive in the stories, and you sort of paranoid existence to some extent, because you wake up the next morning thinking someone's got an exclusive, why didn't I get it, or that's being asked by your desk. But it is quite responsible, free commentary, isn't it? You say what you say, you say what you view, and you can talk a very good game. And I just thought, well, I've been talking a good game for a period of time now. Can I actually produce one, type of thing? And that was the challenge for me that brought me back. It was like, well, if I don't do this, I don't give this a go now, I can carry on doing what I'm doing. I was perfectly happy working with the independent newspaper, although it's ceased to exist now, so they'd have made me redundant at some stage.
Oh, shape on that one.
Full shot there.
It feels as though there's a little bit more through the air. Sorry, just on that, we will come back to that. It feels as though there's a little bit more through the air this morning, does there?
Yeah, well, as you say, it is a heavier environment, isn't it? As you say, the sun's gone in again, the clouds are a little bit heavier. I mean, there's no question of the light being bad or anything like that, but it does feel more swingy conditions, that is for sure.
How long does it take for a bowler, Helm, Amber, to contrast in bowlers in some ways, but also similarities with that away swing? To them to come to terms with the day where it didn't swing yesterday, and then first thing this morning you're having to think, right, it's doing a bit, so we're having to adjust a line and a length.
Well, I'd just say, not having swung the ball myself, you sort of didn't. I mean, the occasional way that I did swing a ball, it was like scary, because I thought, blimey, what do I do now? It's very simple when mindset was the other side, just keep nagging away, bang, 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 hitting a good length hard. You know, your action sort of tends to push it in. You're trying to get the ball to hold its line to a right-hander, looking to get the catches in the slips. That sort of just relentlessly going boom, 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 boom in a very simple mindset. And I think, say swing bowlers, it is a completely different manner. You almost got to have that gamble instinct as well, because you've got to pitch the ball a bit further up.
She's done there, and he's driven. Could
And
get full reward.
Driven for. Is he going to go for 4? I think they're going to stop it. No, well fielded.
Well done, Toby.
And you almost, your mindset's got to be slightly different too. You have got to think, well, be prepared to be driven like that to entice the outside edge. So if your natural mindset is a bit more miserly, a bit more curmudgeonly, then you are back of a length seamer. And it's interesting when you spend some time in your career chatting to your Curtly Ambrose and your Glenn McGraths and bowlers like that, how you come from the same space as an individual. Whereas then you look at the blokes that do try and pitch the ball up a bit further, swing it. They're a bit more contrary, a bit more, well, so be it. Doesn't matter if I'm going for. Whereas sort of our mentality was just didn't want to give a run away.
Yeah, it was right on cue from Helm, that one, wasn't it? Because it was that little bit of away swing, just full enough for Roderick to get it away, that one.
And again, I suppose you're then in Tom Helm's, all right. I mean, he's a big, tall man, can bowl mid-80s when he gets it right. So certainly good pace and bounce. Where do you go? Do you try and flip between the two? And it's, oops.
Oh, now that keeps low. Simpson, glad he's got the pads on for that one. Sees the funny side of it.
Simo's fallen off his bar stool there, didn't he?
That's something that Middlesex won't mind too much seeing. They're not batting last on this one. Oh.
It wasn't ridiculously low, but it's yorked him, isn't it? Unfortunately, got him on the pad and not straight on the boot. Otherwise, he might be limping.
Cry catch it, but it's away again. That'll be 4 more. Roland Jones not giving us hard a chase this time. End of the 40th over here at Merchant Taylor's School, and replying to Middlesex's 188. Worcestershire 114 for 5.
Yep, good little start from Worcestershire there. Slightly over-pitched by Helm. Encouraging the drive. Yes, a little bit of a way swing, but he's managed to find the gap. So 14 runs so far in the first 4 overs. Worcester will be happy with that.
Did he just go a little bit wider on the crease there? Just had a look at the replay. Did he seem wider, try to angle it and then get that swing?
He could have done. I wasn't looking at that. But again, I suppose that's like your swing bowler's mentality, isn't it? You're always tinkering, and I suppose the challenge is being able to go bowl from these different positions, change your length, do a bow in swing, do a bow out swing. You're running up thinking, and it's difficult to perfect everything. Whereas maybe again the mindset of a McGrath or that type of bowler is just, well, there's no better option than just hitting off stump line hard and seeing what happens. If it goes through to the keeper, nothing lost. Batsman's got nowhere. I've not conceded a run. See what happens next ball.
Oh, it's the best one so far. That's where Mercer wants it.
The thing that I chuckle about them currently is this wobble seam. And how, he's wobble seam that. I mean, that's not Mercer, that's just a beautiful way swinger, isn't it? But the TV coverage is now so good, the cameras can see so much. The ball, when it's still, you can see the seam so perfectly as it's going down. And it's deliberately wobble. Well, I was obviously a genius because I was wobble seam every ball, not intentionally. Sort of saying, it's deliberately this or deliberately that. I mean, there's a poetic license there. I mean, the ball doesn't come over the bowler's hand perfectly every time. I mean, all right, someone like Jimmy Anderson it may do, because the skill levels of a Jimmy Anderson are exceptional in the way that sort of Mertz are at times. You look at probably the seam, if Mertz was to play cricket where the TV coverage was of the standard that you see on TV, then you'd see the seam position that he lets it go with is exceptionally good majority of the time. But most bowlers, it's sort of wobble seam, and it's.
Oh, good again. Really good.
And I say wobble seam, you hit a good length, you don't know which way it's going to go. It could hit one side of the seam, nip away, it could the other nip back, and it's that sort of unknownness. But if it's on a right length, well bowled. Beautiful delivery. Keep going, they'll edge one in a minute. but I remember, was it Glenn McGrath? He used to sort of, because it wobble seam, you miss the seam a bit, so therefore you're hitting the shiny side of the ball and there's a scuff mark. And I always remember when I was bowling, Gat would look at the ball after every ball and you'd miss the seam and he'd be tutting and putting some sweat on it and shining it up.
It's gone a little straighter, whether it was the ball that he was looking to nip back in.
And sort of almost bemoaning the fact that you weren't hitting the seam every time, which you didn't. But the sort of story with Glenn McGrath, he was the same. He misses the seam quite a lot, and Mark Taylor would get the ball and he'd go that, and it was like McGrath just say 100 at 21, 200 at 21 as he went through his career, 300 at 21, 400. If you can get anyone who's better, come along, sort of 500 Test wickets at 21. So basically, sort of, it doesn't matter whether I'd miss the seam every now and then. It's where I'm pitching the ball that's the most important thing.
Oh, brings it back in again, Mercer. There'll probably be a biggest question about Mercer. That's the end of the 41st, 115 for 5. When he arrived from Surrey, that ball used to just swing so big out of his hand that it almost felt as though it was to his detriment. And then, I remember people talking to me about it, saying he's got more control over his swing now. But also, as I say, I think I mentioned it to you yesterday, he credited himself and Richard Johnson with helping him to get the one to seam back up the slope at Lords. How much of an adjustment was it for Mercer? How much of a difficulty was it? Because it's easy to think, oh, well, this just happened. It didn't. He worked hard to become the bowler he is.
Yeah, and there are sort of, I suppose there are unique things about your action. You bowl and all right. I was sort of just got to the 11 o'clock side of 12 o'clock and sort of pushed the ball in. And I didn't swing the ball away, but then I used to try and bowl a slower ball, and slower ball was an off spinner, and because I was keeping my hand over that side of the ball, all of a sudden it started to swing as well. So the swing bowling comes from sort of how your hand comes down behind the ball. And for Mercer, who obviously hand would naturally, bowling away swing, sort of come down on the leg side of the ball, so you're sort of keeping your hand there. I suppose it's training to actually sort of let your hand fall on the inside of the ball rather than keep it on the outside of the ball. And I suppose starting your line as well. So you're starting it from a line that is an easy leave to suddenly something that's coming in. So it just means that, again, it's just a great thing to have, because all of a sudden the batsman's there. Well, what's it going to do? You end up playing at balls you could or should leave alone. 4 more.
That's really well timed. Bernard onto 47 off the back foot. That was beautifully punch through point.
That's a quality shot there. And again, whilst the pitch has offered a little bit of help, you see strokes like that, and it's a good surface. You get in here, you play properly. You can score runs, full value for your stroke play with this outfield being as fast as it is. And I say boundaries are a decent size, but they're not huge. You can make them as big as you want it out there, really.
Yeah, it goes back a little bit to the 3-4 down at lunch yesterday. It's a slightly different morning, slightly different day for Middlesex, but nonetheless it was a great recovery by Holman and Helm. Bernard and Roderick doing something similar here. 69 behind, 5 wickets standing.
So already seen a change. Middlesex third slip's come out, gone to extra cover, Luke Holman. So the early batting has already forced Middlesex to take away one catcher, slightly more defensive field, which is understandable.
Run nicely down to third. Who'd go with that decision, Mercer or Helm? That'd be Helm's decision.
I think a general, yeah. Well, ultimately it's Mercer's decision, isn't it? I mean, he's the one that's set in the field, but they'll do that through conversation. Equally, I mean, input a couple of experienced players.
Roland Jones at mid-off.
Yeah, you got Robson at slip, Stoneman, so that'll have been a bit of discussion before you do it.
Oh, so bowls. Really jagged in. Well, I say jagged in, but tucked up Roderick. Yeah, it's that balance, isn't it? Blocking off the cover. Taking out a third catcher. But equally, it does give Helm that little bit more confidence not to bowl Or to bowl that little bit fuller, but he does have some protection. End of the over, 120 for 5.
But again, looking at the field, you sort of think, well, the nature of the bounce, the movement away, things are going to slide off the bat. So you don't need your extra cover straight, have them a bit wider, have your gully maybe, or your backward point on the gully line, catching, waiting for a ball there to sort of slice off the bat.
It's on the spot again for Merton to start the over. There is that cloud cover we've been talking about. Pavilion away to the left. We sat further on to the left of it. Yesterday it was barely a cloud to be seen in the sky. But pretty filled in. Cooler day certainly for the spectators. Not as many bunched into the temporary stand over there on the right today.
The grandstand.
Which one's grander? There's two of them. There's one at this end as well, isn't there? Wasn't it called the Harry Latchman stand one year as well?
Well, I think there's a stand over by the rugby pitches, sort of behind the stand in the opposite corner to us, over by the hockey pitches. That was called the Harry Latchman stand. I was speaking to the headmaster yesterday about that being the previous grandstand, and he said, "Yeah, it's not in very good nick at the moment." I don't think there'd be sort of about half a dozen seats that you could probably sit in it.
He was off Trent Bridge last week, Harry Latchman, I think.
Played at Notts, didn't he, after Middlesex?
Trying to think who the other was. There's two. I'll kick myself now when somebody says who it was. There's two ex-Middlesex and Notts
Knocker
players.
White.
Maybe it was. I can't remember now.
Knocker used to be an umpire.
It's nice from Mercer again, but I'm not wholly sure on it. And that's the challenge for the batter as well, facing Mercer. Not quite sure which edge he's going after on any particular delivery.
I say Mert is always there, isn't he? He's always asking questions on a good length. All right, some days flat pitch can look a bit sort of ineffective. Not as young, hitting the pitch as hard as he did 10 or 12, probably 15 years ago. We're talking about Mertz up in his 40s now. But he does relentlessly just ask questions of you forward defensive, doesn't he? And aiming to hit your front pad, you miss. There's a good chance that it's going to be a good LBW call or threaten your stumps.
Well, we talk about the modern way of playing cricket. The first class game has had so much of it brought in from T20, hasn't it? Especially in the chases, but even through our first innings, we see more shots are played. As you said, captains perhaps tinker more now, more theories, more tactics.
Well, there's more information, isn't there? I mean, again, the game's being streamed, video, analysts can get hold of it, players' techniques are looked at, where they score their runs. Harry Sharp, who was the Middlesex scorer when I started, just had a simple scorebook. He didn't say where in the wagon wheel that the runs had gone to. There was nothing like that. It was all, well, your perception of this player was that he gets out in a certain way. I suppose you could find that, maybe susceptible to the hook, or bowl straight at him early on, so you could just look at the dismissals. But now, with the video that is available, you can break down so much more. And again, a lot of that's good. Sometimes it can be confusing though, because you got too much information.
So what you're saying is it's now a bowler's game.
What, bowlers are armed with more? But is that a good thing when you're armed with, you run out there thinking, oh, he does this, he does that, he does everything, instead of just keeping your process.
That was where I was going to go with the initial question. Was, you know, the power to the old theory, just keep hitting that line and length. You know, persistent plays off. But there's only so long you can be hit off that length. There's a reason why historically it's been a good line and a good length.
Well, it's probably why it's called a good length.
But in terms of the modern way, that, you know, there is that.
I think, yes, I know what you're saying there with the information. The bowlers can, but there again, I suppose the batsman can see more now in the way that changes.
Edged gone, second slip, Robson. Just fished at that one a little, I'd say fended it, but it was wide of him. Roderick, he went with it, the bounce of Helm strikes. Roderick's gone for 23.
Yeah, much needed wicket by Middlesex. Excellent partnership this by Worcestershire. Over 70 runs. Roderick, we're looking, did he have to play that short of a length? Maybe trying to run it down to third man. I was saying that it's got quite big on him, but a good catch there by Sam Robson. Is it Sam Robson? Yes, it is Sam Robson. Just think it would look like Robbie White for a moment there. Yeah, extra bounce, good catch. Nearly made a pig's ear of it, didn't he? Sort of, I'm trying to say, is it the Australian style of catching with the fingers pointing up? If you can.
He was thinking third slip's just gone, I better get this.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it was a bounce, I think, wasn't it? I wondered, did he fend too far away at it, but I think that it just got so big on him that he wasn't able to ride the bounce in the end.
Yes. Just looking at John Simpson, I sort of said that a ball in a previous over, you know, that scuttled through and hit him on the boot, that it hadn't caught him on the foot. He seems to be making a bit of a limping around a bit at the moment, so keep an eye on that. But a good partnership there for Worcestershire. 71 runs, if my maths is correct.
Yep.
Jack Leach. Is it Jack Leach or Joe Leach?
Joe Leach, yeah.
Joe
we
Leach.
went. Yeah.
Joe Leach comes in. It's like Cracknell. I still keep calling him the wrong one. Calling him James.
Yep.
Rather than Joe.
I did that on Mike a few weeks ago. Got dug out for it.
But Leach, he'll play a few shots. So again, Middlesex need to be on the spot. Welcome. That was a good bumper to start with.
Did he get one of those himself, Helm, from Leach? I think Leach, if anything, he was always erring on the full side yesterday, Leach.
Third slip going in, so fielding change again. Luke Holman's gone into third slip from extra cover.
It's a nice line of length, but be runs for Leach. Couple to get off the mark on 22 for 6. The innings keeping a similar-ish pace in terms of the number of runs. I think Middlesex, remembered saying it at the time, Middlesex are 123 for 7, I'm sure. I'll just double check I was right now at that point. Just a little dabble from Leach. Yeah, they were. So they're 93 for 7, so they would have been 123 for 7 at one point. That partnership went on to 176 for the fall of the 8th wicket. Holman, the batter to go. That the highest partnership still of the match. 83 for the 8th wicket. 71 for the 6th for Worcestershire, but it was Leach and co thereafter. If I drew up last year's scorecard, it was the bottom 4, I think, or certainly 3 or 4 of the bottom 4 or 5 that did the damage. Just climbs a bit again. He's actually played it well in the end. Leach by hook or by crook. End of the over. 1, 2, 3 for 6.
Yep, good single. Probably a little bit more comfortable down Murtagh's end. Don't have to worry about that rib cage getting hit.
Yeah, the lesser spotted Mercer bouncer. Every time I say that, I usually get a look from him that night. Somebody's told him I've said it again.
Who was it he bounced at? He bounced someone out a few years ago, didn't he?
Yes.
Never all the end of it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, I'm glad you said that then, because I said it on the mic at the time. I was like, "There's one for the collector's edition, collector's item, a Mercer bouncer picking up a wicket." He got Rory Burns at the Oval years ago. I think it was 2010, 11. Crunched. Leach's first boundary, and two very similar bowlers in Leach and Mercer in terms of their pace at the moment. What they try to achieve, Mercer just giving it that fullness to see what Leach does. Oh, there's the answer.
Well, it was in the slot and put away. Leach not quite as keen to get forward, facing Tom Helm coming down the hill, whistling it past his chest. This could be a little bit of a challenge here. I don't think he's going to die wondering.
I was going to say, how soon before Mercer nips one back in now? No, takes that one away again. Leach will be fully aware it will be coming at some point. Actually, when we were talking about Mercer, that was was springing to mind. Probably that set up to a right-hander, taking it away, nip it back in, bowled or LBW. But the over, you can think of many dismissals like that, many moments like that. The over that always sticks in mind was up at Scarborough. It wasn't the 2016 year, so whether it was 14, I think Middlesex played up there. And there he goes, back in, inside edge, onto the pads, and away into the offside.
Yeah, we had a period, didn't we, where we played 2 or 3 games up at Scarborough. All fantastic games of cricket. One's not gone away. Could have easily gone back onto the stumps.
Yeah, there was one over in particular. It was late in the evening. Yorkshire came out to open the batting, and Mercer to Lythe. I think it was just around when Lythe would have been getting into that England side. He was either in it or it was just about to. And Mercer just bowled the most magnificent bowl over to him and picked him up last ball, nip him on back in.
But I think, again, talking about murder to a right-hander, that one's nipped back too far, a bit high, going down the leg side. A little bit closer than you think, but still probably missing. But I suppose the away swing would have come in as well, bowling at left-handers. All of a sudden, you're quite close, or middle of the crease, swinging it into left-hander to have the one that goes across, and that would have interested Mertz or got him changing or tinkering with the way that he bowls a little bit. But there's always natural variety. The ball doesn't come out the same every time you let go of it.
Lifted, but short of cover and Stoneman. Checked it enough. Leach to save himself. It was just the way that it happened as well, picking up the last ball. That 5 dot balls, and then there he goes. He's got him last. It was one of those piece of string overs from Mercer. I say of all the overs I watched him bowl over the years, that for some reason was just the one. I think probably because of the position where you're a commentator as well, and you sat watching it at Scarborough, pretty much sat in line at a nice level in the stand watching it. Oh, he's got him! Wow! Leach swung hard, and a wicket at the end of the over for Mercer. 127 for 7.
Yeah, well, Leach made his intentions clear. I think he wasn't going to let Murder bowl at him. A bit preoccupied maybe with the pace and bounce that Helm's generating at the top end. But he's had a big waft at, big drive at, good length ball just outside off stump. Thin nick through to Simpson, so Middlesex's 7th wicket. Oh, it's a bottom edge. Often you don't see that many of them.
That was my hesitation on Mike. I didn't want to call it at the time until I'd seen the replay. That was why I hesitated for a moment.
See the little deflection, can't you? Merton, that is looking a bit weary, old Mertz, coming up this hill. It's not that hot out there, is it? It's nice here with his fan on.
I was wondering if he was having the ice bath ready for lunch. We might see. Is he an ice bath man, Mercer?
He was last night, yeah. Got to do something to try and revitalise those old legs, haven't you?
Mine's still willing though, isn't it, for Mercer? Annoyingly so at times.
Oh yeah, no, I mean he loves it, doesn't he? I mean his energy, his enthusiasm. I mean that's one of the joys of watching him work is the fact that how much he does enjoy playing the game still. You could easily get a bit old and cynical, but I suppose for him it's delaying what I've got to do for the rest of my life, isn't it?
Well, I remember interviewing him in his mid-30s. That's exactly what I was going to say. Because he said, well, I can't go on forever. And that's exactly what I replied to him. Well, you're a long time retired, Mertz. That was mid-30s when he'd said that. I can't go on forever. But then I interviewed him a couple of years ago. I think it was the COVID year. Middlesex started the Oval, didn't they, that season? And I think maybe he'd taken 4 or 5 in the innings that day. And I said, well, how do you feel? You know, it's nearly 40 now. And he said, actually, you know, I still feel like I'm 18, to be honest. I'm feeling pretty good. Good start to the over from Helm. See what he's got.
Well, I do remember with Tim quite early on when I'd come back, maybe sort of 13, 14, something like that, 2013, 14. And I was having some discussions with him. You got to look after. You got to get fitter. You got to look after yourself better than you did, because it's not going to get any easier. And full credit to him, he has done. Hence the reason why he's still around. I mean, he could have easily drifted out. I mean, had a brilliant career at the age of 36, 37 if he'd have just not really sort of committed to the work that's required away from the games.
Just had to check that was Barnard on strike and not Baker for that one. He was played it so uneasily. Barnard, not the new batter, he's coming on strike for the first time now. But that's a mark of how well Helm's bowling. Barnard moves to 49 with the single, but very unsettled by that one once more. 17 wickets, just over 300 runs. A little bit, as we mentioned, soft dismissals yesterday for Middlesex. Both sides probably will reflect. Perhaps there could have been a little bit more knuckling down. Oh, but equally, two very good bowling lineups for this match.
Oh, it's an absolute ripper, yeah. Baker telling himself to get across, but it's difficult at times. Your back leg doesn't always go where you want it to. I had a few occasions where that happened. I remember once Chris Cairns was after me in a game at Trent Bridge and get back at a cross, Gus, but it kept going back and away. He said, you're back and away, Gus. I said, I'm not trying to.
Oh, sharp. It's going to get through before it is. By signals by umpire Bainton. I did pause for a moment. I wasn't sure whether there was a slight deflection, whether it was shoulder or helmet, but it did go straight over according to the umpire. Yep, miles over. That blow on the ankle hurt Simpson. He'd have got that easily if it wasn't for that. He's been wonderful this year, hasn't he, to watch Batam with the gloves, Simpson. Single turn the over, get Baker off the strike, off the mark indeed. 133 for 7.
Yeah, talking about Simpson, there's another cricketer who's, I mean, keeping wicket is physically demanding. All the shuttles, all the squats, and Simpson looks as fit as ever. I mean, he's strong bloke, as Max Holden found out yesterday. Yeah, the fact that he's still looking as good as ever in his early 30s, and again, you look at sort of modern Middlesex cricketers and trying to compete favourably with the all-time greats, and obviously Tim Merter's doing that in the way that he's worked his way through. I'm not sure where he is now in the all-time wicket-taking list, but he's certainly in a rarefied group. But of all the cricketers that we've got, John Simpson will probably end up the highest, really. I think after JT Murray. I'm trying to think. I should know a few more that are around, but he's probably going to end up in the top 4 or 5 all-time sort of, what do they call them, victims. Yeah, dismissals, catches and stumpings, which will be a fantastic effort by him.
Considering how much less cricket is played now as well. It's a price that Mercer last went past. I think it was a long old jump to the next few, wasn't it? Because obviously there's a lot of spinners up the top for a Titmus leading the way by quite a long way.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get there. 2000, wasn't it? Something.
Exactly, yeah.
John Embry obviously up there too. There's a couple of names that escape me at this moment in time that I should remember. Bowlers.
$1,223 for JT Murray, and Simpson is on 587. They'll get 2 players ahead of Simpson. Oh, you're not going to leave us hanging. Don't put Gus and I in that position. Nice shot, really good from Baker. A 50 at Lord's last year. His first boundary at Merchant Taylor's today. 137 for 7. Again, that probably is the best example, isn't it? There, Murray and Simpson, in terms of the difference between them in number of dismissals, just how much more cricket was played by Murray and co.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing high 20s, 30 first-class games a year. Now only 14, so you're going to have twice as long a career, which you're probably not going to have because players did play for a long time in that era too.
It's it away again. Back-to-back boundaries for Baker. That one was a little bit more uppish, which got the excitement in the field, but fine enough of cover.
Price is the second wicket-keeper, 940 dismissals. Morrell is the third, so Simpson is 4th. Middlesex got to be careful here. Runs coming quite easily. There's been a few boundaries. I know 4 byes, but they've been slightly reckless ball. If it's going to bounce over the keeper's head, 2 half volleys. Leach smack 1 for 4. You can quickly get very close to the Middlesex's 188.
Yeah, that innings at Lord's, end of the over, 47 overs done, 141 for 7. That first innings at Lord's last year, we touched on it yesterday, but I was just referring to it a moment ago, why Leach was an important wicket. He was LBW Mercer for 21 off 36. Morris hit 20 off 43, and Baker was unbeaten, but now elevated this year. He was unbeaten on 61. So really helped things on from, 44 for 6 when Cox fell, 101 for 8. When Leach fell, 171 by the time they were done. So danger at the bottom of the order for sure that Middlesex needs to be wary of.
11 overs this morning, 41 runs, so almost 4 and over. Worcestershire scoring at, which is above the general rate for this match.
Oh, little inside edge. Ouch. He was troubled in the last over by Helm as well, wasn't he, with one that bounced a little. He's just got something going down the hill. Good call from Mercer this morning to go with Helm. Out of Yadav and Roland Jones, and Bernard's going to have to take a moment. So that one in the last over, I had to wonder whether it was Baker because he played it so uncomfortably and similarly. First ball of this over. Rides that one nicely down to third, and there's his 50. 79 deliveries, well batted by Bernard. First 50 of this innings. 79 balls, 8 fours, and a couple of hours, and a couple of really good and much needed hours as well for Worcestershire.
Yeah, good performance this. Came inside in real trouble. 49 runs on the board. So certainly got Worcestershire back in the game. How well they're back in the game will depend on the next hour's cricket, I'd imagine.
Oh, leading edge. Safe. To the offside. It would have been only Helm. Could have thrown out a hand at that one. It was never going to carry down to Roland Jones at mid-off, but an alarm for Baker. The Mercer stat that I was trying to think back to, the top 10.
They were the names. Hearns. There's always going to be a couple of Hearns at the top of Middlesex's.
Yeah, Titmus, Hearn, Sims and some bloke called Embry. Gone with the bumper again. Simpson alert to that one. Frank Tarrant's 10th on the list with 1,005 wickets. It's not impossible for Mercer. He's got 50 a year this year and next. I don't know how many he's on at this year at the moment. The injury didn't help, but again, say if he played 2 more years, it's going to be a pretty bad year for Mercer somewhere in there that he doesn't hit 1,000. Nicely done again by Baker. Just a single on this occasion. He's into double figures. And if you were able to dislodge Frank Tarrant for 10th spot, the all-time wickets, it's highly unlikely anybody will ever get there again. With the amount of games that are played now, only ever seems to be fewer year upon year going forward. But yeah, quite the carrot to dangle for Mercer, even though age is against him, but as we said, the body and the mind seem willing at the moment still. Sharp again from Helm. 48 overs done for that ball so far. Still getting life out of it, Helm. 143 for 7.
Thought I'd go to that indispensable cricket website where you can see so much. Cricket Archive. So Mercer's currently 14th, 796 wickets from Middlesex. So the first class wickets will include his test wickets and will include his Surrey wickets too.
Yeah.
So he's on 796. Philip Tufnell 842. So do well to get there. 883 Edmonds, Haig, Trott, Tarrant, Moss, Thurston, Young, Embry, Sims, Hearn and Titmus at the top with 2,361 victims. Yeah,
thank you. It's career wickets, isn't it, that he's in the 900s now, so it was whether he could get to 1,000 of those, but not for Middlesex, as you quite rightly say. Yeah, he'd just gone past Price, and also, is it Bennett I've just seen over your shoulder there? Yeah. Bennett was the last one he went past. Got past a while ago now, only seems like yesterday, but 50 odd wickets ago.
But he's off. Took a wicket. Conceded a couple more runs than I would have liked. And he's been replaced by Toby Roland Jones, so coming up the hill.
Cry catch, but short of Mercer at mid-off. It was lifted.
So there've been a few drives, haven't they? That sort of even a few that have gone through the air, through the covers in the air for 4. A couple there where it's almost you have that silly mid-off fielder.
Feels more so today, doesn't it, that that's happened?
Yeah.
You mentioned in your batting a minute ago. What was your finest hour with the bat? I know when you say it, I'll remember what it was now, but I can't think of it off the top of my head.
So many, weren't there?
Must have always leaps to the top of the pile when you think, actually, do you know what? That was a pretty good day with the bat. Oh, followed it.
I mean, again, it just shows what it was like. So, Sunday, sort of whitish ball there. Not the best of deliveries, but nearly forced the edge. used to turn up to training and almost you have 2.5 hours, you bowl for an hour in the nets at the batsman, and then everybody look at you and say, Gus, do you want a bat? And they'd all be looking at the car park or their watches. He said, no, I'll do it tomorrow. And then tomorrow at the same time, no, I'll do it tomorrow. So you never actually got round to practicing your batting. The one period where I did practice my batting quite a lot was before the '99 World Cup. Spent a lot of time in the nets there. Almost that was a slight shift in attitude in preparation for that. And all of a sudden, I had about a month where I was sort of getting 30s and I got a 50 down at, I think, at Cardiff. So you suddenly sort of put a little run. So I should have, I mean, I averaged 12, I think, in my career, something like that. I was better than that.
Edged. Oh, it didn't carry. Just short.
That's a good delivery there by Roland Jones.
Wheeling away, wasn't he? He thought he had him.
Just see how short of Simpson it was. Toby was nearly off on his traditional celebratory run through, going at 45 degrees to gully when he takes a wicket.
Almost Shearer-esque, isn't it, his celebration, which is a little unusual for a Man U fan. A bounce on that one again, but single taken. End of the over, 144 for 7.
Yeah, we didn't really practice your batting. We're looking at the edge again. Yeah. Toby. Had to rail that celebration in. But I reckon my best innings, I got 92 against Surrey at the Oval. It was the end of a 4-day game. Wacko Yunus was playing for Surrey and hit me on both boots within swinging Yorkers before lunch. I sat in lunch with both feet in ice. And then he wasn't on after lunch. I thought, well, to hell with this, I'm teeing off. And I caught everything in the middle, Medlicott, Kendrick, fell to me and Greg, so it wasn't probably the most threatening bowling attack.
Kendrick?
I had a couple of huge sixes down to the Vauxhall end. So, and then Gat got near 100 and Gat just kept sticking his head round the door and saying one more over, so I had to keep swinging and eventually got bowled by Mark Felton for 92.
It's always Gat's fault, isn't it?
Got 100 in my career for Stanmore second 11 at Ickenham, which is a huge ground knot.
Here's Yadav. Just over pitch first ball. He will go up there and be aggressive, Yadav.
Again, a nice shot there by Baker. Must have hit that on the up, hasn't he? Didn't look just a little bit of width, but a nice punch through the offside.
Where did you say it was, the grounds? Which ground was it where you got the second century?
Ickenham. It's a postage stamp. They gave me a tankard actually years later. Got a little tankard at home from Ickenham. Highest score, 108. Probably about 15 at the time. Yeah, I'd have been 15. Playing in Stanmore seconds.
Yeah. I was going to say, how much longer did you play on for? Because you did play on a little while, didn't you, for Stanmore?
I played on, yeah, I retired in 2002, played, I suppose the fact was that sort of working for the Independent, I was the daily correspondent rather than the Sunday correspondent, so Saturdays was my day off. So Saturdays I could play for Stanmore, which I did for a while, not every week. Some weeks you're up covering test matches in Edgbaston and rather than come back, but I then sort of stopped that, and Alex, my lad, was playing and I wanted to play cricket with him, so I dropped down to play in the third 11 and then got banned by the league.
Ringer.
Yeah, I'm in charge of cricket in Middlesex and I got banned by the Middlesex League from playing cricket.
Who was in charge?
Whereas the league, they said that there were complaints about me playing in the third 11, even though, this is 7 years after I packed in, 6-7 years. And I was only bowling for about 5 paces. And there's some complaints that you shouldn't be playing, you should be playing a level above that, and it's not right.
Oh, that one goes away. Hey, should have told Alex to up his game.
I think my last game was at Hornsey, or it was either Hornsey, second 11 or third 11 ground, or at Bushy Police Club, which is where Stanmore Thirds used to play.
What was the test? 32. Because I'm trying to. There was
Sri Lanka.
Right. Okay.
Again at the Oval. Muralitharan couldn't bowl at me. Slipped into his top 5 most feared opponents.
Wide on the crease for that one, but put away. Particularly wide for that, Yadav. Bernard crunches in through the covers for 4.
That's a good shot, but these are important runs for Worcestershire. All of a sudden, a lead of 60 on a pitch that's offering a bit. It's a nice comfort blanket as such. It's now down to 35. All of a sudden, Middlesex's batsmen openers go out there without, well, potentially they might face a deficit, but going out there without a lead, it does change the mindset of the team. You get 60 runs ahead, all right, you might lose a wicket, 20 for 1, you're 85 ahead. It's psychologically quite an important thing. So these are important runs for Worcestershire, and they're scoring at a good rate as well, which will be frustrating for Middlesex's attack.
Feels like there's a bit happening still with the ball as well, doesn't there? It's a ball that's 50 overs old now, so that'll encourage Worcestershire when they do go out there with that new ball in hand at some point, whether they trail or lead, and say, look, that ball kept going for a fair while. Talks about whether day 2 would be the best day to bat or not. I'm not sure here at Merchant Taylor's it ever quite works like that. It's just a good seamer's surface all the way through. Just that extra little bit of swing that we've seen today as well. I was asking about test runs because I just seem to remember watching one on TV. Would there have been an innings against the Aussies, maybe? The West Indies?
I did well. I got again. Actually, most of my best batting for England was at the Oval, or best batting was at the Oval. I remember got 28. I mean, the 32.
When the Aussies had all been on the lash.
No, well, it might have been. The 32 was Muralitharan's test where he got 16 wickets, and my 28 was the last. It was 1993. That, so it was my comeback test.
Which one was the?
After I'd spent sort of 2 or 3 years
which was
out
the
with
comeback test though?
That was the Oval against Australia in '93.
Yeah, because that's the one I think I remember watching. Yeah.
I think I was batting 8 then. I think I got 28 and 14 in that game. So batting with ramps for quite a long time. He kept me company.
Good to have him back. You had him for a while, didn't you? Then England called Mark Ramprakash.
Yes. I mean, I suppose him leaving Middlesex was very contentious at the time. It didn't go down very well with a lot of Middlesex members, especially going to Surrey. But I think it was the right decision for everybody at that moment, where Ramps was as a person, and pressures he felt that he was under at Middlesex and things happening.
This works that one fine. Mid-wicket, only a single.
And obviously had 10 or 12 unbelievable years at Surrey, and we fell out a bit. I sort of said some things I probably shouldn't have said in the media when he left, but we've always been very, very close. I mean, I always remember when Ramp started at Middlesex, I used to pick him up. He lived in Hatch End. I lived in Hatch End. So I used to pick him up on the way to Lords as a 15, 16-year-old for pre-season nets and stuff like that. And we're very close again now.
Cracked away.
Poor delivery there by Roland Jones. An excellent shot by Barnard. Another 5 runs. Leads down to 30. But he's fitted in very well with Middlesex's batsman. It's a good shot there. Short wide, but delivery got what it deserved.
I remember listening to him on TMS talking about that time when he came through as a youngster at Middlesex.
I was going to say, but he's always been a Middlesex person, though he went to Surrey. He's never left. He always lived in Eastcote. He's always lived in Northwood. So he's never moved far from here. So he's Middlesex through and through. And actually bringing him back as the batting coach, as we did for the first time, was really good. As you say, then obviously was quickly snapped up by England. And now teaching at Harrow School and head of cricket at Harrow School. And working regularly with us here, and again, players are enjoying, young batsmen are enjoying, well, all the batsmen are enjoying working with him, because they've just got his nice intensity about what he does and his expectations and the standards that he has for batsmen. So he talks very clearly, gets the messages across very well. He's very good, very impressive.
Down the leg side, start up from Yadav in this over. Yeah, I was going to say two things about on TMS, because he's on there again now at the moment, I think, Ramps. I heard him over the weekend. That first one, when he was talking about, coming through as a youngster, the way it was back then, you'd finish the day's playing, you'd go and sit in the restaurant and just listen to Gus and Gat talk all night about cricket, basically, is what he said. But he said, the learning curve for him was sharp, because he was just absorbing so much about cricket. And that perhaps is something that youngsters these days need to do a little bit more, just go and sit and listen to the older heads talking cricket. But also, and I heard him at the weekend, very articulate, very calm, very measured. I was going to ask that about his coaching. Is that a similar way that he relays it as a coach?
Yeah, he's very hard working, very conscientious. I mean, there's still fire in the belly, as there always will be. And you're going to get the odd day where he's give him a bit of space. But no, the way he works with the players, and again, I suppose it's easy to take it personally when you work with someone hard and then the player pulls shot or they don't score runs. And in the old days, it was more of what on earth you're doing, give someone a kick up the backside. But no, he's very supportive, very understanding. Right, let's go and sort it out.
Chase on here. Good work, is it? Yes, it is. Davies fast around the outfield, managing to push that along for Roland Jones to return. 2 taken.
Bumper to finish the over. Keep Bernard off strike. Baker 18 off 28 balls, so useful runs here for Worcestershire's lower order. Partnership of 34.
It was a big final hour we were talking about last night, and it was a very good one for Worcestershire, wasn't it? Wicketless in that final hour yesterday evening. This morning, 2 down, had an addition of 61 runs.
Pretty even, Stevens, maybe just slightly Worcestershire. They'll be the probably more content of the two sides as we're sitting down watching on the sidelines at this moment in time.
Easy sat here, but you still wouldn't want to be the side batting last, just in case that bounce, if that bounce starts to deteriorate at all. It's already been the sideways movement off the seam, but it feels like a crucial 27 runs that are being played with here at the end of the first innings.
Well, and again, if you're asking Middlesex, the lead that they would want, you'd want a 2 in front of it, that's for sure. A quick scoring game, you don't get it right, batsman comes off, looks to be positive, takes the game to you, all of a sudden 30 or 40s, as we're seeing here now, the partnerships are pretty important.
Oh, it dies again. Taken on the bounce by Simpson. There's been 1 or 2 more today, haven't there? that just haven't quite got up on the way through to Simpson. Seem to have noted it, one or two on day one that really made you have a look at it, but just one or two more today, I'd suggest. Certainly brewing up for a good game one way or the other. As I say, it always is here at Merchant Taylor School. Always a fascinating one to watch. Oh. The run shouldn't be easy for the batters. Which I think has probably been slightly your frustration this morning, Gus, and yesterday.
Well, they say they're scoring at 4 and over. It's partnership 34 runs off just 40 balls, so almost scoring at 5 and over, these two. So, yeah, there's been a few too many boundaries, a few too many loose balls. Get a bit of frustration. Yes, some play and misses.
Inside edge. And 4 more. Just about to say it was feeling like a miserly Roland Jones over this. Very nearly getting through on the inside, but a boundary for Worcestershire.
Yeah, not a lot wrong with the delivery there. Missed that, could well have been LBW, but a nice inside edge for the batsman. Won't have done Roland Jones's mood any good. Thought he had him a couple of overs ago, but the edge just fell short of John Simpson behind the stumps.
Just angling that back in again. Just where Baker mistimed it. Just came back on him and not getting it away out of the middle. It's a cracking match here last year against Leicestershire. Stephen Eskenazi had to be, I think it was Selva was nattering with about it yesterday morning. Was it yourself yesterday evening maybe? Eskenazi had a hamstring or a adductor tear, I think it was, kept him out for a few weeks, but he batted with a runner in the second innings. Middlesex needed runs to top up. I think they beat Leicestershire by 100 runs in the end, but it did require that top up from Eskenazi coming in somewhere around 7 or 8 with a runner, managing to find a 50. It's shaping up pretty similarly here. If that's will draw up the scorecard in a moment of that Leicestershire game. I'm quite sure how big the first innings went. They didn't go very big at all, but to what stage they reached. But it's got a similar feel about it, this one. Middlesex going to have to be wary where they were a little light in their second innings against Leicestershire, and it was a case of Eskenazi who was not expecting to bat. Had to get out there and help his team.
Well, should get out there. They're not going to do, well, hopefully not going to do anything major damage.
I think the match position though was a case where it was had a first. I think they had a first innings advantage, Middlesex, but then a top order collapse. Oh dearie me, Baker nearly got himself into all sorts of trouble there.
Hit him quite hard on the glove, that shake of the hand. Looks okay there. Will the next ball be Yorker? Another short one. What will Baker's reaction be? If he's out there, does he have a big swipe at one?
Still got the leg gully in place. Short again. He's done well. Moves to 24 with the single.
Supporters enjoying the shade.
Actually, the first innings against Leicestershire last year, I've just got that card up, they did go a little bit bigger than I realised. Middlesex batting first, having won the toss, posting 324 for 9, the 9 being retired injured Eskenazi on 23, 154 from Sam Robson. Nobody else went above 50 in that innings 5 wickets for Davis for Leicestershire. In reply, the visitors all out for 228, 82 from Ackerman, 49 from Inglis. 3 apiece for Murtagh and Bamber, 2 apiece for Harris and Mitchell. Oh, goes past the edge. It's a little bit of climb there for Yadav as well as that away movement.
Yeah, good pace and bounce. Batsman pushing away from his body. Admonishing himself.
Yeah, Middlesex were 228 all out, setting well nearly 300 in the end for Leicester to win. That's driven away nicely. It's open in the face slightly on it. Baker, Yadav will be frustrated, but a couple more. And Middlesex won't be taking anything with beginning with a 2. Charged by just 18 now. Worcestershire, but that Leicester game, yeah, Robson 4, De Carey's 2, Holden 0, Cracknell 7. All of a sudden, what was a useful first innings advantage of nearly 100. Middlesex were 4 down with, well, they were 6 for 3, 17 for 4 when Cracknell fell. Eskenazi coming in at 7 with an unbeaten 66, batting the whole time with the runner. James Harris with the useful 26 as well. White 34 and Mitchell 23. So it's just not quite a similarity in the first inning scores, but just a little bit of a similarity about it. It feels drinks here. 54 overs done, 170 for 7.
When I was saying before about the 2, I meant the 2, i.e. 200. Yeah, not lead of 20. I was thinking about in the 4th innings. I think Middlesex will be wanting a lead of 200 plus.
I thought when you came out to bat, sorry, that they'd want to have at least something. They've got 20 on the board. Again, the match that springs to mind for that one was the Hampshire game at Lord's beginning of last season when Baker teed off. I remember saying to Dave Fulton, who was doing the commentary for the Middlesex stream that day, if Hampshire can get to within 20 or 30, it could be pretty useful. I think they got about 70 ahead at the end by the time Baker was done.
Yeah, Barker, he smacked
Barker, sorry, Barker, yeah.
Got a round batter, he isn't he? Seems to find most parts when he plays against us. Problem now, isn't it? You're sort of worried about Bernard taking a few boundaries, chucks a couple of fielders out, easy singles, difficult bold maidens. Sort of find it hard to sort of create the pressure that you want to create. Runs come quite freely. Baker's played some good shots, strong through the offside, driving at the ball. Frustration for Middlesex.
Attempted in the Yorker, down the ground it goes. Real frustration, that one, for Roland Jones. Dug out by Baker, bumps it back over the stumps at the non-striker's end. Never a nice feeling for a bowler, that one.
I'm saying almost not a catch there. Toby Roland Jones. Follow through, takes him off the pitch, straight down the ground. That was struck. But again, another boundary, 30 runs. Baker, 40 balls, making himself a nuisance for the Middlesex team and the supporters here today.
Oh dear, nearly went with a loose one there.
So the frustration for the bowlers, you beat the bat with balls like that, and then all of a sudden you go a bit fuller, go a bit straighter, and it's the time the batsman picks you off. Almost, again, that patience, keep going where you, or pitching the ball on the good length, where your top order batsmen are. Why do you change things for a lower order player?
Oh, that's very good. I actually thought he'd bumped it back past him, so it was on the full, that one that was driven back. Apologies, I'd said he bumped it back past. But it was on the full, back over the stumps at the non-striker's end, the boundary. So 13 they trail by. 19 years of age, Baker. 61 is unbeaten against Middlesex. It's still the only time he's past 50, but again, he's gone up the order by one position this year.
48 runs he's put on with Bernard.
Oh, and going
52.
for the... Yeah.
Again, Yola Jones getting frustrated. Not good bowling. Keep bowling that line. Off stump. His player missed it. Walk back to your mark. Try and do it again, but going fuller, straighter. Easy pickings.
It's actually what we were talking about earlier on, wasn't it? About sticking to the nagging line and length. We were actually referring to top order batting at the time, but similarly for the lower order as well, although as Baker showed last year.
Just looking at Toby's figures there, he's going for 4 and over, which is quite a lot on a surface like this.
Yeah, have they gone searching for a little bit? I did actually think Middlesex were going to be more economical coming into the, my kind of gut instinct at the end of that 188 was Middlesex will be more economical. They're giving that as the 50 partnership, but it was the ball before, wasn't it? End of the over, 187.
It is just, but looking at the run rate at the start of the day, it was 2 point now, it's now 2.8, it's now 3.27, so that shows the acceleration that Worcestershire have brought to their batting.
Always the danger against the lower order, isn't it? They will, if they get in, just go that little bit quicker. But have Middlesex just searched for it a little bit too much today, and possibly yesterday as well?
Yeah.
It's just basically what we were saying, wasn't it? The old hit the top of the off stump. As I say, I wanted to hold back on saying it yesterday because it feels too obvious and too cliche to say, but it is that kind of pitch. Just hang on at the top of off, and the reward will come.
Yep, skimmed one there over the slips. One bounce to third man. It shows the pace of the bowling, but also aggressive nature of the batting too.
Yadav will be cleared on a few here as well. He's going at over threes, isn't he? So, lower order wickets. So improving his tally of 1 so far. Dangerous partnership now for Worcestershire.
Well, it's good cricket by Worcestershire. Taking the singles, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Anything that's slightly offline, being aggressive against it. Accepting they're going to play a miss at the ball.
.43 is top score this year, Baker. 136 runs, which will be live indeed that way, and it's a live match average. His average is 17. But 43, been under 36 here of 136 in his 9th innings now. So it's been enough for him to climb above Morris. He's averaging just 8 in next. Yeah, we touched on it this morning, didn't we, about field placings. We didn't really spend any part of yesterday talking about field placings because it isn't that kind of pitch. It's the kind of pitch where things you put at the basics are the thing to stick to. Similarly today, it still doesn't feel like too much ingenuity is needed. Leg gully has been an ever-present for just that extra bit of pace of Yadav. He's tried everything, Yadav, as well, hasn't he? He's been on his debut for Middlesex. He's been there or thereabouts, but they've managed to resist him. Oh. There you go. Yorker attempted that over bumper to finish it. 56 gone, 182 for 7. One thing we haven't seen in this innings at all, which has been a rarity this season, is the ball. We haven't looked at it once, I don't think. The umpires, Middlesex haven't requested it. It's obviously still doing a bit, as we mentioned, which will fill Worcestershire with hope for that Middlesex second innings. They'll say, look, well, there we go. Is he having a slight look? No, he's all right. No one's gone to the umpire in this innings, I don't think. Which clearly tells us as well that Middlesex feel, actually, do you know what, it's not worth the gamble of changing this one, because if the next one's doing less, we're actually quite happy with what this ball's doing. And again, that's something we wouldn't have really said all season long so far.
Well, it might be a decent nick. I mean, I'd say quite a lush outfield. No, hang on. Look, you've tempted fate there.
Well, it was.
We have reached that moment.
Well, as soon as a partnership gets going, that's generally one of the things that happens. Let's have a look at the ball. Oh, yeah. Good to go. First look and it's gone. Usually takes a couple of goes to convince an umpire, but those, well, the handcuffs that Mr. Bainson's just put away.
No, it's supposed to slide through one and not the other,
That's
isn't it?
Yeah. It didn't go through.
Well, did it not go through either?
No.
I didn't see what he was doing then. I wasn't looking.
Yeah, it didn't go through either, so there was no choice. It was straight off. But the point being, usually, you see regular ball changes this season, but regular attempts at ball changing, especially if a partnership was going as it was there. So it was almost unusual that it's taken a while for Middlesex to turn to an umpire and say, actually, can you have a look at this one? So they were clearly, up to this point, relatively happy with this ball.
Or relatively happy with the position that they're in until the last quarter of an hour, 20 minutes, where obviously Baker and Bernard have taken the game to Middlesex, looking for some inspiration from that box on the side of the pitch, rather the thing that they've got in their hands. So let's see whether any difference here. How many overs old is that ball?
56. Be very interesting to see, actually, this.
So 55 overs ball. It's still been bouncing. It's been making a dull. I suppose a lot of the time you can tell by the noise it makes.
Not sure Roland Jones is impressed, is he?
He'll probably have a go at one of us for not filling the box up with as good a bowls as we should have done. There's supposed to be a variety in there. You can't just have them all new ones. There's got to be balls of 40, 50, 60, 70 overs old.
Let's have a look. Width and put away. Just wanted to hit the deck hard. I'd fancy Roland Jones with that newer ball in hand and see what it does, but the width was punished.
It doesn't matter what the ball's like if you bowl in there. I'm actually saying that. It's not a dreadful ball. It's a good shot, but aggressive intent there by Worcestershire. 2 runs behind now.
Probably felt shorter on first look by the shot that was played. On the replay, it didn't quite seem so short. Ball still being retrieved, headed over, ramped up over the advertising boards, over the fans, and behind the fencing, I think, over on the far side, behind the ice cream van. Chipped and gone at mid-wicket. Baker's gone for 36. Davies with the catch. And while Roland Jones He went looking for the fuller, straighter ball. See what happened on that one. Well, Baker makes the error, lifts it straight to Davis. A dolly and a welcome wicket for the hosts. The partnership's broken. A wonderful partnership it was, Bernard and Baker. Back he goes. And Middlesex do have that 8th wicket.
Yeah, burgled wicket there for Roland Jones. Nice juicy leg stump half volley. A couple of overs ago, Baker clipped that over square leg for 4 on this occasion. Just chipped it to Jack Davis at mid-wicket. 2nd wicket there for Toby, 259 off 13, so a little bit expensive. Has the new ball made any difference? Question mark. Difficult to say yet, but an important wicket for Middlesex. They'll need to, well, they'll be looking to wrap up these last 2 very quickly too. Otherwise, they could chase or batting against an awkward little deficit before lunchtime. Half an hour, just over half an hour to lunch. So Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman will be wondering whether they're going to be required before the interval, and if so, for how long.
Yeah, I think that ball was served up from Roland Jones. It was almost a sinking feeling that he went searching for it again. That was almost what I was going to say, searching for it again, and he lifted it to mid-wicket.
Well, we were saying yesterday with Toby, it didn't look like he'd got his rhythm coming down the hill, and he's not been at his best. But he's the sort of bowler that can turn it around pretty quickly, certainly between innings.
Well, the reaction says it all. Could have been 2 and 2 for Davies. A catch and a run out.
It's an interesting one though. Quick single. Morris first ball, 5th ball of the over. Bernard on strike. What's he going to look to do?
Big wicket for the match. 188 for 8. Scores level. In what feels like it should be a low-scoring game throughout. That's a good response from Roland Jones to finish the over. Makes the breakthrough, the 8th wicket down. The scores are level, 188 for 8.
Bernard there just looking to run the ball down to 3rd man, but the ball's nipped away, beat the outside edge of his bat. Through to John Simpson. But I say an excellent little innings there from Baker. Once again scoring useful runs against Middlesex lower down the order.
Yeah, Morris has slipped down 1 below Baker. He's only got a top score of 29 this year, average of 8. Chipped in with a useful 20 at Lord's last year. It would be more than useful here if he did that again. So Middlesex will be keen that Yadav can try and wrap up these last 2. It's off the strike, just in front of the leg gully.
Tip and run.
That's the first innings lead for Worcestershire.
Oh. Metropolitan line runs close to Northwood.
Who's on the Jubilee there?
Good over from Yadav. We were just having a little check off mic there to see if it'll be Yadav versus Pajara next week at Lord's, the Sussex game. See how he's doing today. So he's in action for Sussex. Leg by to end the over, 191 for 8. .46 for Pajara. Allsop 150, Sussex 489 for 5. They're not out pair at the moment. Delray Rawlins is 53. Coles with him. Worcestershire made to toil a little. Parkinson and Ackerman with the wickets. Only one for the quartet of Wright, Mulder, Mike and Barnes. Sun's just come out here for the first time, it feels like, and you're so somebody just.
I'm just going to say, they're saying the sun's come out, so turn the oven up, haven't they? Yeah, suddenly gone up a few degrees in this marquee.
That was extraordinary, that change in heat there. And we're sat in the most blessed position in the ground with that. Probably the best fan in the ground right next to us. Middlesex will be key to get these final 2 wickets now. We were mulling it over last night, weren't we? Would it fall nicely for Middlesex having, a tiresome evening session, having done your warm-ups in the morning, kind of sat there in the heat all day. Can be just as draining as being out there at times. Evening session, morning session, they might get away with it if they can get off the field before lunch today. Leave Worcestershire with a long couple of sessions the afternoon and the evening in the fields. Temperature up to 30 again. Chipped and gone. A repeat of the last dismissal. Morris has gone. Davies with the catch again. Boy, it looped to him. He really had to get forward and underneath it. Brett's held around the field for Middlesex. Crucially, the catch held as well. 191 for 9.
Yeah, Charlie Morris there, not really committed to the stroke, looking at the pitch as if to say, did it stop? But I think it was more the fact that his weight was totally on the back foot, full delivery. And Toby's burgled another one. They all count. Look at the wicket column at the end of the day. But yeah, pretty. Nothing shot there, just chipped the ball up. Jack Davis taking the catch, diving forward. South Africa, what am I saying? Worcestershire, 191 for 9. Lead of 3 runs. With Mr. Pennington coming to the crease. Big man. Really looked to give it a whack.
Well, Roland Jones up for that Yorker first up. Be a tricky
I'd
little.
rather he bowled a decent length on off stump, to be honest.
Yeah.
You're as bad as anybody, encouraging them. Yorker this. Oh, that's a good bumper. Keep it simple, stupid. Kiss.
Believe me, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm just thinking first ball, but other than that.
So again, the 2 opening batsmen for Middlesex, Sam Robson, Mark Stoneman, watching intently. It's a time 25-2.
Awkward, isn't it?
Could have a little quarter of an hour out there before the luncheon interval. Something that we won't be relishing the prospect of. Well, they were happy for the batsman to bat for about another 12 or 13 minutes without scoring a run.
Just back of a length here, Toby. Right about there. Just keep it there for 10 minutes. Mentioned Dave Fulton earlier. There's a couple of things actually that Fulton said to me over the years. One, we were discussing pace yesterday. I wanted to go back to that one, which I will in a moment. But also in terms of, you know, tricky 5-10 minutes as opposed to half an hour, and they could have 3 or 4 down. Fultz said actually as an opening batter he'd prefer have the half an hour because he felt as though he could get his teeth into something. Gone! Off stumps gone. And Middlesex have wrapped up the Worcestershire innings, a lead of 3 for the visitors. And Roland Jones, well, 2 wickets in 3 deliveries. He's come on, helped wrap them up here. 3 wickets in pretty much as many overs. Robson rushes off, Snowman's with him. They've got a little bit of work to do before lunch, but well, wrapping it up, certainly better than conceding a few runs in that time.
Yeah, so Roland Jones' 4th wicket there, a little inside edge off Pennington's bat, taking the off stump out of the ground. So 4 wickets for Toby. Roland Jones, I think without being too harsh, slightly flattering. There's other bowlers that have bowled a little bit better than him, but he's the one that's taken the wickets now. We know during the summer these things even themselves up. You'll have plenty of days where you beat the bat, beat the bat, beat the bat, and someone else grabs some wickets up the other end. So I don't know, Middlesex fielders walking off, mixed emotions I'd imagine. I mean, the game's not gone beyond them, having been bowled out for 188, but having had Worcestershire 49 for 5 at one stage, for Worcester to come back and score another 142 runs, last 5 wickets, is something they'll be pleased with because they'll think they're well in this game, as both sides will. But I say nervous. 10 or 15 minutes now for Middlesex to bat. Desperate to come through it unscathed.
It's an odd one to summarise, it feels, at this stage. You always say judge it after both sides have batted, but both Worcestershire and I think Middlesex as well will walk off the field at the end of the respective innings and feel that probably should have been a little bit cheaper. But equally, we wouldn't sit here and say that was a shocker of a pitch, yet it's 188 plays 191.
Yeah, I suppose it's just one of those situations where, especially when you're emotionally invested in one of the teams, you look at your mistakes rather than the good things that the opposition do. And certainly Middlesex were disappointed with a few of their dismissals in their first innings. And you felt that Worcestershire did, by and large, make Middlesex work a little bit harder for their wickets. And
I mean, that helm drop, 50 not out, that helm drop, as you rightly said, it was first ball. I said he was on to. I think he scored to, perhaps off the drop, whatever it was, but it was indeed first ball. He went on to hit a 50, which at the moment looks massive in the context of the match.
Yes, so you can grumble about Middlesex's fortune or lack of fortune or whatever you want to call it, but a bit of luck there, and it was costly for Worcestershire. Whereas, say, Middlesex haven't dropped any catches. There was an edge, wasn't there? Baker's edge one that just fell short of Simpson when he was on probably half a dozen. If it wasn't on many, that's for sure. But no, I think Worcestershire will be pleased that they're well in the thick of this match, having been reduced to 49 for 5 yesterday evening. So game on. It's a 1 innings match now, isn't it? Speaking to a couple of people at Middlesex, they often sort of say, right, the first innings against 4, second v third. So Middlesex, if they can match Worcestershire's target, set Worcestershire high hundreds in the 4th innings, that'll take some getting. But I'm sure, as I said before, Middlesex would rather the total that Worcestershire are chasing has got a 2 in front of it, and it's 3 figures, not 2. I mean, I guess it's similarly like Trent Bridge, although very different surface, very different bowling attacks indeed. You look at that top pair again, Robson and Stoneman. I think if one of them can get it in, then Middlesex would be hopeful that they can set something beginning with a 2. Likewise, if Middlesex are setting 188 for Worcestershire to win, you then look at the top of that Worcestershire order and any one of a number there, that equally if one of them gets in chasing 188, that's the danger, isn't it? You almost feel there's an individual innings here that's going to have to sparkle a little. Yes, and say, look at the scorecard there, what, a 60, a 50, 69, 36, so 2 batsmen have scored the thick end more than 50% of the runs, and Middlesex will be hoping, I say, it's a ground that historically Sam Robson's played well at here. So he'll be determined to go out there and to play that innings. But it's, yeah, as you said, I think it is a match where 1 innings and a bit of support from other batsmen will decide it. There's enough in the surface to keep the bowlers interested. You're going to need a bit of luck. You're going to play and miss a little bit. but equally, as Barnard and Holman and Helm showed, it's not impossible to score runs out there. You get good value for your stroke play, fast outfield, especially running away down the slope towards the lake's end. But yeah, it's nicely poised.
Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating one to watch. I guess always you win the toss. So there was some question about winning the toss and batting first here, but clearly for me, the situation was you don't want to be batting last. You don't want to be chasing. You don't want to be chasing 200.
There's a bit of that, but I think there's also a bit of it's 35 degrees hot.
Send them out there, yeah.
Yeah. Do you want you to?
Again,
you ask your bowlers to go out there, and there's a little bit of it's. Well, if you're not going to bat today, when are you going to bat? Type of thing with the weather as it was.
And it actually works quite well for the Middlesex bowlers that they did have a session last night, a session this morning, and it's now they'll hope feet up for the rest of the day. So it's actually fallen quite nicely, although that wouldn't have been the plan, because as you say, it would have been 300 and batting all day on day one.
Yeah, I think a lot depends on how many overs you're out there in your first innings. Both sides have been bowled out in sort of 50, 60 overs. So whilst there's a bit of workload going through the bowlers, it's not something these are young, fit men. It's not going to break them in any shape or form. You suddenly start spending 110 overs out in the field, and in weather like this, it starts to take its toll. But they always used to say as well, 2 nights is what you needed ideally. So if you have 2 nights without a bowl, so bowl the side out at the end of one evening, have a day off, have the following day batting, there's enough time to sort of get your energy levels up to where you want. But no, it's going to be a challenge, because I say it's a short, sharp, intense game. It's one of those ones where they're constantly going to have a bead of sweat on your brow, sort of not just because of the heat, but also the state of the game. Runs are vital. Little sort of 15-minute periods where things slip and you suddenly can see 25 runs can be crucial.
We're a couple of wickets away from a fair old spotted bother. Anyway, listen, we'll take a short break here on the stream. We'll be back in a few short moments. Worcestershire all out for 191. They lead by 3 runs. We'll be back with the live stream commentary after a few words from our sponsors.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders.
From now on, whenever I make a trade,
I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
Should be cold. He's filled it up with ice.
Nice and cold. That's Dave's. Don't eat that. Dave will lose it if you eat your sandwich.
Sandwich always waterproof.
It's in a Tupperware. Right, jump in the seat, Kev.
Who's that? Good. And there's the umpires. So Pennington the last to go, as you can see at the bottom of the stream, bowled Roland Jones for Norton. Just take you quickly through that summary of the innings once more. So we've got 12 minutes when the batters get out to get us going for those innings. In fact, let's have a quick look at the scores elsewhere. I haven't done that this morning because there's been plenty to talk about here. Division 1, Essex 206 for 2. They lead Gloucestershire by 70 runs at Chelmsford. Hampshire 119 for 4, trailing Warwickshire by 98 at Southampton. Kent are 63 for 2 at Canterbury against Northamptonshire, who are 303 all out. And Somerset 387 for 8 against Lancashire at Southport's 130 for Goldsworthy, who was a thorn in Middlesex's side last year. Only man to go to a century in that one so far. Yorkshire up at Scarborough 430 for 6. They've just lost another. Tattersall still there on 135, and Lythe, who we were given a mention to earlier, he's just fallen. Court Laws with bowling the curve for 183. A magnificent partnership there. They were 125 for 5, Yorkshire. 430 for 6. Now in Division 2, Durham at 78 for 4 in reply to Derbyshire's 283. A couple of wickets for Petman. He's Beddingham with 25, Maddison 15, just trying to stabilise things after being 38 for 4. Glamorgan 318 all out. Nottinghamshire 114 for 1 in reply. Slater the man out for 31. Hami's just gone past another 50. And Sussex, as we did mention a little while ago, because we were looking at Pajara, they are 498 for 5 against Leicestershire down at Hove. Right, here we go. Leach from the Benham ends running down the hill. Stoneman on strike, 3 slips in place, 12 minutes. Middlesex will hope for a very quiet 12 minutes. Worcestershire will be thinking of all sorts. Soft hands, angle back, gave himself a chance and he gets 4 runs for it, and 2.5 from the fields. But a boundary and Middlesex lead by a run.
Back in front, didn't waste any time. So it'd be interesting to see a number of balls that did go down a third man in both innings here. Third man, a position that was placed very early on. How long Worcestershire leave that gap open, but Mark Stoneman off and running. 3 overs probably to get through for Middlesex.
It's amazing how the little things can have such a big impact. Just those 4 runs straight away, leading by a run, I'm sure it'll just feel that little bit nicer. Rather than being 0 for 0 and trailing by 3 for a couple of overs and another over to go before lunch. Both with brilliant second innings runs at Trent Bridge to help save the game last week, but paying a lot of credit to the first innings lower order runs that came first. Vastly experienced pair in Stoneman and Robson. They'll be acutely aware one of them needs to try and get Middlesex off to a good start in this innings, not let it be a wobble from the top and look for that lower order recovery again. But they have done it a few times, including that Worcestershire game last year, likes of Holman, Simpson, Holden. In that middle order, they've done it this season. They did it in that one. Certainly having that man up the top this helps as well.
Made a immediate positive impression, Mark Stoneman, just around the dressing room. Cracking bloke. Didn't really know him really until we started speaking to him at the end of last summer, realising that looking to move from Surrey. Just good fun, really positive influence around the group. And obviously scored some useful runs. Hope I'm not tempting fate.
I was tentative with every word I was dicing through in those previous 4 deliveries.
Well, it's like, I mean, something, not that I'm watching, travelling and watching matches and every ball in my current position as you did before. Well, you're still obviously following what takes place closely and care deeply about it, but the annoying thing is we're losing wickets. I mean, that's addressed the subject. We always seem to be losing wickets just before intervals, don't we? And it's absolutely drives you mad, sort of sat there. Looking at your phone and thinking, no. You almost sort of think, well, I'm not going to look at my phone until 1:05, so that you don't get drawn into watching it ball by ball. And he's got out. Oh, why? But as I say, it's an emotional thing that the team's got to get over. If you sat there thinking that these things are going to happen, then you increase the probability of them happening, don't they? So it's a little session now that you've got to get through, isn't it? And you come through it safely, and it becomes less of an obstacle the next time that you go through it.
Here's Morris. 2 overs to go till lunch. Fancy. He's Middlesex's 3rd best signing from Surrey over the years.
Well, I know who thinks he is. Mark Felton will think he was. I mean, he's obviously actually did win a county championship with Middlesex. I think '93 championship. He was a good all-round cricketer. Funny bloke, but Yeah, in his mind, he'll think he'd be Middlesex's third best signing, even though he's not.
Self went the other way, didn't he? Was it Surrey first for Self, or was it Surrey last for Self?
No, I think Self started at Surrey and then came to Middlesex, so he would be up there, of course.
Ooh, swings that one down the leg side.
That was one of Mark Felton's funniest moments. We played a Sunday league game, and he went around the park. Oh, there was a Benson. Anyway, we played a one-day game, and he went around the park, and he walked off at the end of the game and just said, "Lads, I'd just like to announce my retirement from international one-day cricket." Never been close to being picked, but it was a great line. Mark Felton, he's worked for an insurance company, insuring yachts and stuff like that. He did well for himself. He seems to be doing well for himself, which is good to see. I mean, you always worry where players go at the end of their careers. Obviously, those that go on to England and do well with England, things by and large tend to look after themselves, and you end up having a decent time. For others it can be a bit harder, but yeah, not everybody follows the Tufnell route or gets invited to the jungle.
Made more in 6 weeks in a jungle than he did in how many years playing cricket? Wasn't that his line?
Feltham and Tufnell, they got on very well. A couple of smokers.
Well run.
Yeah, that's good running, and again we saw the way that Worcestershire played this morning, certainly when Bernard and Roderick were together as well, taking the singles, keeping that scoreboard ticking. Yeah, it's easy to look for boundaries and get frustrated when boundaries come along, but equally the constant sort of singles they do add up, and they do prevent the bowler settling into bowling at one batsman. Left and right-handed combination, so Charlie Morris got to change his line here to Sam Robson facing his first ball. I thought Stoneman was being generous there. Last ball of the over. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility. I'll take the last over.
Dear. Another one. Head, body, and bat face indeed, all looking to the onside. Fortunately for Robson, it shoots all along the floor into the off. 6 without loss.
All minutes till lunch. Will this be the final over? Leach is quite quick through his overs, not a huge run up.
Come off a short Murta run up occasionally. It's an interesting one, that Mercer short run up, when he turns off a couple of deliveries and off he goes.
He's got a couple of wickets with it. Gone for 4 every now and then, but yeah, why not change it? I used to sometimes do something like that. Just sort of turn around and after about 15 yards and run in from that.
And the onus is on the batter to be ready when the bowler turns, at whatever point the bowler turns, isn't that correct?
Yeah, but he can pull out, can't he, at the last minute?
Oh, it's a beaut. Lovely ball. Good work from Leach. Stoneman will be very happy. That's taken nothing on the way through.
Just gone across with the angle. Don't know whether it's nipped, but good line and length. Batsman at the start of his innings searching for the ball.
Oh, nice. A little bit of lift on that one to go with it as well. Tense couple of moments at Northwood.
A little meat in the middle, bit of gardening. Waste a little bit of time, try and convince the umpires. This will be the last over. 3 balls to go.
It's beautiful, the moments cricket throw up, isn't it? You can sit here so tense over 2 or 3 deliveries.
It is, I mean, sort of think, why do you stop for interval lunch and tea and all these things? But they just do create little spaces, don't they, where do you play for lunch? Do you carry on playing as you are? Come back out after lunch, got to get used to things again. So these sort of breaks, they do act little periods of play where I suppose batsmen to some extent are a little bit more susceptible in how they look to go about it.
End of the third. No, one more. Thought they were walking off. The umpire's just checking the crease. Umpire Chantry.
Leach going round the wicket. The Stoneman asked for the sight screen to be moved slightly just to kill that extra few seconds, but the sight screen's here. Pretty major. You can't say, oh, it's suddenly out of place when it's not been previously.
Kick of the dirt before he settles down again, Stoneman. Should be the last ball before lunch. And a dot ball. All eyes on the umpires.
Are moving forward, they've seen enough. So, well done, Middlesex openers. Survived that testing little 3-over period. Walk off the field, having retaken the lead. 3 runs ahead, 10 wickets remaining. Another fascinating session of cricket. And both sides with everything to play for going into the afternoon session here at Merchant Taylor's School in 40 minutes' time.
Extraordinary how big, like I say, they're 4 runs off that first delivery, and then those 18 deliveries. Middlesex lead by 3, they're not down at lunch. It's just extraordinary, isn't it? Everybody sits here and kind of takes a deep breath and thinks, wow, that was important. For Worcestershire, likewise, on the flip side of it, we just ruined that they couldn't have found an edge. Found a little way through just to help them on their way at the start of this innings. Well, we'll take a break here. Play to resume at 1:40. Gus, thanks very much. Very enjoyable again.
Pleasure.
And pretty even Stevens, but Middlesex not down at lunch, leading by 3. They'll be hoping for a couple of good sessions here, at very least in this innings. Try and take it into the third day as far as they can with the bat, and try and set something very, very tricky on a pitch again, which at 188 and 191, both sides are walking off feeling that could have been a lot cheaper for the bowlers. So suggests it should be a tight and fascinating affair for the final part of this main. Join us back, the final part of this match indeed. Join us back at 1:40 when we'll pick up the commentary. But as you can see there, 191 all out Worcestershire this morning. 4 wickets for Toby Rowland-Jones, picking up the last 3 to go. Good effort from him to wrap it all up, and 3 from Captain Mercer. 3 from 40 from his 15. But Stoneman and Robson are out at lunch. We'll be back in just under 40 minutes with the afternoon session here from Northwood.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders.
From now on, whenever I make a trade,
I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
resuming the Middlesex innings, Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Merchant Taylors School. Play about to get underway in the afternoon session of the second day. A match well advanced. Middlesex 6 without loss in their second innings. A lead of 3 runs. Here's Morris to get things going after lunch. He's got Sam Robson on strike. Faced just the one ball, all 17. The 17 others faced by Stoneman. Watching the live stream with Middlesex. Myself, Kevin Hands, delighted to say Nick Friend of the Cricketer is alongside me after lunch. And there's the first ball thereafter. Quick single taken, Robson off the mark, second ball. Stoneman's 18th ball, so 17 of those before lunch for the 3 overs faced by Stoneman. Did a fabulous job for a 6. It was great to have him alongside of the mic yesterday. Great to have Nick with us. Nick, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. It's been a fascinating 4 sessions so far.
No, thanks for having me. Yeah, it has been, hasn't it? I wasn't here yesterday actually, but I mean, even today it seems like the pitch is quiet and silent, isn't it? I mean, it certainly looked easier to bat on than perhaps it did yesterday with 15 wickets falling.
Leave outside off from Stoneman. Yeah, Merchant Taylors School's always a good encounter between bat and ball, in my opinion. 20 wickets by day 4. Summing it up with Angus Fraser this morning, the oddity was it felt like 188, 191. Not great first inning scores, but both fielding sides would have walked off feeling, well, that could have been an awful lot less. But I wouldn't say it was a pitch to be hammered likewise. Middlesex will be thinking, I mean, they'll have no limit on this, of course, but they'll be thinking very minimum 200 setting Worcestershire here. They'd ideally like it to be beginning with a 3.
Well, it's a 1 innings game now, isn't it? It's almost, I mean, obviously having got rid of the deficit in that little spell before lunch, it's effectively our Middlesex batter in this 3rd innings, isn't it? I mean, you'd think that day 3, day 4 on what is effectively a club pitch or a school pitch, you'd think that, you know, as this goes on, day 3, day 4, very dry, it's become tougher to bat on.
Short and away. So he fell in the first innings. It was a pull shot taken at mid-on. Not quite to the boundary on this occasion, but 3 taken by Stoneman. He's on to 9. It wasn't actually that short, so perhaps, well, I was going to say whether he went as much on line that it was, but it actually was straighter than I thought.
You'd say though that what this pitch has had, I mean, certainly this morning with the bump that flew away for 4 byes, there's plenty of bouncing, isn't there? This pitch, plenty of bounce. This pitch. I mean, Umesh Yadav got it through this morning with the 4 byes over John Simpson.
Oh, draws him into it. Robson going a long way outside off to follow that one. And a fine end to the opening over after lunch from Morris, his 2nd, 4th of the innings. Just goes off the surface again. Lots of seam movement yesterday. A little bit of swing this morning. A bit more than we saw yesterday.
It is extremely humid, isn't it? We've just had that little bit of rain during lunch, so you'd think I mean, no one really quite knows what the perfect swing conditions are, but you'd think in terms of just sheer humidity, this would do a bit for you. And obviously, there's a bit more cloud cover today than there was yesterday too. I think, which is a bit of a breeze, which has saved a few of us. That is pretty certain.
So a bit like Angus Fraser, a former Middlesex player, went into the media.
Not sure a few games at under 15 level really count, to be honest.
How are you gonna make the comeback like Gus, managing director of cricket one day? Right up there from Leach, first ball.
That is God, I'm not sure. Not sure the administration of the game would be for me. To be completely honest, to laughs behind me.
Who'd you play with in that under 15 side? Any of them still going?
Yeah, Robbie White. Robbie played my final game. Got absolutely pumped at the Aegeus Bowl. I did. We won, but it was a pretty sort of surefire moment that you weren't as good as the people around you. Charlie Thurston, now at Northants. Adam Rossington was a few years above me. And then at club level, I've grown up playing with sort of half the current first team squad, really. And Max Harris, Ethan Bamber, Luke Holman, Joe Cracknell, which is, yeah, it's really cool to see them out there. And it's sort of, it shows you quite how far away you really were when you were a kid, thinking you might be able to do this for a living.
What do you mean when you were a kid?
Well, you know what? Was Richard Gleeson made his England debut, didn't he, last week? He's a year older than me. So there's still time.
That's only 2 years younger than me.
He's 100 off 1,000, isn't he? Roughly.
Years?
Is it first class wickets? Is that right, or is it all wickets?
I think it's all wickets, isn't it? Gus and I went through this morning, actually, and I'd mistakenly said, he's on 900s for Middlesex and 100s the.
You wiped out his Surrey career there.
What,
You wiped out his Surrey career.
I have, yeah. What career? Tarrant's 1005 and in his 10th spot. I mistakenly thought that Murtagh would have the possibility of claiming 10th spot, which I'm sure nobody would ever go close to again with the 1,000 wickets for Middlesex. But actually, his Middlesex haul is somewhere in the high 600s now, low 700s. But his overall career is
that
up
white
in the
ball as
900s.
well, or is that first class wickets?
White ball as well. How did we get onto this? I'm feeling like we need to get off it because I'm digging myself a statistical hole. Yeah, so it was interesting when he and Yadav's 34 now, combined age of what, 75?
So they're quite different bowlers still, though, wouldn't you, with the 6 years in between. He was getting it through nice. I mean, not that we'd expect anything less, but he really did find some carry this morning, didn't he?
But equally at one point when they're bowling to a 19 and a 21-year-old, perhaps they were nearly, the batters were nearly half the age of the combined bowlers. The beauty of county cricket.
Although you'd have to say that if the runs and the pitches are like this year, well, I mean, in the next few years are more like this year than they have been in the last few years. I'm not sure there'll be that many 42-year-old bowlers knocking around in a few years' time. They might feel like cutting it slightly shorter than spending 150 odd overs out at a time in the field in the hot Aprils as we now have.
Well, it was an interesting one. We noted that it was, what, the 56th over that Middlesex eventually requested that ball change. It must be one of the longest lifespans of any of the balls this year.
Well, as I said, I just wonder whether with the humidity it just meant that it kept moving a bit more than perhaps it has. And I wonder slightly whether, so it wasn't here yesterday, I haven't been on the ground, but whether it's slightly softer than perhaps you'd get at a county ground.
It's back in, but high and going down, I'd guess. It just goes off the surface and very high. Yeah, it was a little bit of the New Zealand part to it as well. It's doing something, so why would you change it?
I think the word yesterday from both teams, wasn't it, was that there was a bit of nip and there was a bit of bounce as well. And let's say how much that was down to conditions and the pitch. I think both teams felt pretty interested, didn't they?
I think the bounce is the one here at Merchant Taylor's. You're always hoping when arriving, or I am anyway. I enjoy quick bowlers, seam bowlers. You're always hoping that the bounce is there for them at MTS, because it is. No matter what how quick or slow the surface is, just that bit of bounce, especially someone like Toby Rowland-Jones, who did indeed end up with 4 for, didn't he? But Helm, I thought, bowled beautifully as well.
I think the height of Middlesex's bowling attack as well, probably. When if you look at the guys in Helm, Rowland-Jones, obviously not so much Murtagh, but Helm, Rowland-Jones, Yadav, you'd get that on most services, let alone one that is actually giving you that bit of extra.
I felt for poor Ethan Bamber, who was left out of this one, because similarly he was left out of Trent Bridge for the same reason. They thought the height of Helm might have just been a difference for them at Trent Bridge, and well, likewise here, Yadav took Bamber's place. He was going to play, I think, but the visa came through in time.
Rare positive visa news for Middlesex this season.
Yeah, indeed, for any of the counties. Worcestershire have got their own at the moment, haven't they?
This is the visa chaos derby, isn't it? Mohammed Hasnain is meant to be here. Peter Milan's meant to be here.
I think there's a few up and down the country that are having issues still.
I've enjoyed watching Hasnain on here as well, because he is quick. Probably, perhaps at where Yadav might have been a few years ago. Not that Yadav's slow, but certainly in sort of. But interesting, I think Hasnain's only played 6 first-class games, so really interesting to see how he fared, and will be interesting to see how he fares when he arrives. I think he's due to be here soon, but Peter Milan was due to be here 3 weeks ago.
Yep. Yeah. Well, certainly this is the 3rd game I think that Milan has missed. And if it quite worked out weeks that way, because there's a week off in between, wasn't there? Single taken. Now that wasn't too dissimilar to the ball that picked up Robson in the first innings. Moved, straightened on him, took the top of off, and he was looking through mid wicket and square leg, and the ball was taking the top of off. Just a few. That was the thing. The oddity of that innings. You so often say, and Gus and I touched on this before lunch, that you wait until both sides are batted to make a judgment. I'm still a little bit confused. I'm almost waiting for the 3rd innings now, because Middlesex was 6 down, recovered to 188. 6 down before lunch, recovered to 188. And Worcestershire walk off feeling could have had them a lot cheaper, obviously. And likewise, Middlesex in return for Worcestershire's 191. But that being said as well, those 6 wickets before lunch, there was a horrific clash for the run out between Simpson and Holt, and that was the end of the 6th 11 without loss. And there were. I was probably being nice, saying there were 2 soft dismissals. I think Gus went further this morning, said 3. So that plus the run out, 6 down, there were a couple of good balls on top of it.
Yeah, and then obviously with Holman and Barnard, you sort of saw 2 guys in that sort of lower middle order. I don't know, maybe as the ball got a bit softer, maybe as it stopped doing quite as much, we're able to sort of rebuild with a couple of handy partnerships down the order. But as you say, it's you wait for both teams to bat on it, and then both teams come out almost neck and neck. It's quite difficult to know what you've learned, really, isn't it?
Oh, Leach gets a bit of bounce there. Glove taken off by Robson. Just nip back in again. The way he put the glove off, well, you'd thought it was the glove. I just wasn't sure on first look whether it was actually the back hip, and it was almost a reaction that, ow, glove came off. Wasn't actually rubbed anywhere to let us know. Oh, it's another good one. Drawn in on that off stump, and we've seen that Suma movement coming back. Robbie White's dismissal yesterday in particular, nipping back to bowl him. Batters from Robson, one of the greatest criticisms that are laid at him is judgment on the off stump, but clearly again with that ball there, you've seen enough seam movement in this surface, and that again has probably been the difference, whereby you're always hoping there is going to be that extra little bit of lift, and an odd one that keeps low. It's on a bad pitch here at Merchant Taylor's. It's not Antigua, circa 90, whatever it was.
It just feels quite strange in the context of this season, the number of runs that have been scored, to have a game where you are neck and neck going to 3rd innings after effectively a day and a half, isn't it? We've been so used to, at this point, teams considering declarations and teams passing 550 and a lot of very, very tired fast bowlers sort of gradually wilting in the field. So it's been quite interesting for both teams almost to have a game like this where, I think to be fair, Middlesex had a similar one at Chesterfield, didn't they, a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. Seven gone, 11 without loss. Stoneman. Let's have strike once more. It's temperature picked up a little bit before lunch and the sun came out. It's just cooled off again with a bit of cloud cover, and that rain, as Nick mentioned in the interval, which I'm sure was a welcome relief. Actually, actually, I didn't look, but you could imagine a lot of people probably sat out in it and thought, "We'll take this."
So people running out of the stands and into the rain, absolutely sweltering.
Edged and put down at slip. Now, that is a moment of great note. That is a big, big moment in the match, you would feel. And Pollock is not going to be the most popular man on that field at the moment. Oh, that's as straightforward as they come. It's never easy. Nothing about the game is easy at all. Let's make that clear. But goodness me, that feels like a very, very big moment in the match. Oh, now not out, says umpire Bainton. There was a big call in the first innings. Umpire Bainton gave Simpson out on one that didn't look good at all. Very, very wide on the crease, that delivery from Morris. I have to say, in terms of adjacency, it was probably a little bit better than I first felt. But the width that he delivered from on the crease, I think, was perhaps the telltale. Which fair play, umpire Bainton. Little inside edge. They're challenging at the moment. It's tense again here at Northwood. Pressure's on. this Middlesex pair, the third innings wobble. Middlesex struggled with it the last couple of years. Stuart Law talks about it, the former coach, that be it day 3 or innings 3, Middlesex seemed to somehow find a way of getting themselves into trouble. Here it's quite straightforward. There have been 20 wickets in 4 sessions. So they're looking to buck a trend here. The pressure is on.
It's a slightly nice situation than it could be, isn't it? And that it is effectively you've effectively got an innings each, haven't they? You start afresh. What was it? 3 runs in it at the start of the innings. Knocked that off with the 4 first ball, and now it's on Middlesex set up a chase on what you'd think will be a day 3, day 4, school pitch. And with the heat we've had, and I think with the number of overs bowled by pretty big strapping fast bowlers on this day, you'd think it will start to break up a bit and become a bit harder to bat on, and the quite steepling bounce we've seen might become something that's a bit more variable. And I think with the way Worcestershire batted this season as well, Middlesex know that if they can set a proper score with their attack, they'll be strong favourites.
Yeah, we talked about the bounce a lot. The other thing here is the slope, which again we've talked about a lot in the first 4 sessions. Going down the hill now, Leach. If there is a little bit of inconsistency in the bounce, and there hasn't been an alarming climb, but there's an extra bit of bounce every now and again. There haven't been grubbers, but there's been the odd one that's kept low. Across the 4 days, you'd expect that would deteriorate, increase the doubt. With the slope then thrown in as well, you've obviously got that natural incline when running up from the lake end, where you'd hope to find extra bounce, or likewise coming down the hill, you'd hope one would just skid on. So all of that usually plays its part at Merchant Sailors. I think the big difference this week has been the pronounced seam movement.
I remember being here in pre-season for I think it was against Essex. Friendly against Kent. And
yeah, there's no friendly against Essex.
And I think there was a breeze. There was a pretty stiff breeze into this sort of the uphill slope, and I think virtually everyone found it impossible to run up that hill and get anything out of it, and even to reach the crease at times.
Well, where it's always been a seamless surface, like I say, I think it was more pronounced yesterday than usually it is. Although usually we're watching square on as we are here, but obviously with the live stream now, we've got a fantastic inline camera to get the replays as well and get a real feel of it, whereas over the years it's always been side on, which is where I was able to talk a little bit more with the confidence of the bounce. But that is plenty of confidence from Sam Robson, and classic Robson clipping off the hips of 4.
There are very few guys on the circuit who hit that ball harder off their hips. It's noticeable a few times at Lords this season when they've had that very short side towards the what side is it? Mount stand. Is Mount stand, isn't it? He nails it, doesn't he? A lot of guys sort of tuck it off the hip. He properly hits it, doesn't it? It's quite an unusual way of playing it. But
well, it's the Sydney days, isn't it? Evolved for Robson, and that's why it's insane. I think it was on with Adam Collins earlier this summer, and
I'm very much on this bandwagon as well.
Yeah, and I'd ended up on TMS a few years ago talking to Jonathan Agnew about it and saying Sam Robson has to go down under this winter. And they had Scott Reed, I guess he was championing Keaton Jennings, and it was Martin Emerson at Durham, so maybe he was championing Stoneman at the time. And I said, look, it would have been Hamid maybe who was... maybe Jennings actually was still at Durham at the time, and it was Hamid. Hamid was being championed by Scott Reed, and I said, look, there's doubts over Hamid with the short ball. Sam Robson's grown up playing on these tracks, and if there's anywhere you don't bowl at Sam Robson, it's the hips, and of course that's where you do bowl in Australia.
No, obviously a lot has happened in the last month or so to the Test team, but I think certainly until that New Zealand series, I mean, you do well to find a better looking opening pair in county cricket than Stoneman and Robson this year. I mean, they've sort of individually just put together a pretty decent showreel of sort of just reminding people what they can do. I mean, Stoneman was pretty unceremoniously dropped, wasn't he? I think he got 50 in his penultimate Test and was never seen again. And Sam Robson, he's only played 7 Tests and he's got 100. And safe to say, if you average 30 in 7 Tests, this last summer, they'd be framing you, wouldn't they?
End of the over, 15 without loss. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, there's just the time factor. He was 24 when he's dropped. He's 32 now. He's grown as a cricketer. He's grown as a human being, Sam Robson. But Richard Johnson put it quite nicely at the start of the season, and he said, well, if England looking for 2 openers, never mind one, Middlesex have a couple of ready-made openers at the top of the order.
Yeah, I bet that was said with a tinge of, please don't take them. But they're just a very experienced pair. I mean, Middlesex's record since Mark Stoneman arrived is pretty remarkable for a team that's in the main struggled in the last few years. I mean, they hardly really lost a game, and so much of that is just will be the calmness he exudes, but not only in his age, but also as a man who's won the championship with Durham and won the championship with Surrey and has played for England and knows his game. And also when Stoneman gets going, there are a few guys who look more dominant, I think, even without playing, without sort of striding down the pitch and the ball over mid-off. There was 100 against Leicester, wasn't it, a couple of months ago, where he just looked completely imperious from the outset.
Probably only that fella on the right there, when he gets going, looks more dominant. Mark Ramprakash sat with Richard Johnson on the left. No, not Dan O'Driscoll, but I heard he's quite good as well. High hopes of O'Driscoll for sure. He's on the far right. Oh, indeed, he's not. Now he's gone. There he is. There's the skipper pulling up a pew. Rory Coots is the club coach in the foreground with the wide brim hat on. So that really is the brains trust, apart from Jade Dernbach. Where is he? The analyst is the man second right. Or the assistant analyst, indeed, before I get a text message from Alex Fraser, who is the analyst with the firsts. But yeah, I haven't watched both of them all season long. And as you mentioned, that back end of the season last year when they won those 3 games in September and then lost down at Canterbury. It's finished second in Division 3. Just missed out on the Division 3 title.
The one no one wanted.
Was it a cunning plan?
I think second was the place to finish, really, wasn't it?
First the worst, second the best.
Avoid that very awkward trophy lift and photo op in front of that banner.
Actually, Mercer lifting that trophy, it would have been priceless to see. Goodness knows what he'd have done.
But it's interesting with Robson, isn't it? And I think more generally with England openers over the years, it's been. I'm speaking to a load of actually the former openers about this, that you sort of work your way out the pecking order, you get in, and then you fall out the side, but that you actually don't fall back into line, do you? You sort of almost fall to the back of the queue, and that I guess is possibly why England have gone through so many openers in the last decade or so, because actually they've not really pushed someone like Sam Robson back into second or third place.
It's almost a case of go away and score runs was the old way, wasn't it? Go away and score runs. With Robson, though, when he was dropped after 2014, the 2015 season, I've never seen him bat so bad. He was shell-shocked. There's no two ways about it. Yeah. He was miles off, just looked completely at sea with the bat. Very
easy to get into that mindset of wondering whether you have to change your game to sort of, I guess, to combat what didn't work at test level. But the risk of doing that, I guess, the risk of combating what didn't work at test levels, that if what you turn to doesn't work at domestic level, then suddenly you aren't scoring the runs that you need to get back in anyway. So it's almost that catch-22, isn't it, of whether you stick to what worked at county level but didn't work at test level to try and push your way back into the test side. But then if you get the runs, then the scouts will be watching you thinking, well, actually he's not learned. We're going to see the same problems again. Or you change your game, try and do something that works in test cricket. But actually, if that doesn't work at county level, then you don't get the runs in the first place to push yourself back into contention. So it must be a really tough balance to sort of fall upon.
Not a tough balance there. Pretty straightforward one. Well, actually, no, it is a tough balance. Which would you go for first? A cold pint on a day like this. Cool yourself down a bit before a bite of the burger. Got the burger van and Chinatown as well in for this one.
Chinatown was excellent. I helped
you tried.
It was really good.
You helped yourself.
Well, no, I don't know.
Careful now.
Sadly not.
That's lovely put away by Robson. Over pitched. Do a long hop from Pennington. But half volley, I should say, from Pennington. It's an interesting one because yesterday morning I thought they went too full, which anybody who's listened to me long enough over the years, that's not something you'd usually hear as one of the ticks in a Kevin Hand commentary. Either bowled too full this morning. But actually, they wanted to find something on that pitch. And through the air as well, just see what it was doing.
It was actually... I was saying to you before, there was Pennington and Bamble were England's opening bowling partnership at it was the 2018 Under-19 World Cup, and I think Imran's saying they've remained pretty close since. And, both coffee fiends, in fact, which is quite topical actually with that on screen.
Well, I was just thinking that actually, funnily enough, on the very, very hot 2 days that we've had here, fortunately there have been wickets because it hasn't been a dozy couple of days, has it? Really, in the heat.
No, well that I do wonder whether that's contributed to a couple of lower scores we've seen this season. And in the championship across the board this week, that it's just very warm, isn't it? And you've either got teams really racking up big scores against fielding teams who are probably wilting, or you've got games that have really moved along because you've had a bit more. I don't know if it's humidity or a bit more movement in the air, or pitches certainly at Chelmsford that were spinning from pretty early on. And I was actually at Wanted Road yesterday for the women's ODI between England and South Africa, and that outfield looks like it's not looks like it's had a bit of sun in the last couple of weeks. If you hit it in a gap, it just seemed to race away, and it was almost sort of quite savannah-ish in colour, which, to be fair, and despite similar weather here, it looks a little bit greener, doesn't it? So it's certainly on the square, perhaps not behind on that next pitch we can see.
Probably what I'd question, and this generally is without knowing the answer but having an inkling. There's been a lot of talk about it. The balls have been not great this year. The pitches have been better. It's been a batting summer so far. Hasn't quite. Maybe it's started to lean a bit too much towards the batting. Is there a feeling across the country that actually we've missed out a bit this year? It's been too batter friendly. I don't think it has. It's been a better summer. It's as simple as that. This is what we want. I can't really think of too many Middlesex matches. I mean, the Nottinghamshire match, perhaps, the Trent Bridge track was a little flat there.
I don't.
Good shot, lovely shot from Robson. Classy for the Middlesex opener.
I don't think it's an issue if you get the odd one. There's no. The reason there's a draw at the end of these games is so that you can draw games. There's a reason it's 4 days and not however long you're going to need, and if that's happening once or twice a year, it's not, or even more than that. It's not a bad thing at all, is it? And to be fair, I think England probably reap the benefits with someone like Matthew Potts, who in a summer where a lot of seamers have struggled to get out of the pitch, had to find a way. And actually, Potts took a load of wickets for Durham in a Durham side where Chris Rushworth wasn't taking many wickets, and Rushworth. And he took 7 for yesterday, didn't he? But I think in a normal summer, that's almost the norm for Rushworth to run up and take wickets. And the fact that for someone like Potts to thrive in a side where someone as good as Rushworth has struggled, I think shows you that actually sort of the cream has really risen this year. I think it really highlights how well Roland Jones and Helm in those first few weeks of the season have bowled as well, actually.
Yeah, and Afridi as well, picking up the top 3 on a couple of occasions.
But no, I think there have been draws. There have been a lot of draws, been a lot of high scores, but there have also been a lot of games where if you've got runs on the board and you work really hard with the ball and you kept on coming, there have been really good wins. And I think if you look at the teams at the top of the division, certainly they are the teams really, say, with the best bowling attacks, aren't they? Certainly in Div 2 with Notts and Middlesex. probably true at Div 1 as well, isn't it? With Hampshire and Surrey's army of seamers, and yeah, I guess it's shown, you know, the size. It's ultimately still the bowlers who win the games, isn't it? Regardless of how many runs. You know, take Kent and Ben Compton, for example. Ben Compton has scored however many runs. Pujara for Sussex scored a load of runs, but I don't think Pujara won a game in his stint with Sussex, unless he was playing that win. I don't think he played in that win against Derbyshire. But really, the teams that have, you know, for all the runs that have been scored, the teams that have got the wins are the teams who've got the bowling attacks that have sussed out a way of winning on pitches that, you know, certainly haven't been as easy to create results on as they have been in the past. But yeah, as you say, I think it's just made for better cricket, and, you know, more 4-day wins, a lot of spin being bowled, but a lot of seamers had to be creative and work on their skills and do more than perhaps they've had to do in the past.
I think it's just I think it's been a wonderful summer. I think it's been good to watch. I really do. As you say, the skills of the bowlers. I was just going to look up the averages for Middlesex, actually. Middlesex lost Mercer that first game, didn't they? So he's not going to have the wicket haul that he usually would, but I bet his average is there or thereabouts as usual. Oh, edged, but no third slip. Not sure what it would have carried. No third either, so it's 4 runs. Stoneman's into double figures. Rode it pretty well. May well have carried, though, 2/3. Yeah, the bowling averages this year. Roland Jones, wow, 37 wickets at 18. Realised it was quite that good for Roland Jones. Live in this match, of course, so it's just come down, hasn't it, with his forfeit. That's why Helm 20 at 24. And then Mercer, average of 32 through his 15 wickets. Very un-Mercer-like to be in the 30s at this stage of the season, but then he did miss the a fair chunk of April and May, where the swing conditions are more favourable. Gets that one away. Now that was how he fell in the first innings. Pulling from outside off. Top edge run off Pennington. Goes the flatter delivery from Morris on this one. Powerful, aggressive batter, as you were alluding to, Nick.
You say there was that swing in April. I think almost the most inevitable draw that Middlesex has been involved in was probably that first game of the season against Derbyshire. It was where, I can't remember, that was when Mercer went down as well, wasn't it?
Mercer went down second ball of that final day. You do wonder, had Mercer been fit on that final day, may something have happened.
Although that was very much sort of the beginnings of what we've seen from that Derbyshire team. Just Shah Massoud.
Well, similarly, Derbyshire, look at it, they lost Ryan Sidebottom on the first morning. So they were a bowler down. They likewise would have probably argued we would have been chasing less had we have had Ryan Sidebottom. So yeah, it was a good game, and again, Shah Massoud, wonderful to watch, and that's been one of the great things of the 2 overseas this year. Something I've always called for: bring back the 2 overseas.
And I think obviously the way that service and conditions have been, it's also meant that the teams who invested in an overseas batter, for the most part, have really benefited, haven't they? Whether it's been Massoud or Pujara or Beddingham at Durham, or Azhar Ali, who's not gone quite so big, but has got a couple of big scores in there, but isn't around this week, of course.
We're just looking to see how Pujara went against Sussex. Incidentally, they've gone past the 500 now. I did just check to see. We've got 46, LBW Ackerman, 535 for 6 now. Carter and Rawlins are both gone 75 apiece, actually. 535 for 6 against Leicestershire, and it's well, Pujara next week at Lords against Yandav, which everybody will be looking forward to. Well, they've gone up for everything there, haven't they? It sounded like there was some little bit of bat involved. Coming around the wicket to the left-handed Stoneman, so there was a lot against it to begin with, but the inside edge was certainly outside the line. Whether there was an inside edge as well or not, as it looped towards a Libby there. Let's have a look. This would be a great shot, actually. Yeah, so whether there was or wasn't an inside edge, again, we'll never know, it doesn't matter. But in terms of the LBW that they first went for, a long way outside the line, and it is tough, the angles to a left-hander around the wicket like that. Better from Pennington. That was almost the helm line and length and lift that Helm was getting down the slope from the Benham end, which was wonderful to watch. And Pennington, I think, a bowler that they have hoped for a lot from for a couple of years, Worcestershire.
He spent the winter in Adelaide actually bowling on, from what I understand, with some real flat ones. So he almost came back pretty well versed for what for what everyone found in April and May. So a deck like this, actually, you'd think he's probably been looking forward to for about a year and a half. One there's a bit in it for him. Both, yeah, I guess with the bounce, is quite a tall bloke, but also sort of a bit moving away from the right-handers, which you saw there.
You'd actually think this Robson would relish this as well. To face him, take on that bounce and seam movement. It's not to say I won't seam back in and take his off stump, or, as it did in the first innings, indeed seam and straighten and take his off stump. But if Pennington is attacking on a slightly shorter length given his height, I'm sure Robson will actually look forward to that challenge. Inside tickle onto the pads on that one as well. Just heard two noises on it. But he won without loss. It's a solid start by these two. Leads 28. Middlesex would very much hope to put a 0 behind that, I would imagine, would be the target. It's a long, long, long way away. Would they take something that began with the 2? I think probably. But again, with these two, you just don't know. If one of them gets in, then the Middlesex can be thinking up towards something around 300, where they should feel pretty safe in the game if they do. Just a single down to thirds. What about Worcestershire? Had a good chat on the others. What have you made of Worcestershire? They've been a sider. Anytime you watch them, you always know you're going to be in for a tough game. They're never going to be a rollover, never going to be a pushover. You look at that game last year at Lords, which Baker got the 50, and they made it tough for Middlesex.
Feels like they're almost sort of back towards the start of a generation, isn't it? With a lot of talented youngsters in there. With Josh Baker, who we saw with the bat earlier, and I'm sure will come into the game a bit more with the ball as the game goes on. Tall left-arm spinner. Obviously, they made headlines earlier this season, and he was sort of Ben Stokes' victim in that game at New Road.
Lovely that Stokes texted him afterwards. I love that. Because he compared it to obviously what happened to Stokes in the final of the T20.
He's a very good young creature. He's still a teenager. He's part of that England 19 squad over the winter at the World Cup that were runners up, and they've got a few others in there who've played in the 19s. Jack Haynes. I mean, Jack Haynes is a seriously good young player, and he got 3. Having never made a first class ton until this summer, he hit 3 in a row a couple of months ago.
Could be a couple. Oh, it's going to be more. In fact, I was going to say could be a couple. That's probably going to go. Just kept in by Libby. And they've taken 3, 35 without loss at the end of the 13th.
No, yeah, Haynes is. He's young, and he's actually he suffered a little injury scare last month, and it was thankfully nowhere near as bad as this was potentially first feared, because those 3 tons in a row gave him some real momentum. I was actually at Chelmsford last year when he got his first list A ton. It was in the Royal London Cup, and for all the talk about what that competition might have become, it was a Royal London Cup 100 against Simon Harmer with Alistair Cook at slip, and it was one of the best limits to over 100 you'll see. It was 150 odd in a game where I think Brett D'Oliveira got his maiden list A ton as well, but no one else really got a run of the game. He's a young player with a lot of talent, and who they've placed a lot of faith in. And but even beyond those two, talk about Pennington earlier. The one they're going to really miss going forward is Ed Barnard, who's off to Warwickshire next year. Obviously, there was a lot of talk about Moeen Ali going back there as well. But I think the one who, in the long term or medium to long term, that Worcester really really miss is Barnard. He's become, I think, one of the best county cricketers in the country over the last couple of years. It's sort of gone from a sort of fledgling all-rounder to a sort of a surefire sort of guarantee of runs at 5, 6, 7, and a pretty handy consistent seamer as well. He's actually become less potent with the wickets as the runs have grown, but I think that is also probably in line with where the conditions have gone in the last season and a half. I think he averages 60 odd since the start of last season with the bat, and the 4 previous seasons to that he averaged 20 with the ball. So yeah, having never made a first class ton until last April, he's got 5 in, I think it's 20 odd games. and I dare say it says plenty for him, given that in Warwickshire as county champions, probably at sort of the pick of the circuit when they were looking through a rounder to replace Tim Bresnan. The fact that they've come straight for Barnard, who's obviously fairly local as a Shrewsbury boy anyway, and a Worcestershire man. And, I mean, yeah, speaks volumes for obviously I think the player he's become, and I think and this, in fact this is in bowling. Just handed, didn't realise that.
Yeah, as much as I was thinking Robson won't mind facing Pennington, Stoneman's got a tough task against both of them out there at the moment, as Robson does. This ball, particularly to the left-handers, the way it seamed across the left-handers, it's been... You can almost take the leg to LBW out of it. They're not worried about almost hitting that leg stump line. They're just pitching outside leg, but still seaming it across. Starts too straight. Looks in the mood though. Mark Stoneman, who's in good spirits when he joined us on the mic yesterday. He's in good spirits, and I saw him before the start today as well. Trying desperately alongside Tim Mercer to disrupt my morning video. Short and away. Nice tuck around the corner from Stoneman. Moves to 24-39 without loss. 14 bowls. Lift again towards the splice from Pennington. Yeah, Worcestershire, they always feel like they're just on the verge of being a very good team. Obviously, a good team as it is, and tested Middlesex again.
They've had a similarly bad blast to Middlesex. You have to say, so they've got that in common.
Two's the call. They settle on one. 40 without loss, Robson. On to 16.
Interesting, because Worcester were Blast champions in 2018. We're a ball away from becoming the first county to retain it in 2019. They've just found that going a bit tougher in the last couple of campaigns. Obviously, Pat Brown had those 2 brilliant years in 18-19. He's just struggled with injuries a bit. Obviously, seen less of Moeen Ali. He's been away with England and the IPL, and obviously won't see any of him next year with him going back to Warwickshire as well on that deal. And they struggled a bit this year, and I think they might have only won once in the end, once or twice, and which is very unlike them from the side that we saw 3-4 years ago.
That lift is why, again, Gus was chuckling about it this morning as much batting first. Yesterday was about the heat. Hope that the bats could hang out there all day and not have Middlesex in the fields on day one. But that lift again, that bounce, Lehman has taken a long pause on this one. Clearly hurt. Just settling himself again, steadying himself. But that bounce, that in the final innings of the match, be it day 3 or day 4, likely to play a fair part. Pronounced move outside off there from Stoneman, more so than previously. Going to the over from Pennington. 40 without loss, leading by 37, and nothing to get carried away about yet for Middlesex. End of the over, 40 without loss.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders.
From now on, whenever I make a trade,
I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
Oh, that's nice from Robson. Doesn't get full reward. He's picked out Libby at backward point, but you can see Robson's in form. He's confident. That kind of flourish. He talks about that 2015 year after he was dropped, where he just didn't look right for Robson at all that year. Just trying to think, was it 2014 actually that, because he was dropped after the
2014 was when he made his debut, when he played those tests.
So is he done by the end of 14?
Yes,
He didn't play
yeah,
in 15.
He played every test in that. I think it was India and Sri Lanka, wasn't it? I think I'm right in saying. It was just after the...
Yes. And then he was dropped for the tour of the West Indies, isn't that right?
Yes, they went with Lythe over him, I believe. I think I'm right in saying.
So then the 14 season was perhaps the season that then followed.
Because Lythe then played the 2015 Ashes. And then he was done, and they went on to whoever came next. And as I say, it's just been... It's funny, isn't it? Because you wouldn't say... I mean, Adam Lythe got 100 at Scarborough yesterday. You wouldn't say that Robson and Lythe are far off still being among the better openers in the country. And I think there's an argument as well. I think it's a really good argument, actually, that... And if you look at someone like Alex Lees, I know he's not got the big score yet, but the way that he's played and the way that he's adjusted his game as he's gone, almost with every test, it's almost, I think there's a very strong case for picking guys when they're of that age, where actually they've had the chance to fail, whether it's in county cricket or in obviously with Robson and Lythe, they've had that first go in Test cricket, and I think very rarely would those guys come back as worse players, because you've had that opportunity to work out your game and to work out how to cope with the scrutiny and the extra pressure and the things that happen in Test cricket that don't happen at Merchant Taylor School in front of however many people, and without the same number of cameras and eyeballs on you.
Nick Friend, the cricketer, alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic. .16 done, 41 on the board. Middlesex be mightily relieved. Those 3 overs before lunch, these two managed to steer through 17 balls faced for Stoneman. The hope was that they'd strike up as big a friendship off the field that would lead to one on the field. And well, as I say, Stoneman seems to have been extremely popular. Almost a Chris Rogers effect. Middlesex weren't quite in the same kind of doldrums when Stoneman arrived that they were when Rogers did. They desperately needed some sort of leadership in the batting. They have leadership, but it's just that experience, that old head, which Robson's just reaching that stage himself. But as I said, it will as much do for Robson as it is for Stoneman, as it is for the rest. Oh, nearly went to that one. He's in 2 minds there, wasn't he? Yeah,
There was a time when there was a lot being asked of a young opener alongside Robson, and therefore I think asking a lot of Robson at the same time.
Yeah, Gubbins had dropped down to 3, hadn't he? And Eskenazi was at 4. And again, they you know, a lot was put on Eskenazi and Gubbins in the sense that they were expected to perform more, but they didn't have that senior player to look to. Robson was having his own little battles at times.
And as I said earlier, just the value of someone who knows how to win and knows what it feels like to win. Because a few of these Middlesex players could be forgiven for having sort of forgotten what the feeling was like at times in red ball cricket and white ball cricket over the last few years. So to have someone who, he was part of that Durham side that won the championship, and then he went to Surrey and won the championship, and so he's played at, as we say, he's played at the top level as well. That can only sort of rub off on those around him, and I think we've probably seen that this year with the entire batting order. I think everyone's got a score at some point.
Now, that's what we were talking about, wasn't it? One that perhaps just does something that's going to unsettle even Sam Robson, such a confident player. On length. Length is never an issue. It's just that line for Robson sometimes that can undo him. Stoneman's a long way down, prodding at the surface, just out of your shot there. He's almost done. Probably just a frame more it would have required. And he was prodding away, but I said there was no dozing on this one. It probably is one of the longest periods without a wicket, isn't it? There was that last hour last night. A couple of partnerships as well.
I was going to say, this is really the third partnership of the game, isn't it? We've had the stand between Holman and Helm. We've had the stand between Roderick and Barnard, and really this is the first time sort of one of the top order have managed to sort of stick around together for a bit.
Well, yeah, exactly that. That was it was the 51 this morning, but that happened in a much quicker time. It wasn't a prolonged period. It was a bit more of a dash from Baker and Barnard. But yeah, from the top order, as I said, there was almost a symmetry to Trent Bridge. As you know, the lower order got the runs at Trent Bridge in the first innings. Stoneman credited them massively that their runs he and Robson were able to pick up upon in the second innings, and it feels as though it's the same way here. Worcestershire will hope very much not so. They want to remove both of these, but certainly one of them very quickly. And again, that's a mark of the class. Talked about Shah Massoud, those 2 matches, almost looking like a Grand Slam player dropping down to a tour event. Robson and Stoneman not far off, as many have observed, and I think you alluded to it, Nick, as well. Quite probably the best opening partnership in the country at the moment. I nearly talked them out. End of the over, 41 without loss.
Certainly on pedigree, I mean, there are a lot of good pairings. A lot of pairings scoring a lot of runs. I mean, Burns and Patel at Surrey have been great to watch this year. Dom Sibley raced along yesterday. He was opening up with Alex Davis, and Shah Massoud's been Shah Massoud. Ben Compton has scored a huge number of runs, and as much as open the batting can be pretty sort of fraught with danger. I think this year against the new ball that hasn't been doing quite as much on pitches that have been pretty true. It's been a real opportunity to cash in, isn't it? And was it Massoud who ran the race to 1,000 runs in the end? It was him, wasn't it? Who got there first?
It's that pretty distinctive pull now. It's the bludgeoning hook or pull that he has, isn't it? A dismissive clubbing effort, dragging it, but it's very much his way. It's not a slant on the effort. It is very much his. He almost steers it, but steers it with power, doesn't he?
Steered that one from quite wide off stump as well, didn't he? Very much. And I guess something that still sort of trust in the bounce of this pitch. That if you get the length for it, most balls we are seeing most balls bounce carry through quite nicely and sort of being able to drag that from probably 5th or 6th stump as Barnard pushed it across him to what I can sort of see looks like a 6-3 field.
Lovely from Robson. Joined Stoneman in the 20s. We've seen that when it's there to be put away. I mean, this is where the swing in this match hasn't been such a big factor. As soon as it's gone full, there have been some glorious cover drives.
Interesting, this, isn't it? Because you'd say that Worcester bowled well enough in this little passage after lunch to have taken a wicket or two, but the fact they haven't suddenly effectively 40 odd for 45 for no loss feels like we're almost at a point in the game where the Middlesex are perhaps for the first time really properly ahead in it. I mean, the game that's really ebbs and flowed since Middlesex won the toss, being 45 for no loss in the second innings with that lead on a pitch that is offering a fair bit, it does feel like quite a significant advantage.
Good response from Barnard. You know, we're discussing it with Gus, just going back to the chase. I mean, look, we know nowadays anything's possible. Absolutely anything's possible. Whatever the target, whatever the time frame. T20's changed everything in that sense. It certainly has had an effect on cricket in that it's made the chase and even setting a target more fun to watch. A few dead games nowadays are there where you think, yep, this one's totally gone. You can never wholly write a game off nowadays. Even in the most dire circumstances, if it's heading to a draw, you still think, well, maybe they set them something if they go for it. Stoneman's coming down to have a chat here to Robson, or maybe he's just seen something. No, he did. He spotted something that wasn't a chat. Bangs hard on the surface of the tone of his bat. But yeah, if you're chasing 180, it's going to be tough on this pitch. But it only takes one batter.
And we've also seen, just with the test team, haven't we, in the last month or so, what clarity can do to you. And of course, we're at that point in the season as well where draws are only going to get you so far, aren't they? I mean, if you've got the chance to get, the chance, I guess winning games at the moment is so crucial, isn't it? Especially with that sort of uncertainty over what the Red Bull structure will look like next year, and I guess the importance of promotion regardless, and I guess the way that Middlesex started before that, before the break for the blast. I mean, we started so well.
Wow, that was dismissive from Robson. Catching up Stoneman now, he's on to 25. Middlesex with a 50 partnership for the opening wickets, 52 without loss.
You'd have to say when both teams would, it's getting very cliche, but both teams would say that a draw doesn't do an awful lot for them. Yes, you don't want to. Yes, if you can avoid losing the game, that's great. But in terms of the bigger picture, and I think the assumption is that knots will go up with one other, isn't it? I mean, so it's a case of trying to sort of cling on to their coattails. And I guess having lost that game at Chesterfield for Middlesex, perhaps this game becomes even more important. But equally, having got those two Notts games out of the way and having come out of them both undefeated, especially where they were in both games on first innings, a draw in a tight low-scoring game like this, I don't think we'll get one, given the forecast for 4 days and given where we are on the second day. You'd have to think that a win for both sides is really the only thing that's on minds.
Up in the air. Gonna go. Gone. 52 for 1. Stoneman's gone for 27. Second pull of the match that leads to his downfall. Pennington has him again down the hill, banging it in short, and Stoneman skies it. The breakthrough for Worcestershire. Boy, oh boy, that'll be a relief for all of those players in shot there. 52-run partnership to begin, and the pedigree of the pair that were together would have really started to worry them. But once again around the wicket, and almost the carbon copy of the shot, the top edge, just where it was taken that changed. Down at long leg on this occasion, and the cry of delight from the field is quite clear to hear. Disappointment for Stoneman, but he's given them a great start, and he did a crucial job before lunch with those 17 balls he faced before the interval. 52 for 1.
It is that short-arm jab we've been talking up for the last 20 minutes that's done in there, but it's also that it's also that extra bounce we've been talking about as well, really, isn't it? That just sort of trying to drag it from outside off stump almost, and big top edge to fine leg.
Innings for Jack Davies. Talked about Davies and White. White was, I thought, a little unfairly dropped at Trent Bridge. Davies goes up to 3 here. England under 19 opener. Performed well in the Blast. Performed well enough in the Blast to show that, you know, they've got confidence that he's going to become a good T20 player for them.
Another who played with Pennington actually in that England 19 side.
Now. Yes, he's gone. Pennington has 2 in 3. And Middlesex are 52 for 2 as Davies has a second ball duck. They were convinced. The umpire's finger, Chantry, went up pretty quickly. Didn't seem to be a moment's pause on that. Must have just felt there was a little bit of bat, unless we both got that horribly wrong and there was a huge shoulder on it. What does it come off? This might give us some idea. No, hard to say, but has it just taken something? Davies, well, he doesn't show any disappointment, does he? He feels it's touched something and he's looked at the pitch instead. Maybe glove onto body.
Definitely some thigh pad involved, wasn't there? It's with it's taking the inside edge on the way through.
So Robbie White, we said it would be a big innings for Davies. His disappointment, it certainly looked like, was the pitch with that one on the last replay, that he looked down at the pitch and looked down at the surface, just a little bit of climb that he wasn't expecting from Pennington. But 52 for 2, lead of 49. Crucial moment here. Robson's still there, but White chopped at Trent Bridge. Milan and Eskenazi to return to this side. Robbie White scoring arc immediately activated down to thirds. Again, he may well be a man looking to ride the bounce he does, and nudger and an erdler, doesn't go hard at the ball, looks to play it late, waits on it. I want to talk him out before he's even got in, but may well be a good foil here for Robson. Middlesex look to build this second innings and extend that lead.
I think this over's almost sort of vindicates everything we've been saying about the extra bounce on this pitch, and I guess the threat of those taller bowlers and the guys who sort of hit back for length.
bluff. Robson looks at the toe end of the bat. Well, that's the thing, you've got to keep them honest, haven't you? Push them back, and then send one in. Remind them they need to get forward every now and again. Robson equal to it, but what an over. A wow at the beginning. I think, like, again, for Middlesex, those two deliveries in 3 there. And the way that Robson and Stoneman have been made to work in these first 20 overs. Leg biter finish, 54 for 2 end of the 19th. The way they've been made to work in these 19 overs now as that one completes, it's taken all of that experience and all of that class they both have to steer Middlesex to this position. You can see how desperately disappointed Stoneman was, because he'll have felt he was getting close to getting himself in on a pitch where you're never going to feel truly in, as we've seen for all the batters.
You'd say, I think if you're of a Worcestershire persuasion, you'd probably say that those 2 wickets give the scorecard the reflection that perhaps the last hour has maybe deserved from their perspective. And a couple of close calls with edges past vacant slit cordons, balls missing the edge. The other one that's sort of scuttle learned, being well kept out by Robson. I mean, I think they'll feel like they might have deserved those 2. And as we said earlier, when it like a 45-run lead with 10 wickets in hand, I think they'll feel slightly happier about the game situation they did about 20 minutes ago.
We were just saying as well that Middlesex, even if they get 100 on the board, let's say they're 4 down at 100, you're only ever 2 wickets away from being in real deep trouble, it feels, in this game, because as 1 becomes 2, it is that kind of track, whereas we've seen the 49 for 5 first innings. Worcestershire, you'd kind of feel that you get yourself into that position in the second innings, no matter what you're chasing, you're in terminal trouble. Terminal trouble? Can you be in terminal joy? Guess you can. Terminal spiral? You can pick me up on air on it, Nick, don't worry. Correct me on air. I'm not precious. No ego here. This is why I never made it as a cricketer, you see. No ego here. I'm never going to be a sportsman. Terminal turmoil. Bold, well played as well from Robson, determined in his defence on the off stump there. He got a good stride in and across and forward as well. Again, a suspect area for him in terms of his judgment that I think a little harshly labelled over the years as having poor judgment on the off stump. Mike Selvey was on the mic yesterday morning, he made the point, look, he's done it at Lords over the years. A few trickier places, with the slope at Lords as well, it always just gives something for the bowlers, even on the flattest of surfaces. Ha! Shape on that. Robson left one-footed, almost the Marilyn Monroe foot up in the air at the end of it.
I think those...
You're too young for that one, Nick.
Just a bit. I think those 1,000 runs he scored last year, as much as that year was sort of written off as a bowler's year, to get 1,000 runs in that 2021 season at Lords, or playing home games at Lords anyway, I think was perhaps almost as impressive as a lot of what we've seen this year from a lot of batters. I mean, he only averaged mid-40s, didn't he? But averaging mid-40s with the bat as an opening batter at Lords, I remember his ton on the first day against Somerset and that was an Overton, Gregory, Davey attack, wasn't it? That was a serious effort. I think I'm right in saying that was the highest county championship score all season at the ground. 313 Middlesex got on the first day of that season, and no surprise it had Robson at its full.
I wasn't going to accept your questioning of the Marilyn Monroe reference, but Richard Evans is sat alongside us, and he's questioning whether it was Marilyn Monroe that lifted the leg. She's famous for the...
I didn't question it. I just sort of
looks vaguely.
It's quite nonplussed, to be honest. I assumed it wasn't directed at me.
skirting the draft, that was it, the Marilyn Monroe. I wouldn't suggest Robson's ever got himself in that predicament, but maybe on a stag do here or there. We probably could have done this on air, Nick, but perhaps safer not to. Not sure it was definitely Marilyn Monroe that lifted her leg when she was kissed every time in the movies now. The flamingo-like Robson, let's leave it at that. And that's why we're not paid the big money, because as Richard Evans says, we're in movie land here in Boreham Wood.
It's more Elstree, isn't it?
Yep, Elstree, Denham. Yep. Sort of in West London, there's Shepperton, isn't there? Shepperton Studios. The Middlesex have brought laughter to the world, haven't they? The Ealing comedies. It's often been dubbed in the Middlesex of batting, of course, but it's an Ealing boy out there at the moment on strike, Robbie White.
You'd think we're coming up to the end of this spell from Dylan Pennington, wouldn't you? It's pretty hot, and it's pretty hot. We've got a pretty warm breeze sort of blowing across the ground when we do get some breeze. Anyway, this will be his 6th over. It's been a really important passage, isn't it? He started with a wide arm volley, but he's sort of ever since then he's sort of honed in on that spot just back for length, and he's put I guess we're back in the balance, aren't we?
The 21st, 54 for 2.
He'll probably run in for 3 more now that I've said that, but he'd be a fit man too, because I reckon 6 overs even down the hill at this point in these conditions is a tough one at the pace he's trying to bowl, and he had a hamstring injury fairly recently as well, so might be time we might see a bit of Josh Baker at some point. We've not seen his spins, have we?
No. And 2 right-handers out there as well. He bowled to Holman and Helm a lot yesterday, didn't he? And Helm gave him a little bit of tap.
It's been interesting to see him bowl because of his height. He's a tall left-arm spinner. We have not got a bowling change.
I don't know what that announcement was, but oh, it's beautiful. That's the ball, that's the line, that's the length. Yeah, the bounce that Baker may be able to extract on this surface could be key.
We only saw one over Holman the first innings, didn't we? But both quite tall spinners. And once again, Holman, another of that under-19 side of the 2018 World Cup.
indifference in the bounce. Holman will readily as a wrist spinner look to as well.
Won't want to be out there bowling today, though. That is for certain.
Well,
even with 50 overs left in the game.
That's the other thing that, you know, if Worcestershire are able to come out on top of this, they've had to bowl in the afternoon session of days 1 and 2 with temperatures hitting 30 degrees. For Middlesex, in that sense, it's fallen nicely. All right, it wouldn't have been that much cooler by stumps yesterday evening. The warmth of the day would have been still there in the evening session, but they didn't have to go through the afternoon and the evening, whereas today they'll be very much hoping they can keep Worcestershire out there afternoon and evening. And
it's certainly cooler today than it was yesterday, isn't it?
Cries catch it, but it's chopped away fine by Robson. Fine for 4 as well. 58 for 2. Was a moment when the sun broke through earlier. Gus was, the two of us at the same time grabbed the mic to say the same thing. It felt as though somebody had grabbed the thermostat in a split second and just cranked it to the right. The temperature soared in that split second as the sun came through.
We're looking at 36 degrees on Sunday, aren't we, which frankly we could all do without.
You got a game Sunday? Middlesex have the day off. I'm not working Sunday, fortunately. A day in an ice bath.
Excellent number of fans knocking around Merchant Taylor as well today. Wherever you're never more than 10 yards away from a fan, which is, I don't know if it was like this yesterday, but I'm assuming someone checked the forecast.
$58 for 2.
Joe Leach to resume at the Benham end.
So, Leach is back, Pennington's done. Hold on, Nick, you can come again.
Can tell a shattered bowler when you see one.
Yeah. We put a couple of wickets on the board now and leading by 60, 6 wickets standing. Worcestershire thinking, look, this goes well, they're only setting us 120.
That Leach to Robson battle earlier was really good to watch as well, wasn't it? The old one that sort of spat and hit the glove.
England are all out for 110 against India in the ODI. Anyone have Owen Morgan's number? Oh, now a run down to thirds. Was he caught in two minds on that, much like Davies in the first innings? Was he trying to leave, or did he fully steer it in the end? Did he stick with it and go with it? May well have done. No. Looking to leave, looking to withdraw. Gets away with it.
He just bowls a very sort of a very just a very testing angle on this pitch, isn't it? Because he's quite wide in the crease. He's always sort of angling it into the right-handers, and with that bit of bounce, we've seen sort of Robbie White trying to pull his bat away there, and Sam Robson hit on the glove earlier, and a couple more as well. They've been sort of surprised by the bounce because he's not one of the taller bowlers.
Let's credit the producer there, that every time the one of the directors at Middlesex walks in, director level, an ice cream is put on the screen. We got one yesterday. It's just a gentle nudge from the producer at the end, I think. The sun breaks through again. Not quite sure it was that noticeable increase in temperature that it was earlier when the sun broke through. Oh, look at that. Highway to heaven. So these pop culture references, is it pop or is it classical musical culture references that you're calling them? Baroque.
I just nod politely.
Baroque culture references. Michael Landon it was, Highway to Heaven, wasn't it? Just say yes.
If you if you say so.
Returning at the late end, Charlie Morris.
Charlie Morris is back on at the nursery end, the lake end. Running up the hill.
Is there some carb powder in that one? Carb powder in mine. Do you mind if I have 2 scoops? Sorry. Thank you, legend.
Nick, thanks for the time. You don't have to run straight away. Alex Gibman's going to join us to the relief of the Worcestershire fans to break the Middlesex stronghold on the mic.
Thanks for having me.
No,
well,
thanks for your time. Thanks for the chat. Well, are you here still tomorrow?
I am indeed, yeah.
We'll see you then. Thanks very much, Nick, friend of the cricketer, for his time on the mic. Good to see him. And, midway through the 24th, change on the mic. Just had a change of bowling with Morris back on. Lips it back into Robbie White. No run into the onsides. change on the mic as well. Welcome, Alex Gibman. Thanks for your time. Thanks for joining us. How are you?
Yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks for having me.
All the better after those couple of wickets, I'd imagine.
Yeah, we needed those. Yeah, we could do with a couple more quite quickly. But no, it's a fascinating part of the game, isn't it?
Absolutely, it is. It's been a game you can't take your eyes off. It always is here at Merchant Taylor's, always a seamless surface. The pronounced seam movement in this one, possibly a little bit more than usual. No overheads to help any of the swing bowlers much. But
yeah, it certainly seems that way. It's been a challenging wicket to bat on, it's from our view anyway so far, and I think both teams would obviously concur with that as things stand. Yeah, a little bit of lateral movement, a little bit of up and down as well. It's made it a challenging wicket to bat on so far.
Pleased with the performance in this second innings. They made Robson and Stoneman work for it, but Robson and Stoneman, a lot of people are calling them probably the best opening pair in the Championship and Even Division this year. So likewise, hard work when they knuckled down as they did. End of the over, 59 for 2. Oh no, he's got through. He's got through. I thought it was the angle we were at made it look as though it was closer, but 63 for 2 at the end of the over.
Yeah, as you mentioned, very experienced opening partnership, and obviously with the ball as well, we're very aware of Middlesex's strengths. And although they've got some fantastic young players and talented cricketers throughout the whole team, especially look at the opening partnership with the bat and the opening partnership with the ball, and you know it's going to be very testing, and they're going to put you under a lot of pressure as opposition players. So yeah, tough guys to bowl to, and tough guys to face with some good talented players throughout the whole team, which makes it a very difficult opposition, obviously.
Angus Fraser was on towards the end of your innings, obviously 188 and 191. It's funny, you wait till both sides have batted to judge a pitch, but then both sets of bowling lineups probably walk off thinking probably could have had that done a little bit cheaper. Which is an extraordinary thing to say.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I think obviously we weren't quite sure what to expect yesterday, so we walk off at lunchtime, obviously really happy, and then shelled a chance just after lunch when Tom came to the crease. I think that would have been something sort of 95-ish for 8 at that stage, which obviously would have been a cracking effort. And yeah, I'm sure that Middlesex as well feel like they probably had a chance possibly to bowl us out for a little bit cheaper. So credit to both bowling groups, but also I guess credit to both batting groups for getting up to those totals in the end.
Oh, it's a beaut.
Still doing it.
Away it goes. Robson left in no man's land on that one. Yeah, towards the, what was it? It was the 56th over when Middlesex got that ball changed. Which
the good old ball change.
Well, it was a good sign for Worcestershire, because that meant not only were they happy with the ball, but they were still getting something out of the ball and off the pitch. So things weren't flattening on day 2, which clearly Worcestershire will hope the pitch maintains through this innings.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where sort of after the first day's play, I guess both teams are kind of wondering if it's going to get slightly easier to bat in or on throughout the game, or for a day or a couple of sessions at least. But from what we've seen in the last sort of half hour or hour, I'd guess the feeling perhaps is it isn't going to get easier. So we'll obviously have to wait and see. But it's going to be, I think, a challenging wicket throughout. I think from what we've seen, certainly in these first 4 and a bit sessions.
Yeah, so it was just an oddity, wasn't it? 'Cause you kind of looked at it and thought, well, both sides will probably feel you could have had it done cheaper. Then with the bat, you also kind of feel, well, probably could have had a few more there as well. So, but that's cricket often.
And I sit here as a coach and always wanting more. More runs, more wickets quickly. But it's one of those where you have to kind of keep everything in context, or try to anyway, and recognise you've got 2 skillful sets of players going head to head, and both obviously trying to outdo each other. And so far, obviously, Sam's played really well. Great character, great guts, and kind of feel like it's going to go one of 2 ways as a batter. You either perhaps try and belt it, or try and survive and guts your way through it.
First look this innings. Goes through one happily. Get on with it for the time being. Oh yeah, let's get on with it for the time being. Jack Chantry. His first game standing, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, debuted obviously Nice to have an old Worcester boy making a debut in some way or another. Shot.
That's classic Robson, isn't it? That push down the grounds. So strong, as we know, off the hips, off the back foot as well, but giving that full face of the bat.
That's a great cricket shot.
The one thing that Gus and I at the end of the morning session kind of could agree on going forward is it felt, you know, in a one innings match, it's also almost a one partnership somewhere. Oh, look at that. What a response from Leach. Fine, fine ball to follow up.
Yeah, one partnership either with bat or ball, I suppose. You could, you know, potentially get that sort of 8, 9, 10 overs with the ball where you might get 2 bowlers that hit their straps, and those sort of deliveries take the inside edge as opposed to missing them. Sort of feel like there could be a 3 or 4 wicket cluster at some stage for either team, but equally, like you say, we have had partnerships throughout the game. Obviously 50 for the first wicket here for Middlesex in this innings, and I think in both the first innings there was at least one 50-run partnership in each innings. So yeah, proof that you can occupy the crease and score as well.
Fine performance by Baker this morning with the bat as well, backing up the work of Roderick overnight and Barnard.
Yeah, Josh is a gutsy young cricketer. He's played a lot. He's only his first sort of full season with us on the pro staff, and tall left arm spinner, but lots of courage, lots of determination with his batting as well. So yeah, he certainly contributed when we really needed him to this year with the bat, with those sort of 30s and 40s down the lower order, and it's been really, really important at numerous occasions for us this year.
Back in again, Robson right in behind that one. And obviously the hope, we were just saying Nick Friend of the cricketer was on before you, tall spinner as well, maybe a little bit of bounce in this one for him also.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, as we know, bowling spin in England can be hard work and pretty tedious at times, but we kind of feel with him he's potentially got that one natural attribute always, which is obviously height, which means hopefully has bounce in his favour on some surfaces, not all of them still, sadly, but you know, when we do need him, he gets that little bit bounce, which is, like I say, just brings that bat pad in at times, which is just that natural attribute which not every spinner has. There's perhaps a slight advantage over some, but he's accurate, like you say, he's tall, tries to spin it as well, so you know, it's great to give him so much exposure at such a young age, and hopefully he's learning his trade very quickly for our sake, and a handy lower order batsman as well.
Picked up a handy lower order batsman for Middlesex, and he picked up Holman as well, didn't he? It was a good ball.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think the one, the lads are saying the one before just turned a little bit, and then that one just skidded on. So I think the one to Mertz turned a little bit out the foothold. So it'd be interesting to see what happens when he gets the ball again. I don't think it'd be long, possibly. I'm not sure. The seamers will be starting to get a little bit weary, I'd have thought. So I'm sure we'll see the introduction of Josh fairly soon.
Yeah, 13 minutes to tea on day 2. 2 right-handers to look at as well. He had to bowl well against Helm, who was being aggressive, and Holman, a left-hander, throughout his spell in that Middlesex first innings. It's title Division 2 this year. Middlesex hanging on for that draw at Trent Bridge. If you'd have beaten Glamorgan in that game, which was a fabulous game of cricket by the looks of it, you'd have been ahead of Middlesex coming into this round, which would have put a fair old bit of pressure on the hosts on this one. But it's just a mark of how tight and how competitive Division 2 is this year. Yeah,
I totally agree. We've had 2 of those. I feel obviously really disappointed to lose that game against Glamorgan, and then the very first game of the season we couldn't take the final wicket against Leicestershire for the last sort of hour and a half. So I feel like we've potentially could have had another win or 2, which would have put us in an extremely strong position. But very, very competitive teams. Obviously, Notts seem to be just moving away slightly from the rest of us, but still plenty of cricket to play and plenty of points to play for. So like Middlesex, ourselves will be fighting for every single point. I think it's getting to the stage of the season where most teams will eventually play each other, and sort of those gaps will appear, and it'd be fascinating to see how the next few weeks unfold. But you know, win or lose, as a coach, clearly you want to win, but you want to see your teams compete and go head to head and play some good, strong cricket, which we've done in every championship game this year, and it's been really good progress for our team.
Yeah, Middlesex pretty happy with life at the moment with their championship team. As I say, Worcestershire could easily have been ahead of them coming into this one, and likewise here it's toe to toe between these two. As it pretty much was at Lord's last year as well. Baker got that crucial 50, didn't he? And Middlesex, I think, topped up with lower order runs as well.
Yeah, I think one thing that stands out about the slightly more experienced teams is executing their skills over a slightly longer period of time, and it's something with some of the younger players that we're constantly talking about, you know, both with bat and ball. You know, for me, Middlesex, outstandingly sort of strong team, but yeah, for us, for some of our younger batters to come in and face, you know, a 4-man attack, which is 3 of which have played Test cricket, is not particularly common in Division 2. So a great challenge for us, and the sorts of experiences that you want your players to go through. But obviously you want to go through it successfully and have success against them. But you know, high quality seam attack with pace and power is a good challenge for our boys.
Stronger suit for both teams, is it fair to say, with the ball in this match? I don't want to put that too much on yours, say it from a Middlesex perspective. Obviously there's, as you said, 3 with Test experience in a quartet of attack, but it's an attack that everybody knows. If you face Worcestershire, you're not going to be led off the hook at any point.
Yeah, you know, we have a slightly different attack to Middlesex. Obviously, slightly less power, less height as well. So different types of bowlers. You know, so we'll try and play to our strengths as much as possible, and try and be as accurate as we can over a long period of time, and perhaps build pressure in a slightly different way. And yeah, I think in this particular game, I'd say that the 2 bowling units probably slightly stronger than the batting units, but that's with no disrespect to the
just
batting
in terms of
units.
experience.
So, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We've had Azhar Ali as our number 3, and for the whole season, has been a major part of our success as a batting unit. Obviously, he's gone back to play some Test matches for Pakistan, and obviously opens up an opportunity for another guy for us, and a really challenging game to come into and do that, but a great experience nonetheless.
Oh, that comes back in. Bit of pressure on this man on strike, Robbie White. Drop for Trent Bridge, back in for this one. Eskenazi will have 3 and Milan will have 4 when he arrives. And the team changes up, but look at that go back. That's the challenge that the batters are up against. Same for White, actually. One of his strengths is playing it late. Really lets the ball come on to him. Don't mind waiting on this ball on the back foot.
Yeah, it's a real test of batting discipline, isn't it, with your game plan, you know, whether it's playing late or being aggressive or looking for a particular scoring shot. It's a real test of how long you can do it for, I suppose.
Whilst monitoring that run rate, Stoneman had a positive start, didn't he, for Middlesex? It's always his way, trying to take the attack to the opposition. 68 for 2 at the end of the 27th. Robson 34 off 73. White will very much look to bat time. Won't go for the Stoneman approach, which is to try and get on with it, try and take the game. Picked up by Pennington in both. All right, and so he picked him up first innings as well, didn't I? I think so. But got him with the bouncer in the second innings. Top edge to Leach at mid-on in the first innings.
Stoneman, yeah.
Pennington just that little bit taller. Almost Helm-like at times with some of the bounce that he was extracting to try and balance the 2 attacks. You're saying the differences between them. Oh, that's good again. Inside edge from Robson.
It's good cricket, isn't it? Sort of feels tight, feels high intensity. Both teams obviously trying their absolute best to get a more concrete foothold in the game. It's neither team letting up at the moment, which is exciting for the neutrals. Not so nice for me as a head coach, but it's a good game of cricket.
Now, throw goes to the keeper's end and they're through. Yeah, Angus Fraser and Mike Selvey were living every ball.
Can happen.
Yeah, that's the one thing with Merchant Taylor School. You know when you turn up here, it's going to be the bowlers are just always going to have the slight edge, which is perhaps better for an outground. I think Middlesex, who play a lot of outground cricket, when there has been perhaps a slightly more batter-friendly outground surface, it hasn't made for great watching. But Merchant Taylor's, it's always just favoured the bowlers slightly.
I think another factor has been the heat. I mean, it's been hard work for the bowlers. It's not taking long for the fatigue to set into the legs and heavy lungs as they're coming in. But we'll see how that has an impact as today goes on for our lads, and then obviously the Middlesex boys when it's their second turn around.
Talking about the makeup of Division 2 this year, Middlesex described Nottinghamshire. I think first 3 days Notts won at Lords, all 9 sessions if memory serves, and then Middlesex won the first session of the final day, and then the rain came down to help save the draw. Oh, pad first for sure, just outside the line.
It looked like it just. Charlie looks like it's been raining, sweating so much.
Looks as though White just done enough to get across.
Yeah, I think that's a fair decision. It's good umpiring. We'll give him that one. Yeah, just going back to Notts, you know, again, a vastly experienced team. Very aggressive batting lineup, putting under pressure, we felt, as a bowling unit. We played them up there at Trent Bridge, and very fast scoring ground, always short one side, and with some experienced bowlers, certainly, like I say, felt like they were constantly putting us under pressure. A good game of cricket, actually. I think Ed Barnard scored a fantastic 100, and we fought back from having I think it's about 80, 90 run deficit after first innings to get a 230, 40 run lead, and unfortunately couldn't quite bowl them out on that final, in the final innings. I think we had about 6 down or something, chasing 220, 230 is another really good game of cricket, but unfortunately just came out on the wrong side.
Oh, gets it through in front of point. White, who out his scoring area, is very much through point, backward skewer on the leg side as well. Often you see him nail that drive, Robbie White, but just got it in front of point. Yeah, Middlesex went to Trent Bridge, and I think they lost the first 6 sessions in that one. But then came back the final 2 days, and rain not required to help them secure the draw, with Robson and Stoneman going well in the second innings there to hold off that strong Nottinghamshire side. But yeah, Middlesex, like I say, the first 3 days at Lords and the first 2 days at Trent Bridge, it was kind of like, yep, they're the benchmark, not just for the division, but arguably the country as well, the way they played last year as well.
Yeah, really, really strong team, and I think when you have talented players who are full of confidence, you know, can just add 10-20% to the performance, and you know, they back each other there to play pretty aggressive cricket, and like I say, put you under pressure both with bat and ball. And for younger teams, less experienced teams, it's a great learning experience and challenges that you want to face. Oh, bold. Still asking questions, Joey boy, coming down the hill.
That's one of the biggest questions of the day. Burger and chips or Chinatown? Or the slush puppy in between?
Gin and tonic somewhere, surely.
There's the answer. think the cameraman wants a cool drink. Yeah. Brilliant. Fortunately, he hadn't zoomed in on the gin and tonic bar, otherwise that camera shake would have been even more vicious. No to beer, yes to G&T. What's been the mantra on this one? You often talk about at the shins, you hear the teams walking out. Middlesex, I know, are often reminding themselves that, especially with the height of Middlesex's attack, that sometimes over the years, bowled a fraction too short. What's been the mantra for this one, for the four-seam attack?
Oh, yeah, I think sometimes when you see a wicket perhaps bounce a little bit more than usual, or carry a bit more, the temptation and subconsciously almost is just to pull your length back half a yard, because it looks nice and it feels nice. Where I guess the question would be, you know, how many balls are actually hitting the stumps, and how many dismissals have you got in play all the time? I guess. Catch it.
Got him! What a catch!
Oh, well done, Joey boy.
Left hand stretches out and grabs the big wicket of Robson. Gone for 35, 73 for 3. They have had to work very hard to remove the former England opener, but a huge, huge catch. And a big moment that is for Worcestershire.
Sam Robson, caught and bowled Joe Beach, 35.
With just a few hints of this morning. We thought one or two that perhaps whether they stopped or...
He has a nickname, the Bison. The Bison's moved quite well there.
Why so? Oh, what a catch. What a catch. Yeah, there was a feeling this morning, there were one or two that just seemed to stop, a few more leading edges this morning.
Yeah, I totally agree. Just some sort of drives that weren't quite getting there, and sort of little chips in the air. A couple of our tail enders unfortunately just sort of chipped a couple in the air, but again, not intentionally, just the ball not quite coming on as we perhaps expected. So yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how the next sort of 30-40 overs unfolds, whether one or two more batsmen can get another partnership of 50-60 plus and sort of take this into a lead that's really, really healthy, or if we're going to hang in there and perhaps chip another couple quite soon. But certainly, I would say fairly safely, no signs of the wicket getting easier to bat on, which was the big question at the beginning of the day, was whether a couple of heavy rollers would perhaps make it easier, but it would seem that that's not quite the case.
And I guess batting last on this one, he'd just take this as it is now. It remains as it is, it remains as it was yesterday. It's probably going to be this way all the way through, so a chase will be tricky, but...
Yeah, absolutely, yep.
Oh, it's a great start around the wicket to Holden.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. We fully expect it to be, but I think we'll have a good crack at it, certainly.
But the point being, this third innings, it didn't flatten for them
no,
before
absolutely.
they set that chase.
No, quite right. Yeah, we fully expect it to be the same. Hopefully not, too much more challenging. It'd be nice if it stayed similar, just so it's been a pretty fair battle for both teams from start to finish, to be honest. I think it's going to be one of those where the team that sort of bowls and bats with the greatest discipline over the probably 3-ish days is going to have the best chance of winning. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I think Gus was quite honest about that. The discipline, he just felt there were a few too many 4 balls from Middlesex. But that's it again.
Gus was a machine who
yeah.
could do it.
And it's also that living each ball, isn't it? That moment you got that ultra critical, as you say, living it as a coach, associated with the club in whatever form.
I think what's fascinating is in low scoring and tighter games, it's amazing how kind of accentuated the 4 balls feel. Every ball's got real value on it, which is again good learning and good experiences, because it really does. A couple of 4 balls together, the momentum can change for 15-20 minutes. Whereas we've just seen there with Joey a really, really good spell, and he's got his rewards, you know, right at, well, not right at the end, but nearly the end of his spell there, I'd have thought, with Sam, and got us a really good wicket. And just when it looked like another partnership was starting to develop, we've managed to break it and open up another end.
There or thereabouts from Baker, good start, just a little too straight, not able to turn him away for the single, but this feels like a big moment now as well.
Yeah, there's some rough there for Josh to bowl into to the left-handers, so you know, we'll see how he goes. I think from memory, he bowled last year in that sort of game towards the end of the season, and I think Max reverse swept him really, really well and played him really well actually. So hopefully no scars from that, and Josh might be able to get the upper hand today.
Yeah, Holden's reverse sweep is something that seems to have become more and more prominent. Big favoured shot of him that he's particularly happy with.
It's amazing how skillful the batsmen are now, and how a shot like the reverse sweep can look as easy as just knocking it down the ground for one. Very skillful players out there.
You yourself were always the positive and aggressive batter. It's amazing how the game has changed, isn't it, so quickly?
Yeah, it's a fascinating sport to be involved in from a coach's perspective. You kind of feel there's a combination and fine line between sort of trying to do the basics and the more traditional parts of the game still as well as you can and as efficiently as you can. But obviously there is this side of the modern and, you know, aggressiveness, all those other parts of the game. Oh, a good shot.
Gets it through. Full value as well. 4 runs to get off the mark.
So yeah, the game's moved on, and it's a fine line, and you, like I say, you're trying to have those right combinations of those kind of traditional parts of the game, like I say, and the new modern parts which every player wants to have in their armoury. So it's not always easy, but it's a fascinating sport to be involved in for sure.
I guess probably, and I hadn't particularly thought this through before, the last 10 years, in the history of cricket, in the last 10 years, coaching's probably never been more challenging than now, because you've got the modern demands of the game, how T20 has evolved. It's 20th season now, but the last 10 years in particular, the way that T20 itself has changed, and changed the first class game as a result as well, talking about the reverse sweeps and how players go about it. Coaches, for everything they've done up to the last 10 years, isn't scrap it and rewrite it all, but there's been quite a sharp involvement, I'd imagine.
Yeah, definitely. I think that one of the biggest challenges that sort of I face, and I think we all do in society, is these sort of the younger generation. They want everything yesterday. They want to be playing for England. They want to be scoring hundreds and taking fifers all the time. And it's sadly it's not a game that's that easy to conquer. No one ever conquers it, but it takes time. But yeah, the patience levels are not perhaps the same as they were a few years ago, which is, there's no issue with it. It's the way the world is, but it makes it very challenging as a coach of a sports team when you're kind of trying to keep a bit of an even keel on things and try and keep everyone level-headed, yet they kind of want things to happen so quickly, both on and off the pitch, and that's I think that's probably been the biggest challenge for me as a head coach, for sure.
At the same time, almost exactly that same time frame, the last 10 years, psychology and the mental aspect of the game as well has changed dramatically, and you see it at Middlesex this year. There is the younger players, a softer approach this season. I think that was perhaps clear towards the end of Stuart Law's time, that Richard Johnson's got a different approach to the way that the players want to be handled. That's pretty much across the board, across the country, isn't it? Which is pretty hard on Stuart Law, because I know when he was brought in, he was given a particular remit, and that was shake 'em up.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I think it's trying our best to have the approach that suits our group of players. It's not necessarily a kind of one-size-fits-all approach. I think you have to understand what your group needs, or you have to try to understand what your group needs, and obviously cater to that as best you can. But within that, every group's not the same. You've got different characters and different types of people, which again make it really challenging, but also very, very enjoyable.
But I mean, from the psychological and mental aspect, up to probably the last 10 years as well, it wasn't even a manual, it was a pamphlet, wasn't it? And probably a one-sided pamphlet as well.
Yeah, I personally love the psychology side of the game. I've done a little bit of studying in it, and I find it absolutely fascinating. Just some of the basics in terms of sort of motivation and routines and preparation and all those kind of things. It is a fascinating part of sport and obviously cricket as well. It's quite a scary world as well, the old psychology part of it. You can go into some pretty dark places, but there's so much pressure on players, which is kind of understandable as to... Oh, well, try, Joe.
Now, it's ended up at points.
Unexpected bouncer.
As I get a clip around the ear from Tim Mercer when I mention it every day, the lesser spotted Tim Mercer bouncer.
Yeah, it's quite a dangerous ball for someone like Joe and Tim, guys that sort of so used to perhaps predominantly the balls being sort of there or thereabouts and the front foot attacking the stumps. I think is a little bit of a change up now and again. It's quite a healthy delivery just to bear it in the batsman's mind that it's still in the locker. Might not be particularly sharp, but it's in the locker, and who knows, the impact of the next ball is the one they're looking for more than anything.
End of the over, 78 for 3. And he probably there isn't an easy insight that you can give to the psychology that you enjoy the most, whether there's tips or pinpointers or headers.
Not sure I'm going to take any tips from me, but no, I find sort of pre-shot routines or pre-delivery routines really interesting, and how I guess for me how easily concentration is broken. So kind of one of the things I learnt doing these little courses was the easiest way to lose concentration is either by dwelling on the past, whether that's a minute ago or 6 months ago, or looking too far ahead. Again, what's the bowler going to bowl, or what we need to win the game, or 2 days, 3 days ahead. So I find that really interesting, and sort of talking about staying present, and I think that's really, really important particularly from a batting perspective, but as a team as well. Trying to stay in the moment, play what's right in front of us or them. So I find that really interesting, and how the impact of breathing, how that can help with those sorts of things. So yeah, I think there's loads and loads that can be covered, but trying to keep it as simple and as basic as possible when it comes to the conversations with the players.
Mentioned the breathing one there. 2 spinners for Middlesex, Chris Green and Tilan Wallaluita. Green did it first, with the Wallaluita followed Green. But it's all, and then I noticed it the other evening where they've got it from. I think it's almost Cristiano Ronaldo. Before he takes the free kick, he does that deep inhalation, lifts the shoulders, then just lets it all go, and then steps forward to take the free kick. Green and Wallaluita do it before every single delivery. Yeah,
and whether that's a conscious thing or subconscious, who knows? I'm sure it is part of their sort of trained routine, and whether that's through work with a psychologist or just their learnings as they've got more experience, who knows? But it's yeah, we're all sort of searching for that consistency in our approach, and obviously the impact that consistency can have on that particular delivery, and that's what we're all trying to win, isn't it? That one ball, whether it's red ball or white ball, trying to win that next ball and be competitive, always be as competitive as you can for that one delivery, and then move on to the next.
If there was one piece, if you went back to the beginning of your playing career, and from a psychological perspective, thought I wish somebody had said that to me right back at the beginning, is there one in particular that you could pinpoint?
Oh gosh, it's a tough question to be put on the spot with. No, I think one of my
nice shot, gets it away.
I think one of the mistakes I made, or I know I made, was I didn't practice the ugly stuff enough. And what I mean by that is, it's in order to try and play a higher level of cricket, things like practicing against faster bowling or short bowling, high quality spin. Could have always challenged myself to be slightly fitter, slightly healthier at times, quite a big fella, and it was easy for me to stack on a bit of weight quite quickly. So I think practicing and becoming better at the ugly things, I call them, could have been something I could have done better. Not necessarily psychology, but I guess that's just.
Yeah, I was wondering. That was probably all that meant was just, is there something that you read and thought, you know what, that I really like that. That's the kind of thing that I'd really like to get the message through to the players, or would have actually gone back and told a younger me, as you were reading it or studying it. 83 for 3 ended.
Yeah, and like I said, that's probably the main point that I can remember. As a coach, I think you've either got your experience to become a head coach or a first team coach or whatever sort of coach. It doesn't have to be a head coach, but I think you go one of two ways. You've either got perhaps international experience as a player and you've kind of learnt it from being there and having those experiences, or you could hope to become a successful coach by being honest about your own careers and those things that you learnt that perhaps you could then implement or hope to implement within the group that you've got. So yeah, I personally have no issues with being pretty honest about my own career. I was very, very lucky, played a huge amount of cricket, but equally made some mistakes, made some bad decisions, and it's for me, it's about trying to use those bad decisions or those mistakes I've made to try and help some of our players. Doesn't always happen, but like I say, some pretty harsh lessons that I had that I think could be quite useful for younger players these days.
Oh, now it's just gone down the slope a little. Now, what did that do? Just slide down the slope a little?
Kept it a bit low by the looks of it.
Yep. And again, any given slope that can happen, can't it? Hove here, but haven't been many in this match that's probably been the most pronounced, certainly the closest to the stumps where it's been that pronounced, I think.
Yeah, I think the one that's probably the most obvious one in terms of indifferent bounce was probably Dylan's delivery to Davis, I think it was, who came in number 3. I think that looked a pretty vicious delivery. They've been few and far between, but that certainly looked like it bounced quite considerably from a fairly full length.
Yeah, Davis had a good old look back at the pitch on that one, didn't he? They've been relatively few and far between, though, haven't they? The ones that have really misbehaved, and in terms of leading to a wicket as well. As you say, probably the Davis one was the main one.
Yeah, definitely. I think Brett's bounced a little bit yesterday from Toby. I thought it was a good delivery, but other than that, it's the ones in between. And I think it goes back to the psychology of the sport, doesn't it? From a batting perspective, is accepting there might be one in there, but what impact you allow that to have on the rest of your innings and the balls between. And I guess that concentration thing I just spoke about, looking too far ahead or dwelling on the past, how much of an impact do you allow that to have on your game? So it's certainly a challenging mental game for the batters in this instance. It's perhaps a slightly different mental challenge to a flat wicket where it's just a question of concentration. It's that strength of character to play each ball on its merit.
Iga Swiatek. What ranking is she, Richard? Richard, the tennis number 1. Quarter-finalist at Wimbledon this year, the world number 1, but travels every game with a psychologist. Richard's just tapping me on the shoulder to say now, which again, it's one of the big changes, isn't it? Every single game, every single tournament with a psychologist that inside, which. And that's one of those sports as well. Tennis, isn't it? It's an individual, and that's the great balance of cricket, isn't it? It's a team game played by a bunch of individuals.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of the challenges that again we have as coaches. It's that that difference between the two. You've got the individual aspect and the selfishness and the greediness, which you kind of need, but then equally you need that team buy-in, and the team collectiveness is probably, well, certainly more powerful than the individual drive, but you need an element of both for sure, I think. Nice length, Josh.
Yeah, he's landed it well from the off here, hasn't he?
Yeah, and I have to keep reminding myself as his coach that, you know, he's only, what's this? This is our 9th game this year. So I think, give or take, this is his sort of 13th, 14th game, and still very, very inexperienced.
Yeah, 2 young spinners this match. Holman's 21 now, picked up a 10 for last year down at Hove, 20 years of age. Stephen Finn for Middlesex had done it a week earlier as a 20-year-old than Holman, the wrist spinner. But as spinners go, though, Baker and Holman very, very young.
With complete respect to Luke, I think if it was a choice between who I was facing as a 20-year-old, either Holman or Finn, I think I'd rather face Holman. But no, he's a very talented young cricketer. I thought he batted really, really well yesterday. I guess early on in the game, high pressure situation to go and occupy the crease he did with some wickets sort of tumbling around him, and to drag his team up to 180 odd, I thought was really impressive.
Now, through to the gloves. There's a question asked. Clearly hear the ball slapping into the gloves from here. It was just whether there was that second little noise on the way through.
Little bit of turn.
End of the over, 88 for 3. 100 shy of what they managed in the first innings. Middlesex, they lead by 85. There are 5-6 overs to tea on day 2. Game well advanced, 23 wickets through already.
I'm sticking with you till tea, so from my perspective, it'd be great if there was 2 more wickets on when they walk off for tea.
How many of your claims in this spell? Is it one? You got one, didn't you? You just got the breakthrough of...
Yeah, when I sat here, yeah, Joey got the wicket. Yeah, I'm going to be really greedy and ask my boys to get 2 more wickets before tea. That would be great. I'm sure every single Middlesex supporter's going, no, none, thank you. But 2's fair, I think.
The Worcestershire fans will be delighted you've joined. Much appreciated to give the perspective from the other side. It's always great to see and hear both sides. Watching on, it's part of the beauty of this game, isn't it? The very different angles you can watch from, even just around the ground, and see something different, feel something different.
Yeah, it's a tense game, isn't it? It's good. I think sort of feel the value of every run at the moment, and then equally wickets as well.
Now, what did that come off? I was distracted by the ice cream that Jack Davies has managed to find from somewhere as he walked past in front of us. I missed the deflection. Was it off the hip from White?
I didn't see it, actually.
You saw the ice cream too. From 50 face now for Robbie White. He really will look to bat time here to bide his chance to get into this Middlesex team behind John Simpson as a glovesman for many years. Actually got his first chance in Richard Johnson's first stint as interim coach, it was back then. That's nicely played. Confidence from White into the 20s.
Yeah, nice shot. A little bit short from Ed. A little bit of width, unfortunately. Nice little punch off the back foot.
So again, that's the interesting thing, weighing up the pitch, again weighing up both first innings. Batters have pretty much got full reward for their shots on this one, haven't they? And likewise, bowlers have had to work for the wickets. It hasn't been many gimmies across the well, now into third innings. Run out for Middlesex, of course, is unfortunate on the first morning, but bowlers have had to work. They have had to probe and think about it.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a bit of a mixed bag, hasn't it? It's been some, both coaches, I think, and both groups would probably say there's been some soft dismissals, and there's been some really good bowling as well. Like you say, a run out. Yes, it's still kind of finely poised, and you're kind of not quite sure which way it's going to go still.
End of the over, 35 gone, 92 for 3, 4 to tee on day 2. Alex Gidman alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic here at Merchant Taylor School, the live stream association with championship sponsors eToro in the top left there for the stream. Scan the QR code if you want to know more about the partnership. Taking out the leg slip on this occasion for Holden.
Josh has just started a fraction short. I think he'll be just trying to push his length up there, probably just by a foot or two, just to try and force the batsman to play him off the front foot, I would have thought. The one thing that most spinners pride themselves on, I think, is being hit off the front foot as opposed to the back, as a general rule of thumb.
I think it'll be interesting watching White here against spin. A nudger and a nerdler by trade, Robbie White. Does like the ball. Does like to let the ball come onto him from the quicker bowlers. Just trying to think how much I've seen of him against spin over the last couple of seasons. This will be a test against Baker. Especially with Baker's height, if you can get the length right against White and ask him to get that big stride in, which perhaps isn't naturally White's game. Oh, wow, look at that. Well, you talked about the one to Mercer that came back in through the gate, and Baker's got to do it now against Holden as well. Gone for 8, one at 94 for 4. One ball left of the over, and what a ball that was from Baker.
Max Holden bowls Josh Baker for 8.
Oh, that has turned. Really good ball.
Yeah, it's not too dissimilar at all to the line and the length that he hit against Mercer for that ball, and obviously very different. Bowling it to a number 11, but Holden drags himself off. He's been done by a good one there.
Yeah, it's one of the things we spoke about before the game. Obviously, Middlesex do have a lot of left-handers, and sometimes at an outground like this, the footholes and the rough can just occasionally just rough up perhaps slightly quicker than a county ground, just for the stability or the stability in the surface and how quickly it can disintegrate just around the foothold. So we're kind of hopeful that perhaps Josh might have a little bit to bowl into for those left-handers as the game's gone on. Although it's accelerated pretty quickly, it would seem that there's just a little bit out there for him to bowl into, which perhaps just gives us something for him to target, because there's still obviously Simpson coming in now and then Holman again next. So a couple more lefties for him to perhaps have a slight advantage to, possibly, from that end, which would be good from a Worcestershire perspective.
You got 2 of the 3 you wanted in your spell on the mic.
Yeah, now one more before tea and I'll put this down as a successful stint. The lads can thank me. They can buy me an ice cream. So.
Middlesex will be zipping up the tent. You can't come back after the interval.
Yeah, I'll come back, yeah. And I'll disappear when we're batting.
Good over from young Baker. 94 for 4, end of the 36th. White 23, Simpson the new batter, and Holden gone. 91 the leads. Middlesex will be desperately hoping they can put a 1 in front of that now. Gus's talk this morning was just something beginning with a 2, please. But right now they'd certainly just take a 1 in front of that 94. Trouble in the first innings. They'd lost the 7th, just past the 100 mark, I think it was, or 96 for 7. One thing that they do have in their favour, much as Worcestershire did, as Middlesex found out at Lords last year, they do bat a long way down. Again, you wondered whether it would be Robson if he was going to dig in for this innings and they'd bat around him, but perhaps that man now White. 56 balls faced. Must be somewhere approaching the number that Robson faced now. Robson was 79, so still a bit off for his 35. Stayman faced 62 in his 78 minutes out there for his 27. Actually slowed up a little bit because I think he got rapidly to 20 well ahead of Robson, didn't he, Stayman, and then was slowed down.
Yeah, Stayman always looks to put you under pressure, doesn't he, as an opening batsman, and I like that. It's obviously comes with a slight element of risk, but I think as a bowling unit you kind of feel like if you miss, he's going to take advantage, which is quite little in swinger or 3/4 seamer just trying to run it back in. It's a really effective ball for him.
It's the one that got White in the first innings, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Bowled Barnard for 2, 18th delivery. Tense again at MTS. It's been a game, as we've been saying, you cannot take your eyes off the whole way through, but every now and again there's just a little crank up of pressure, a little moment where you think this is a big couple of overs. What, 14 deliveries left to tee.
Yeah, it's a great test of the batting group that deals with the pressure. I think at the moment, obviously the pressure's on Middlesex, the poster score, but under no illusions, when that time comes for us, it's going to be the Worcester boys under pressure to obviously try and chase them down. And as I mentioned, it's going to be the team and the individuals that manage to keep the discipline with their own individual game plans for a sustained period of time. And
no ball calls on that one. 96 for 4.
That doesn't help.
Using 2 more deliveries at White in this over. Oh, right up there. White went with it. Or gave him an extra delivery, I should say, rather than 2 more.
Can't recall too many no balls in the whole game, actually, I don't think. Couple for maybe a bumper. I don't think there's been too many front foot ones, which is good.
Which with the hill here, it's not the most, it's not quite Hove, is it? Running down the hill at Hove from the Cromwell Road end, but still a hill nonetheless to come down, which can lead to an overstep now and again. .37 gone, 34 remain on day 2, 96 for 4 Middlesex. They lead by 93. 2 overs to tee, and it is genuinely a case of counting down these 12 deliveries, be it from a Worcestershire perspective or a Middlesex one. Can Worcestershire find one more before the interval? Should happily have them tucking in. So I don't think they'll be too dissatisfied with 4 in the session at this stage.
No, I think as well, obviously, with respect, the top order batsmen as well. So, you know, four big wickets for us, and just gives us a slight opportunity to keep applying pressure to one end as the afternoon goes on.
It's pretty much the way it was laid out, I think, by by Gus this morning. It's going to be somewhere around 188, 191, 188, 192, whatever to win. Just shoots away off that inside edge down to fine leg. Gets Simpson off the mark with a single. Yeah, something beginning with a 2 was what he said. He'd be happy at that point, but fine margin in a low-scoring game, isn't it? Even something 160 chasing. If you lose a couple early, it's a tester.
Yeah, it certainly will be. I think if I was in Middlesex's camp, I'd be thinking anything 150 plus, and you've got a good chance. Obviously, from our perspective, you feel that that's a couple of good partnerships, and you've got a really good chance of winning ourselves. I mean, we were on the wrong end of a chase against us only a couple of weeks ago, where we probably subconsciously felt that the game was well within our reach, when Glamorgan needed 340, and before we knew it, it was sort of slipping away from us, and found it really hard to get the momentum back. So it certainly can happen.
Swept hard by Simpson, swept for 4, 100 up for Middlesex in the second innings, 102 for 4, lead by 99. He's a dangerous customer, isn't he, Simpson? If he does hang around, we're looking at White, and he'll dig in for it. Holden will look to try and back time as he did as well, but Simpson's scoring rate's generally pretty strong.
Yeah, a really dangerous player, you know, vastly experienced, and obviously some international exposure, albeit with the white ball. So dangerous player. It'd be interesting to see if someone with that approach on the wicket, how much success they have. I think there's certainly a shout. That's a really good way to try and accumulate your runs is by being more aggressive and obviously calculated, but playing to your strengths and see where that takes us. But yeah, it'd be interesting from our perspective if Simpson gives it a go. It might be something that some of our boys perhaps try and follow, but we'll see.
Oh wow, mind your head, umpire. Just slipped out from Baker. Simpson, a powerful bottom hand that he has, finds another boundary down the grounds. Baines unfortunately alert to that one.
Yeah, not Josh's greatest delivery, but we'll let him off.
He's still a teenager. Started that one a little bit more to end the over, didn't he? 6 to go, 6 deliveries to go until tea on day 2, 106 for 4. Yeah, Helm tried to give Baker a bit of tap, didn't he? But Baker responded well.
Yeah, he's got real good character. I mean, obviously there's a degree of sort of inconsistency, which is completely understandable for a bowler of his age. You know, playing consistently in first-class cricket. So there's going to be days where perhaps it doesn't quite come out as he wanted, but it's no different to a batsman going through a learning period and making some mistakes, not quite getting things right. So we're really pleased with how he's progressing. But one thing for sure with Josh, he's got huge amounts of character and determination. He's a fierce competitor. So you kind of know that if it's not quite going right from an execution point of view, you know that mentally he's right in the fight and fully engaged, which is a good characteristic to have, especially as a spinner, I think. Another late finish, that is for sure.
What time is it now? Oh no. Went straighter, forcing him to play, but just a little bit too full with it as well. Nice shot for him. White down the ground, sort of big scoring area for him. Scoring up very much the same. Recover backward of and all the way around square leg. Just went straighter with that line, which I'm sure White would have been looking for. It's just the fullness of length as well. Trapped the bat down nicely on it. was better. Whipped it back in. It's the balance of wanting the batter to be forced to play, but you do score off the stumps, of course. I was going to say if you needed to nip back, you could go a ball or two early, but of course you're sitting waiting for this last wicket before the interval.
I've got everything crossed.
Not moving anywhere for
everything
two
crossed,
deliveries.
hoping. One more before tea. Nice little change up.
Deep square and long leg are set back. Had that mistimed one from wide a couple of overs ago that ended up a point along the floor.
Yeah, sometimes it's surfaces that are a little bit up and down or not quite consistent in the bounce. Cross-batted shot's not always the easiest to execute consistently.
There's T.
Oh, I have to settle for one. Oh well.
Two in the spell,
Two in
though,
the
for
spell.
you.
I wanted three, but there we are.
There we
are.
I better let you run pretty quickly, hadn't I? For the team.
Yeah, I better shoot. But
Thank you kindly for the time. It was much appreciated. Great to have you on. Really good.
No worries. Thanks
and
very
good
much.
to see you again. Good luck.
Cheers, guys. Thank
Rest
you.
of the game, rest of the season as well. Thanks to Alex Gibbon. Thanks for your company as well through until tea today. We'll be back for the evening session, which promises to be a pretty important one. 110 for 4. The lead is only 107. Another couple of quick wickets after tea, and Middlesex will very much be feeling up against it. But Robbie White's batted extremely well. 69 deliveries for his 28. Simpson getting that boundary away as well. But 4 down in the session, including those 2 former England openers. Snowman first, Robson as well. So plenty to play with for both sides still here. Middlesex will be feeling they need to double that lead somehow, but Worcestershire will know. A couple more on the board and they'll try and get through the tail quickly. Join us back just under 20 minutes. Play to resume. 4:34 here at Northwood.
To kindly stay off the playing area, part of the ground regulations here. In the interest of safety and security, we ask you kindly to keep your bags and belongings with you at all times. Any bags found unattended may be removed. We have some updated scores for you. A lot of cricket being played around the country today. At the Oval, in the 50-over one-day international with India, England has been bowled out for 110 in 25.2 overs. Jasprit Bumrah taking 6 for 19. India, in reply, are 44 for no wickets. At Taunton, in another 50-over international, South Africa made 318 for 9. Janneman Milan 103. In reply, England Lions presently 124 for 1. In the LV County Championship, Division 1 at Chelmsford, Essex made 310 in reply to Gloucester's score of 136. Alistair Cook 145. At the Rose Bowl, Southampton, Hampshire presently 249 for 6 in reply to Warwickshire's 217. At Canterbury, Kent are 181 for 4 in reply to Northampton 303. At Southport, Lancashire are 47 for no wicket in reply to Somerset's 446, in which Lewis Goldsworthy made 130. And finally at Scarborough, Yorkshire now out for 521 against Surrey. Adam Blythe 183, Johnny Tattersall 180 not out, Surrey presently 71 for no wickets. In the second division at Chester Street, Durham are 216 for 8, in reply to Derbyshire 283. At Sophia Gardens, Cardiff, Nottinghamshire presently 250 for 4, in reply to Glamorgan's 318. And at Hove, Sussex have now been bowled up for 588. Tom Alsop 150. Leicestershire are 31 for 1 in reply.
he'll like that.
As long as you know.
Yeah, good man, thank you. That's good to know.
Yeah.
That's totally off, thank you.
Very, very light, but it's not enough.
Cheers, pal, thank you. Ready?
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders.
From now on, whenever I make a trade,
I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
Captain Brett D'Oliveira leading our Worcestershire. And resuming the Middlesex innings, Robbie White and John Simpson. 32 overs remaining in the day. Again, a quick reminder that a set of keys have been handed in. If you've lost your keys, they can be recovered at the Middlesex shop at the Benham end.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Merchant Taylor's School, Norfolk.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Merchant Taylor's School, Northwood. 110 for 4 after 39 overs, Middlesex in their second innings. They lead by 107 in a tight and tense game here.
Returning to the late end,
Where,
Charlie
it
Morris.
couldn't be more in the balance after 5 sessions. It's well advanced, 24 wickets. It could advance considerably in the next 32 overs this evening. It's a little bit more overcast tonight, a little bit of heavier clouds, a bit of wind. It's not quite the bright sunshine and the scorching heat that we had of yesterday. It hasn't quite hit those heights today. Middlesex will hope there's a bit of tiring in this Worcestershire attack, though, as Morris will get us going again. John Simpson on strike on 9. Robbie White has batted well for his 28 from 69 deliveries. But Simpson, as we heard from Alex Gibman, the Worcestershire coach just before tea, could well be key in this innings. If he starts to get going, then Middlesex can really drag themselves quite quickly towards 200 if Simpson starts to tee off. So how he approaches the evening session will be interesting. How he'll be allowed to, or if he'll be allowed to, by this Worcestershire attack. He's in the form of his life with the bat, and they'll know that well, that he's a danger man. So 4 in between lunch and tea. Robson and Stoneman managed to get through a difficult 3 overs, which Stoneman faced 17 of those deliveries before lunch, and then came out and managed to put it together quite nicely for a 50 partnership for the opening wicket. White and Holden were going quite well after Davies departed with a lifting delivery from Pennington. He was gone for a second ball duck, but Holden, White, and now Simpson, with White holding things together. Nice line and length again from Morris, right on the spot to Simpson. And I think everybody that's been on the mic for this one has pretty much concluded that there's enough in this pitch that you leave it on the top of off stump. Not far for batters to go, and not far for bowlers, or not long for bowlers to wait to find chances. Consistency, the key for bowlers on this. For batters, just trying to get the basics right and give themselves every chance on a tough surface and wait for an error in line or length. Oh, just a little bit fuller from Morris. It goes through. Simpson drawn into it. Let's have a look at the surface. It was that little bit fuller from Morris, with a little bit of width on it on this occasion. And the two together just tantalising Simpson into a drive that perhaps just wasn't quite there. It hasn't been easy for the lefties on this one. The seam movement away from them has just left them hanging a few times, looking for a ball angled across them outside off. Oh, that one lifts. Simpson rides it just about in the end. There's a little look at the pitch, surveying where the ball deflected towards. On ball to go the opening over after the interval. This one's just full of length to Simpson and eased away into the offside. I was wondering whether the umpire was calling no ball there. He isn't. 40 overs gone, 110 4-4. You're watching the live stream from Middlesex in association with eToro, the stream partner for the championship. If you want to find out more, head to the QR code, which you can scan in the top left corner there. Delighted to say joining me after tea on day 2 is Danny Warren, the regional director for Sunrisers. Danny, good to see you again, and good cricket here at Merchant Taylor School. I know you guys spend a lot of time too.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me. It's great to see some cricketers wearing whites for once. It's not something that we have much of in our game, so it's fantastic to see that, and the ground set up looking as wonderful as it is at the moment. So it's very different to last time we were here training a couple of weeks ago, where it was scarcely a person in sight, full of a load of school kids, and definitely no stands in place. But we enjoy coming to this place. It's a fantastic facility.
Nice to see you're wearing colours though.
Well, I thought I'd just show off some of our new merchandise.
It's new, is it? I like it.
Well, we figure that we're old enough now to have some stock and be able to sell some bits and pieces. So do get to some of our home games where you can pick up a few little bits of Sunrisers merchandise. We'll get the plug in early.
Nicely done. 110 for 4 here. Pennington coming down the hill from the Benham ends, where there has been that extra bit of bounce down the slope, which has upset a couple, troubled a few. Run away by White, just a single. Again, he will nudge and nurdle as much as he can. 29 from 71 now for Robbie White. Baton's got to be on the move. You see in the background there, the left-handed, right-handed combination. And this man here has batted phenomenally well this year for Middlesex. Soft hands from Simpson, that was the key. We were talking about giving themselves every chance. Soft hands, the angle bat, try and play close to the body, get in line, all the little basics that batters just have to do on a pitch that's served up 24 wickets in the 3rd session of the 2nd day.
It's one for the purists, isn't it? But you were talking about where you just plugging away into the basics as bowlers. It's no different in shorter form of cricket. That actually we're working all the time with our girls on just threatening those stumps as often as you can, and try and get as much out of the pitch that you can. So I think it's been great to see. You get the impression that every run will count here, don't you?
Yeah, exactly that. Every single run. Anybody that's been on the mic so far, Angus Fraser, Mike Selvey, Alex Gibbon just before tea, they've all been hanging on every run, every wicket. All just appearing so crucial in a tight match, a fine match. Well fought one as well between two teams towards the top of Division 2. Tailing back in to Simpson, a good leave. Pretty hopeful, trusting the bounce on this one, where if anything it's climbed a little bit more than kept low. But of course down the hill you can never wholly rely on leaving it on length on any given surface with that kind of decline. The seamers are running down, even someone as tall as Pennington. So often when you do get a little bit of seam movement as well, the ball can bounce unexpectedly, whether it's keeping a tad low or picking up. Tightly in behind that one, Simpson. End of the over, 41 gone, 111 for 4. Sunrisers back in action on Saturday.
We are. We're on our home turf this time round, so we've played 2 games so far away in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint 50 over competition, but we're back at Chelmsford Saturday to take on Western Storm. Again, hopeful that if we can do those basics well and put together the game and plan that we want to execute, we've got a great chance of beating whoever we come up against.
I know you're happy with the pickup in performance levels at the T20. What about the 50 over so far?
I think it's again being a case of slightly, so close, but not quite getting over the finish line. We saw a Radlett we managed to get over the line there in the game that we last sat together at Kevin. But the weekend was a slightly tough one to take. We were chasing a pretty slow score in 195 and gave ourselves a little bit too much to do with number 9 and 10 at the 9, 10, 11 at the crease at the end. But there's a lot of heart in there. There's a lot of fight. There's a lot of opportunity to reflect. And the great thing is we get to go back out and do it again this weekend, and everyone's hungry to put right all the wrongs. But again, performances are there. It was the bowlers' turn last weekend. We just need bowlers and the batters to turn up in one go.
$100 on the horizon as well for many of the women around the country as well. Have their eyes on starting soon enough. It will be on us before we know it.
It will, and it's probably really important for us to make sure that some of our players get a little bit of time away before going into the chaos that is that. So we've got 7 of our girls going along to be part of that, with 3 of them going to London Spirit in Naomi Datani, Amara Carr and Grace Scrivens. Maddie Villiers is at Oval Invincibles. Jo Gardner's moved down to Southern Brave this year. This is really testing my knowledge as well, but I'm going to keep going. We've got Absa Maqsood, who's up at Birmingham Phoenix, and Cordelia Griffith at Manchester Originals. So there's a good smashing around the country. We've got plenty of teams to support as a Sunrisers unit, and hopefully we'll come away with a trophy in at least one of their hands this year. Not to mention Laura Marsh being at Over Invincibles again, so staff are going as well to be involved.
Misses out on that one, Robbie White. Over pitched at the end of the over. Again, it's not a big scoring area for him in front of square, just watchful of his work. Robbie White, 111 for 4, the lead for Middlesex. Oh, they'll still want to double it from here, really. Maiden over as well. That one. Of course, the other thing that's coming up, the Commonwealth Games. The first appearance for T20, first appearance for the women as well.
Absolutely, and I think the whole game is really excited to see how that goes, to celebrate the platform that cricket's going to get, women's cricket in particular. Obviously, I know the England girls are really excited about the unique experience you get with tournament cricket.
Yeah, they played, I was looking at it the other day, South Africa won the only other time that cricket was played, but one, it was 50 overs, and 2, it was men. There was no women playing. I can't remember which Olympics, which Commonwealths it was, but it's the second time that it'll appear.
Yeah, to get the women out on that platform is going to be brilliant for the game. We saw last year what the 100 could do to get people to watch watch our sport to see what women can do, and it's going to be absolutely amazing to see them up at Edgbaston filling out the ground with a new audience again, supporting the England women who over this summer have had a fantastic series as well.
The next step will be the Olympics.
Definitely will, won't it? I think that whole show and the platform globally that gives you will be amazing for the sport, not just in the major nations, but to be able to welcome in a few more of the associates. I think what we've got this time round is 8 countries. The West Indies have had to work out which of their islands to send, but you've got a lot of the major nations playing, whereas if we can get into the Olympics, you can open that up in a way that will really bring the game global.
It's interesting, isn't it? The hundreds exposure of the women's game has undoubtedly been the absolute standout achievement of the 100. But for the game itself, you know, in plain sight, the Olympics and the Commonwealths have always been there, haven't they, to try and expand the game. Particularly in Africa, I guess, with the Commonwealths as well, where, you know, there was an uptick, wasn't there, for a long while for African nations. Kenya, Zimbabwe was always strong. Scoring area for White, putting it onto his legs. He will happily twist and turn and steer that ball away. Nicely timed, he's into the 30s. Ball to come at the 43rd. Interesting thing will be if this ball does soften. No 2 balls ever are the same. Middlesex was the 56th over of that Worcestershire first innings when they went for the ball change and got it at first attempt. Oh, that's a lovely response. That's what Pennington's capable of. Drawn a long, long way forward to that one and across. He'll be happy with the stride he got into it, a long way across to it as well. Bounce to him for him as much as anything. 116 for 4. Danny Warren alongside myself, Kevin Hand in the commentary tent this evening. And yeah, championship fixture here that I mentioned with Alex Gibbon before tea. Had Worcestershire won a game, it looked as though they were heading for winning against Glamorgan, then they'd have headed into this one ahead of Middlesex. So plenty to play for between these two. If Middlesex can come out on top, they're just putting a little bit of space between themselves in second and the others. Oh, that dies. Simpson called through for a bye. Not much Roderick can do about that, and he's hurt as well. Just seen a little bit more of it now today on day 2. Those balls that have kept low. There have been those throughout that have kicked up with a bit of bounce. Nothing too alarming. There's one on the stumps for Sam Robson. He managed to dig out earlier. But that one, yeah, not a grubber, but up the hill, up the incline, and it shoots through really, dying on the keeper. And then next ball up onto the splice. Well, that's what Worcestershire will be facing themselves. White plays close attention to the sticker on the front of the bat there. It was up around the kookaburra where the ball struck. You could hear the noise on it. 114 the lead. They themselves will feel at least 80 away from anything where they'd start to feel confident. Worcestershire on the flip side, they'll be thinking 40 runs, come on. 2 quick wickets and wrap up the tail, 40 runs. Oh, now that came back in. They haven't had a short leg in, and I have wondered, especially to White, who, again, that tendency, the way that he plays it, whether it's worth just bringing somebody in under the helmet. Prods away at that surface, but Worcester will be pretty pleased with what they've seen so far. They know they're going to face it themselves in the final innings of the match. But they need it in this innings as well, just to keep that target down. It's going to be a tricky chase, whatever it's going to be. just seems away, but starting wide. Yeah, going back to what we were saying, I mean, the Olympics is the key, isn't it? I remember Adam Gilchrist when he was with Middlesex. It was probably sometime around 2011, 2012. So yeah, coming up to the London Games, and he was talking about 2024, 2020, which never materialised. That was the big hope, wasn't it? Could cricket be wedged in to the 2020 Games? The feeling is, if it is to get into the Olympics, it's going to be a T10, so that they can get through the Games quicker, which I don't think any of us would object to, just getting it into the Olympics being the key. That exposure, we've seen the growth that extra exposure can give when it comes to the women's game, just for the game itself, globally. The exposure of the Olympics would be massive.
I might be wrong here, but I think there's talk about 2028, which I can't, again, I know we're Paris in 2024, aren't we? So it will test my knowledge where the Olympics is going in 28, but I'm sure there was some discussion around that. And
top ball turn the over, 44 gone, 117 for 4. I thought you were going to say it's going to test the French cricket pitches to get it in for the next one. Of course, where it all began, the French tell us. Cricket. Yeah, Richie Benaud. LA in 2028. I know, certainly from the trips that I've had to America, the expat community alone in America is huge, huge interest. Often talks about it. You fly into Newark in New York, the one that's, well, it's more New Jersey, isn't it? Newark, if you've flown in there, that you actually descend over 3 or 4 cricket pitches. Nice from Pennington around the wicket to Simpson. There's clearly a market for it, and there's often been a want. Florida, I think they've tried a couple of times, haven't they? Fort Lauderdale, in fact, the man who sat next to us today, Richard Evans, is a Fort Lauderdale resident. Delray Beach, similar part of the world. I'm not going mad. There is a stadium out there, Richard confirms. Just inland from Fort Lauderdale, but yeah, that was always the big market, wasn't it? Could they crack America? Well, the Olympics would be one way to try it. And again, LA, you'd imagine there as well, there'll be a big expat community. Bounce again from Pennington around the wicket. He's frustrated with himself that it's a lot of energy, in particular in this heat outside the off stump, to serve up a loose ball. Won't pay the price for it, but it's just the energy used.
There's been a lot of investment going into women's cricket in America. I remember it was probably 2019. They brought a team over here, played an MCC game against them actually over at Newhall School in Essex, and the side coached at the time by Australia's Julia Price. Really had some great homegrown talent in there.
That's nicely done by Simpson. Races away through mid-wicket. Hard chase given by Leach. It's just going to be dragged up by the mid-wicket, getting their first cornel. Simpson's run 3. He's on to 13. Middlesex 120 for 4. Well,
with some expats scattered across the team as well. If I remember rightly, it was New York that they had a lot of their players coming out of, which was brilliant to see. I think we won one game and lost one game, so it was really good to see their development. And one of the English girls now has moved over to play for her country of birth. With Tara Norris taking over. Has taken up as one of their players, so it's been great to see her there. She was at Fairbreak earlier in the year, which has been brilliant. Again, more exposure for USA cricket and opportunities. Hopefully, as you say, it's a brilliant market to try and get into.
Of course, it was women's football that really cracked the football market in the end for the Americans, wasn't it? don't think they're quite going to need the women alone to help them do it with cricket. I think they've got a good enough audience spread wide enough to do it as a team effort. 45 gone, 120 for 4.
Definitely, but if you think about women's sport and how it's going at the moment, you mentioned the American football team, the soccer team as they would call it, but yeah, the current European Championships has really blown women's sport into the nation's hearts at the moment. The 8-0 thumping of Norway yesterday. Just
have you
showing
been along
how
yet? One of the games?
I'm going Friday.
Where is it?
St Mary's, so England, Northern Ireland.
England, Northern Ireland on Friday at St Mary's. Managed to catch Germany against Denmark at Griffin. Well, it's not Griffin Park anymore, is it? But Brentford the other evening with the kids. They absolutely loved it.
There's a bit of a crunch game at Brentford tonight, I think. Spain and Germany are playing off, and it's likely England will play the winner of that. So, just plugging all women's sporters. We're here to make sure that we just get out there how fantastic these female athletes are.
The Germans look good, as they always do. Danes gave them a bit of a, not scare at the beginning, but they were standing their own for a fair bit, but eventually it told. Both teams standing their own here. Who's it going to tell on first? That lead of 117 is useful at this stage for Middlesex. It's something, but on the way that 24 wickets have gone in 5 and a bit sessions now, you just feel you're never far from a little spot of bother. Again, 2 wickets on that scoreboard now, which is an old adage, but on this one, on a pitch where the average for each wicket, I should probably work it out quickly, the average for each wicket is pretty low. Then you put a 6 on that last column.
Conversation at tea was really around that 200 mark, just trying to get up there. So we have seen a fair few middle order and low order runs come across in this game, so there's definitely a target in sight there that can make a real game of this going into the potentially final day tomorrow.
20.7 the average for each wicket so far to this stage. So targeted 200, 4th innings. If you keep the average of the match across to the 4th innings and you chase that down, fair play. But yeah, very much 200. If they could get to that, Middlesex would feel they're very much in the driving seat. Now this man will get them there quickly if he gets going. They can't serve up too much to Simpson. Middlesex, I'm sure there will have been that in their mind as well. Don't get completely cowed by the pitch, by the circumstance. If there's a bad ball, put it away. Morris dropping short. Simpson makes no mistake. When they had Paul Sterling, Middlesex, they always said, be it a championship game, well, be it a T20, it was almost 10 more minutes of Sterling, but in a championship game, they'd say, oh, if only we've had 30 minutes more of Sterling. "30 minutes of John Simpson now would be pretty useful." 27 deliveries he's faced, so he's been out there for over half an hour already. Got himself into some extent on 17. Again, nobody's ever fully looked in on this surface. Robson and Stoneman had a 50-run stand for the opening wicket in this innings. Holman batted really well for his 62. Barnard, Roderick, Baker adding to it this morning for Worcestershire. Short again. Simpson hooks again. And 4 more it is. 128 for 4. The John Simpson effect could have a fair effect on where this match heads. Beautifully done by the Middlesex wicketkeeper. India completing a 10-wicket win against England at the Oval. Beautiful start from Pennington. Now, inside edge from Robbie White. That's just kept a fraction low again. I'm going inside edge because I'd imagine that they would still be going up right now if there wasn't a little bit of bat involved in that. Probably outside the line of off. Oh, goodness me. That's outside the line of off for sure. But was there an inside edge? Because I reckon surely they'd still be screaming now. Hoping that a former pair, Jack Chantry, put one up.
They'll be wishing they had DRS, wouldn't they?
It was almost as though they were looking at each other there to say exactly that, I think. I'm sure, as you say, that had gone upstairs had they had the chance. Yeah, India 114 without loss in the 19th over, wrapping up a 10-wicket win against England. Anyone got Owen Morgan's number?
Well, it's two very contrasting games of cricket, aren't they? The positivity of their run rate versus just having to dig in here and just really do the hard yards. There's so much time left in this game that it's great to have that battle between the ball and the batters. And very traditional cricket. It was about a year ago that John Simpson was putting on his England shirt for the first time, wasn't it? Thinking back to July 2021.
Yep. Whether it was, I did mention it, well, I'm not sure whether I mentioned it to him, but we were just talking about his form this year in an interview, and he said, sorry, distractions at the back of the box. He said maybe it was that, you know, that England chance that actually spurred him on that little bit more at his age. If he were a batter alone, you'd almost say he was in his prime now. But because he's a wicket keeper, you kind of question, oh, well, how's his back? How's his hips? How's his knees? Oh, lovely ball to end the over. Danny, thanks for now. You're off for a brief respite. Although I don't know how much of a respite it is. You've got the fan next to you here. Where are you going to go and shade yourself for a little while? I'm
going to go for a quick wander and see what food concessions we have around here. The ice cream I hear is very highly recommended, so I'll come and report back afterwards.
Have you got your staff pass with the discount? .128 for 4 after 47. Then the lead's 125. White 33, Simpson 21. So I'd say Phil Davies joins us here at MTS. Head honcho at MTS, I've just been told, which I'm not going to let you off without that being passed on. It wasn't you that introduced yourself as that.
No. I'm
first team coach.
Yeah, the director of cricket, Ian, who's currently on a cricket tour in Spain with the first team, might be a little bit disappointed. I'm sure he's listening out there, but no, I do help run the first team here at Merchant Taylors.
Down the track comes Simpson, and down the ground goes the ball. 4 runs down the ground. Lovely shot from Simpson, and it seems to be a little bit more intent after tea here from Simpson, knowing that, again, talks about half an hour of Simpson right now, and well, even 20 minutes of Simpson if he keeps going at this rate could just take the game away. Hit him with the spin. He'll have seen what Baker did to Holden, getting that one to turn back in and take the top of off. Well, the head honcho's in Spain, so you're absolutely right to claim his title.
Yeah, my official title would be Head of Sports Science, which is academic PE to the layman, but yeah, in the PE department, but yeah, cricket's the main focus for myself.
Single clipped out to deep mid-wicket for White, onto 34. They're thinking two, they've got two comfortably, in fact. Now, one of the main reasons we've got you on is to find out what's going on with cricket at MTS for Middlesex, because the link-up is growing between the two.
It is indeed, yeah, hot off the press. I think the Bursars just signed the contract to confirm that the new indoor cricket centre is to be completed and work started on it in September.
Just a single nurdled. So this is the unofficial news that we've had for a while that we can officially say now.
Yeah, one of the.
Are you breaking it? Middlesex have allowed you to come on and break the news.
Yeah, well, Nick Latham, the development officer, sent me over. I think he's hosting in the tent at the moment. But yeah, no, it's probably the worst kept secret in MTS history. But no, so we're really excited.
Well, not outside MTS though, probably inside MTS, yes. But
correct, yeah, but we're really excited that we've got that project up and running.
We'll see if we can frame up in a moment where the indoor school's going to be built. 136 for 4.
So yeah, no, we can't wait for the indoor set up. He's got me on camera, but no, the indoor centre is going to be 5-lane indoor centre. Obviously, Middlesex play all of their junior cricket here on Sundays, so we're obviously excited to be offering a little bit more in terms of their winter provision. Obviously, they have the marquee here from February onwards as well. So, you know, pretty much all year round training facilities at Merchant Taylors now.
The marvellous Middlesex marquee, which I think even BBC London News came down and filmed in the marquee of Middlesex just a few years ago. Middlesex would have been one of the first, wouldn't they? Was it a particularly bad February or March one year, or was it? There was also the COVID year, where it was when it was quite crucial, of course. But I'm sure it was around before then, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. And I think the bad year you're referring to is when the top blew off. Or there was the snowstorm, one of the two. But
it wasn't. There was a particularly bad year, and that was how it came about. The indoor tent. The indoor tent.
The indoor, outdoor. Well, the tent. No,
it was inside out when the top blew off.
Yeah, well, it's certainly been going on since I've been here. So this is my 4th year at the school now, and it's again just another amazing facility that we're able to offer, and you know, it's a big part of our relationship with Middlesex, and for our boys to be able to train on grass in February, March is just really important for us as well.
Yes, it's been quite the evolution. Because of course there's the outdoor nets, which will be hopefully replicating the slope at Lords. Nice shot, straight to Leach.
Yeah, and even the slope here is obviously replicating of that. But no, the indoor cricket centre is going to be definitely the jewel in the crown for us here. Five lanes, state of the art surfaces that take spin, seam, full run-ups, video analysis. Yeah, but you name it, bells and whistles. You know, it's been a long term in planning, and we really can't wait. And we're so happy that we've been able to get the contract signed.
I mean, to some extent, Merchant Taylors School has been Middlesex's second home for a little while now, hasn't it? Radlett is as well for the second 11, but for the first, the facilities with the outdoor nets. But the announcement today, the confirmation today of the building of the indoor school here for Middlesex. For Middlesex, for Merchant Taylors School, but the partnership is key with Middlesex.
Yeah, and you know, Richard Ayling should get a shout out here. He's the king here, we call him, because he's so great with everything that he does. To get everything ship-shape.
The head groundsman, Richard Ayling.
The head groundsman, Richard Ayling, and his cricket specialist, Scott Patterson, and the rest of the team. But Rich, he loves the idea that the Taylors is a training centre for Middlesex. Obviously, they will play here. They play second team cricket here for the rest of the summer. But again, throughout the whole of the summer, the juniors, I thought I saw a couple of juniors. I think that tonight's their net night as well. So it's constantly a buzz with Middlesex cricket here. And like we said, you know, hopefully now we'll see some of the first team boys for winter sessions as well.
End of the 49th, 137 for 4. Phil Davis is the first team coach here at MTS, talking about the confirmation today that the indoor school is to be built on this ground, which will be used dually between the school and Middlesex County Cricket Club. Those outdoor nets we knew about already to be reformed to replicate the slope at Lords, crucially for second 11 players for Middlesex ahead of making their debut, because many of them, in fact all of them, whenever they make their first team debut for Middlesex, they've never played on the slope at Lords, so they've had no basis to form a foundation of connection with it until they actually get out there to for the first 11 and feel it. So there's the shot over the back of the temporary stand.
Yeah, just if the camera holds it there, just over the back of those trees there to the other side of the hockey pitch is where the cricket centre's going to go, and it's obviously going to feed down, and obviously the nets, as you can probably see there, they're the artificial ones with the grass ones next to them as well.
Are they coming out or they will remain? Those
the grass ones I think are going to stay as well, but I think they're looking to install a new bank. It's also going to kind of meet the needs of some of the school stuff as well. So there's going to be a balcony built in and a function room, so the balcony is going to overlook the hockey pitches there. So that's going to be a really nice facility to host people for hockey as well.
Oh, the function room, that sounded like an invite to the opening ceremony, the opening dinner. Media men always know where to think first.
Yeah. Great stop. I think we might be able to stretch that far for all you guys do for us, I should say. Yeah, there's going to be some classrooms in there as well, and yeah, so it's going to be a great facility for the school as well as the Middlesex. I'm not sure if you're aware, but we currently operate our winter program for 900 boys out of 2 quite dingy old nets above the sports hall. So actually the time spent with some of our cricketers isn't that well used in those 2 nets.
Now he's gone. Baker gets one to straighten, says umpire Bainton, as it beats the inside edge. Left arm around to the right-hander, beats the inside edge of that front foot defence of White's. And 5 down, leaded by 134. White gone for 37. He really did bat for his life out there and the life of his side in this second innings. 104 deliveries. We'll have another look. Baker just getting it to do enough to straighten and take that leg stump, in the opinion of umpire Bainton. I don't think there can be too many great qualms. I think fair to say leg stump would have been in play on that one.
Yeah, I think they call that plum, don't they?
Incoming batsman, Luke Holden.
One spinner to another. Luke Holman managed 62 in the first innings, top scorer in the match still. Comes out to bat at number 7, the lead of 134. Even if he could manage half of that 62 now, it would put Middlesex into a pretty decent position. Simpson scoring well at the other end, 26 from 36, but well, Robbie White was looking really to be a mainstay there for Middlesex through the innings. He'd done a lot of the hard work.
I was chatting to Richard Ayling, the groundsman, before coming on, and he seemed to reckon anything maybe within 200 runs is game on here. So, you know, if Holman and Simpson can scrabble around to 200 lead, then I think we're definitely going to have an interesting day 3 in our hands as well.
Yeah, I think if they can get over 200, then Middlesex are going to be very disappointed that score the well, they've gone for what, 188, 191, and then coming out and scoring 200 to win it. Surface that's always been sporting for the seam bowlers here at MTS. Always a good game to come and watch.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit different. It's a little bit different watching professionals run down the hill than the first team lads. Don't quite get the same carry as some of the lads do here.
Last ball of the 50th, 137 for 5. Oh, bit of bounce. High up the outside of the bat. Holman will pick up a single to get off the mark. 138 for 5, so White gone. 126 minutes. Just batted a minute longer than Sam Robson, who faced 79 balls for his 35. White 104 balls for his 37. The top scorer in this innings. Worcestershire had 69 from Barnard, the highest scorer in the match. Holman 62, of course, the highest score for Middlesex in the game, but Barnard the highest scorer in the match, that unbeaten 69. Crucial it was that Middlesex wrapped it up around him earlier this morning. The applause as Baker heads down towards deep third. Holman on strike, Pennington around the wicket to him.
Pennington's been really impressive from our view down in the hospitality tent today. He's certainly,
is that the hospitality view?
That's the one, yeah, that's where we've been sat all day. Hard life that it is on school holidays.
Was it with great effort that they had to get you out of there to come and do this stint?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. It's just serving the tea and scones, so.
Cry catch, short of long leg. Holman, like Simpson, won't hang around and let Worcestershire bowl at him. If they do drop it in short, if they do go for something. So that's a little chat, Pennington, I think, with Holman as he goes back past him. But Simpson likewise there in shot. He will be positive. Short ball's picked up a couple, including Stoneman twice. Very nearly picking up Holman as well with the top edge on that.
Really well directed that, wasn't it? Straight the left side of the head, and wasn't ever quite in control there, was he? I don't think, but
it's bowled well, Pennington. Grunt of effort as he releases that to Simpson.
Yeah, certainly operating the taller bowlers from down the hill has proven quite helpful. Obviously the excessive bounce there as well, and just a little bit more carry, as is always the way down here. You tend to have your quicker bowlers coming down the hill, and your line bowlers as such tend to come up the hill here a bit more.
Four wickets in the match for Pennington so far. 2 for 41 from 13 in the first innings with one maiden. Picked up Mark Stoneman and Jack Davies, and in the second innings this is his 12th over. 2 for 25, and he's picked up Mark Stoneman and Jack Davies again. Just straightening on Simpson. I said that here on the mic, the coaches that have been on, the management that have been on, have all been living every run, every delivery. Pennington as well.
It's certainly been a game that you just can't take your eyes off. It's literally, you know, something every few minutes is happening, and that's such a pretty action-packed game, really. Wickets had good pace in it, which is really helpful, and actually sometimes outgrounds aren't well known for that. So I'm pretty pleased with how it's playing here at MTS.
Catch is the call, and catch is the dismissal, taken at seconds. Simpson's gone for 26. And they've picked up the danger man for Middlesex this season, the gun batter so far. Simpson heads back, his 40th delivery, gone for 26. And, well, look at the joy, look at the delight for Worcestershire. They'll know just how big that wicket is, just how dangerous Simpson can be and has been in this innings so far with his positivity. Pennington putting it up there outside the off stump, and it just nipped away from him, and well held. Very, very well held at second slip, and Pennington delighted. And Worcestershire, I'm sure, mightily relieved to have picked up Simpson. 26 from him. He will know that he's given his side a good chance, a jolt here, but there's still a bit to do. 139 for 6th. The lead is 136.
Looked like he just got stuck ever so slightly there with his footwork, didn't he? And just Pennington got one to just hold its line, maybe just nip away ever so slightly, and a good catch taken by Jack Haynes, who is familiar to a few Merchant Taylors boys. He was at Malvern College, and when we reached the T20 finals down at Arundel a few years ago, should I say. I think he took our opening bowler for 22 off the first over of the game, and they went on to win the trophy that year, needless to say. But so yeah, it's nice to see some familiar faces playing first-class cricket out there.
Toby Rowland-Jones, a new batter. Bad and ball straight away for Rowland-Jones. End of the over. Haynes with the catch, Pennington the wicket. 3 for 25 he's got now. Playing a crucial role.
Quite an imposing shot first ball, that wasn't it? Yeah.
Well, you wonder whether Rowland-Jones at this stage does play with a little bit more freedom, rather than, again, we talk about it so often now, Rowland-Jones at 8, whether he just bats a little bit more within himself up the order. Whether now in this match position, Middlesex look at the 4 wickets they have standing, what can they muster with the 4 wickets? They'd certainly take 50 runs from here. And the lead approaching 200, wouldn't quite get them over the line, that.
Yeah, maybe one batter chancing their arm to see if they can see how quickly they can get themselves to a competitive score. But you perhaps feel if another wicket here, and then it's really, well, Worcestershire's game to lose, essentially.
I think Holman, as long as Holman's there, Rowland-Jones would probably look to play straight and be a little more conservative in his approach. Holman's having an excellent season with the bat. Or not for Simpson having the best season of all with the bat, you'd almost say he's the burden of Simpson. Let him go at 7, and Holman at 6. He's batting that well, but Simpson's on top form this year. Could well be a useful 26 come the end of the innings, end of the match. But it certainly feels like it needs topping up. Another 50 or 60 from somewhere Middlesex will be desperate for now. This is what Gibman talks about, though. 6 down, try and get through the tail, and maybe you're looking at somewhere around 160 to chase.
Yeah, and is Baker here for Worcestershire's just starting to find a bit of a rhythm here, isn't he? And he's been buoyed by those couple of wickets.
Full toss, and put away. Commentator's curse. Well done, Phil. You can stay.
Attaboy, yeah, well done.
140 now, the leads. In fact, it's another slow left armer who's a former MCS pupil, who was the last to make it through to first 11 cricket, Ravi Patel.
Yeah, Ravi, yeah, great guy. He's doing a lot of coaching here at the school, so he's giving back to his old school and still playing a little bit for Hertfordshire, I think. Real great role model for some of our boys to look up to. Been through the system, very knowledgeable.
Nice line, nice length. Nicely played by Holman. 52 gone, 146, 143 for 6.
So yeah, Ravi, one of the army of coaches we have here who we get into to help us out with our summer programme. As I mentioned, and come back to the cricket school, we operate our winter programme out of 2 nets, which really just doesn't mean we can get enough boys cricket at the school. So, you know, we can get our A teams a lot of training during the winter, but it's those lesser teams and the A's and B's, sorry, the B's, C's, D's that miss out, and actually the new cricket centre is just going to transform the way of what we can offer them. And you know, we've had a really a very generous donation by Julian Hill after who the cricket centre's named. He was he was a C team cricketer at the school. Yeah, he was an avid C team cricketer, so no cricketer of repute, but he very generously donated £1 million to the cricket centre. So, you know, we love the idea of, you know, how much we can get boys loving cricket, regardless if they're in the A team through to D team. But you know, being able to have 5 lanes, all bells and whistles, is just going to make such a big difference to what we can offer at the school.
That's all right. I'm thinking there's like a stand or a balcony on the side of it, which will look out over the. Also add as a viewing platform for the hockey pitches.
Yeah, absolutely. So hockey's the sport played in the second term, and OMT pitch down there as well. There's going to be a balcony that overlooks that, and we joke with Rich Ayling that he's going to have his own railing up there as well. So the Richard Ayling railing. I'm sure he'll love me for saying that, but yeah, the balcony is going to be pretty big for hosting as well, and parents being able to get out of the cold on those frosty days in February watching hockey.
How will the link up with Middlesex work for, time-wise? Middlesex have an indoor school at Finchley. What usage will it be available for Middlesex, that indoor school?
I don't want to nail the colours to the mast too much because it's still in the negotiation and change, but I think pretty much in school hours it's going to be up until kind of maybe about 1 o'clock-ish, then it's going to be solely Middlesex's, and then after school and lessons, then I think that's when Taylors are really going to be able to get into that as such. But again, that's a finer detail. That's obviously going to take a bit of working out. So.
But there's a chunk, basically. There's a fair chunk, which obviously indoor nets in the winter in England so crucial.
Absolutely, and for Middlesex, it's going to be really vital that they have a good training facility here for them to use, and I'm sure they'll disrupt my sports science lessons with all the professionals walking around through the corridors and whatnot.
Single for Roland Jones, former Hampton boy, of course. They ever a rival of yours, Hampton? I think Blake Cullum is Hampton school as well.
Yeah, we play Hampton. Play them in a big block, so big boys school similar to us. I think we play them first game of the season. Fair to say, well, pleased to say that we came out victorious in the first team game this year. First team had a really great season this year, only losing 2 games.
So you walk into Hampton, the first picture you see, quite a large picture as well, adorning the wall of reception, is Toby Roland Jones.
Yeah, I like Toby. Sometimes helps out in the winter.
Nicely played by Holman, punched away through the covers. Just had to manufacture his positioning for it, and he gets a single for it. But a run to keep the strike at the end of the 53rd, 145 for 6.
Yeah, I was just saying Toby and lots of the other Middlesex guys to repay to help out in the tent sometimes after their training sessions, and they're always willing to chat and coach our boys. And Toby always speaks so fondly of his time at Hampton, which is a great school, another great school.
Yeah, Blake Cullen injured for the season. See him on the ground yesterday. I'm not sure if he's here today.
Yeah, again, more about the Middlesex partnership. We're very thankful for everything that they do, and we had a prep school tournament here the other day, and Blake very kindly gave up a couple of hours of his time to come and sign some autographs for adorning fans.
The London Spirit star.
As only 10-year-olds do. When I introduced him as Blake Cullen, plays for London Spirit, one of the 10-year-olds savagely pointed out that the Spirit didn't have the best of seasons last year, which was quite amusing. It's a great shot.
It's double figures, Holman. Just over pitch slightly on that. Again, if the ball's there now, Middlesex have got to go for it, I think. They've got to hit it. They can't wait to be bowled out on this. Doesn't mean be reckless, doesn't mean take the attack to them, but just over pitched from Baker. 19-year-olds, 21-year-olds. But 2 very promising young players. Run rate 2.8, which will please Worcestershire. Gus Fraser on the mic this morning was a little frustrated at the 4 and over run rate, I think it got up to.
Wouldn't like the way the England team are playing then at the moment.
Now, what happened there? Cry of catch. They look back at umpire Bainton. Did it take the edge on the way through? Long way outside the line of off, so the Yeah, did it just clip that back pad on the way through? But he was a long way outside the off stump, so LBW wasn't in play.
Holman was cool as he liked there. Yeah, gave nothing away, didn't he?
Absolute mark of Luke Holman as a batter in particular.
Looks very relaxed, doesn't he? Looks very calm at the crease.
Calm, confident, composed, but equally very capable of cranking it up.
Yeah, Middlesex are really going to need him. A little bit of a partnership here, aren't they, between Holman and Roland Jones?
.150 on the board in the second innings for Middlesex. 150 for 6 at the end of the 54th. First innings, Middlesex found themselves 51 for 5, 68 for 6, 93 for 7. Any one of those points you can pick and say that 150 would have seemed a long way off. As Worcestershire bowling very well with a great deal of threat as well. It was Holman 62, Roland Jones just the 10. He was out there for just over half an hour. Holman out there for what, 2.5 hours for his 62. Nearly a couple of hours for Helm as well for his unbeaten 50. He's in next. Then Yadav skied his third ball. Mercer hung around for 11 deliveries for his 5, but it's these two and Helm, I think, that Middlesex will desperately hoping. 150 for 6. They could find another 50 with the last 4 from here. And they will feel they are very much in this game. They'll still feel light at the moment, but it's just reaching that little grey area, a lead of 147. It's in between 150 and 180. It's anybody's game, I think.
He's just getting a little bit of a telling off there for excessive follow-through, which is surprising. Yeah, and obviously the style of bowler he is as well. A little bit more of a nibble bowler, I would say, as opposed to Pennington, who relied on a bit more pace and bounce. Worcestershire Merter, maybe, Joe Leach? Yeah.
Yeah, we can go with that. Although he probably looks about 40, whereas Mercer looks Leach's age.
I'm sure Joe Leach would love to hear that. Actually, he was at Leeds Uni and good friends with a few mates of mine at university as well. So, yeah, so he's giving that away, giving my age away there as well. So.
Nicely bowled again. They'll look for Leach to be tight and economical here whilst holding that threat. He was unusually expensive, I think it's fair to say, in the first innings. 3 for 58, going at an economy of 4s, just over for his 14 overs. Going at 1.7 to this point.
Cracking hat, that, wasn't it?
About to say, can you recognise any of those colours?
No.
Assuming the hats, as it's just a fashion statement as opposed to the colours of the shirt. There's that shirt in the background. The orange and black.
No, not a clue. There's 2 groundsmen at the bar. I see them there.
Good spot from you.
I'm sure Rich will like me for fun. Yeah, there's Joe and Stephen.
Name and shame, well done.
Sorry, lads. They have worked exceedingly hard for these past few weeks. So I think we can afford them a drink or 2. It just wouldn't be possible to offer the level of cricket that we do at this school without Rich, Scott and the rest of the grounds team. So we are always very thankful for everything that they do.
I guess it's out of term time, so they're on safe ground.
Correct, yeah, as are the staff in the hospitality tent as well.
What was on offer today?
Cold buffet lunch today, with a bit of poached salmon and salads and bits and bobs, and then some scones and whatnot for afters.
Oh, scones. It was tiramisu at Radler. Need to get a rivalry going between the outgrounds. End of the over, 150 for 6. Actually, it was pretty good tiramisu that they donated to the commentary tent, wasn't it, Ollie?
Well, okay, we'll match that. I'll make sure they bring some tomorrow then, eh? I'll get Ian McGowan on that from Spain, the director of cricket, who's currently taking a tour over there at the moment.
La Manga or
Desert Springs? Desert Springs. So they're there for the first time. He's with our first 11, so 6 lads in the first 11, all upper 6th. Due to COVID, didn't get to go on the tour. They were due to go to South Africa, and just as a thank you to those guys and some of the other first 11 members, they're on a 3-day tour to Desert Springs. I think the last picture I was sent was of him and one of the other members of staff playing around a golf. So I'm sure their lads were there as well. So. But yeah, big shout out to Ian, who's our director of cricket here at Merchant Taylors. Works tremendously hard all year, organising all of the fixtures and the logistics for all the games here. You know, fixtures every weekend from April all the way through to July. As well as having to put up with me on Saturdays as well with the first team. So
participation levels are clearly high.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's, you know, our outdoor facilities mean we can put up to 4, maybe 5 teams at a year group if we're really lucky. Main intakes at year 9, so that's when the teams tend to get a bit busier. But yeah, cricket's pretty darn popular in this part of the world, so yeah, very happy with that. Yeah, and so yeah, just chatting off the mic there about the availability of the new indoor centre. Just while this ball's bowled. Yeah, the indoor centre, we're going to link up quite a lot with the community here in and around the school. So lots of state school use, lots of girls cricket as well, and yeah, lots of community use, which is very important for us. Like to give back to the community. That's such a great community in and around the school here, and so supportive of what we do. So that's another exciting aspect of the project as well.
How far and wide will the catchment area extend for the state schools? And I'm putting you on the spot with that question, but a rough answer in terms of you know, participation. That obviously is the key word for all sport across all levels at the moment.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, we've stretched into Watford, into parts of Buckinghamshire, you know, Bucks and Hertfordshire, in and around here, and obviously a bit further into Middlesex as well. So apologies for not giving a direct answer, but yeah, we plan to be able to offer the amazing facilities to a wide range of community-based projects as well.
So will that be for evening use, or can state schools come in during the day?
Again, for risk of
misinformation.
Yeah, misinformation. You know, I think the school are going to be the main users of it, and Middlesex are going to be the main users of it during the day. But then I think after school is probably where it's most available.
That's the real key, isn't it? Just getting the game spread again where it contracted for so long. There we go. A little glimpse of cricket life at Merchant Taylors.
That looks like the old Merchant Taylors junior team. So we obviously have the old Merchant Taylors Cricket Club on site here as well. I'm sure they'll make use of this centre as well. That's on the headmaster's pitch, I believe, which is.
Old Merchant Taylors allowed on the headmaster's pitch?
I think they are at the moment. Yeah, absolutely. There's a rule that if you hit a 6 into the headmaster's garden, you get a commendation.
Commendation for that from Holman. Tried it a couple of overs ago, didn't get the full reward then. He does now. 154 for 6. The lead climbs above 150. Expansive stuff for Middlesex's young left-hander. On the 1 foot, on the back foot.
Lovely shot, that wasn't it? Really nicely weighted. Just punched through the backward point area, or cover point area. Can't Leach at his pace, can't really be afford to miss his lengths too much there. Sounds like I've got something against Joe Leach here, but no, he's a very talented bowler. Very
I was about to say, how close are your mates with Leach? Does that extend to you, the circle of friends?
Probably not, no.
Not now. Now, change up. Slip. Short cover, short extra cover. That's one thing. To this point in the match, very little have we had to focus on the field. Rarely have we had to touch at all. Maybe on a leg gully. Obviously with the spinners, whether there's been a leg slip as well as a slip, but never to any point really have we had to focus too much. There you go, slip, backward points, cover, short cover, mid-off, mid-on. Deep square and long leg, I think it is completing the fields. I've missed third as well, deep third.
Yeah, just looking for him to mistime a drive really, isn't he, or a punch shot on a wicket that's quite bouncy. Looks like they're trying to get the ball changed here. Classic.
56th over it was when Middlesex got the change. No, it's fine, get on with it. Umpire Bainton doesn't go through one, it does go through the other. Keep going, please.
The thing I've kind of noticed in the 2-day series, apologies if you've said this already, but once that ball goes soft, it's been hard work for the bowlers at stages.
Yeah, it has. It's been unusual though how few attempts there have been at a ball change. Usually by this stage this season there's been a problem with the batch of balls. There's been numerous ball changes, but in this one it took to the 56th over, that Worcestershire innings, before Middlesex even asked the question. It was changed straight away for being out of shape. I think because it's done enough, they've almost been tentative not to want to change it in case the next one doesn't do anything at all. That's my theory on it.
So at lunchtime, the Oracle, Richard Ayling, gave us an insight as to why the balls were not kind of being as good. As
I'm looking forward to this.
Cheeky little bounce there, but it's to do with the cows being misfed during drought in COVID. So the leather on the ball from the type of cow was was poorer than it has been in the past. If Richard Ayling said it's true, then I believe him wholeheartedly. So
I'm still going with the Luke Fletcher one, that there's not as much stitching in the seam this year.
Not the cows eating poor grass then, okay.
Oh, down the leg side, cry catch, but it's going to get away. Holman moves to 20, 158 for 6, and just back around the wicket. Leach on this one, still with those two close catches, was going for that fuller delivery. Looking for him to hit off the stumps, but 2 straight, and down the leg side it goes. Phil Davies, thanks very much for your time, first team coach here at Merchant Taylor School. Thanks for all the information. Good luck with that indoor school.
No, and just a quick thank you to everyone at Middlesex for coming to Merchant Taylor School. We love having you here. We love our partnership, and long may it continue. So cheers.
Thanks very much, Phil Davies, and thanks in advance for the Radlett rivaling tiramisu. That oh, it's scones. They better be good scones then. 158 for 6 after 57, and go straight from putting Phil on the spot to putting Danny on the spot, and just what access Sunrisers and Middlesex women will get throughout the winter to the new indoor school here at MTS as Baker continues around the wicket.
To be honest, I'm glad you weren't going to ask me about the theory behind why balls are doing a bit more this year and going softer earlier, because having just listened into that, I have no contribution whatsoever.
Sent the cows to graze on the lush Merchant Taylor School outfields.
But no, going back to the development work here, and it's not just the indoor school, but it's the summer facilities as well.
Good from Baker.
Yeah, we've enjoyed being up here over the last year or so. We were in the tent in March, getting outside as early as we could. We've trained up here on a couple of occasions in the summer to make the most of the grass facilities, and the new indoor school is going to be a game changer for a lot of people around Middlesex, and we're really excited to be part of that as well. So yeah, it's a fantastic project.
End of the over, 159 for 6. Actually, that's an interesting question about logistics for a regional team. You know, getting the team together, be it indoor or outdoor nets, logistically, I guess, is a huge challenge.
Yeah, it definitely is. I suppose with the 2 years we've had, we started it in a in a pandemic. We've only really had 8 months where we haven't had any restrictions binding us. So it's starting to become something that we're thinking more and more about, and how we create a base for ourselves that means our players can work out where to live, where to situate themselves, that minimises the amount of travel. There's a little bit about being smart, and if you're doing a physical day, not getting them in their car to come to you, but how do we get them to a gym locally and work with them that way. So we're working around it. We've got a few challenges with the region that we have because of the number of counties that we have, that we're definitely not the largest in geography, and I'd hate to be the county or the region that has to deal with the north of Wales all the way down to the tip of Cornwall, as Storm have to. So we're thinking all the time about it and how we can make it easier for our players. But the key for us is to make sure that we do represent that whole region. So when we do have a base that could be in one part of the region, how do we take cricket around the grounds? And we've absolutely loved all of our time at Chelmsford and Northants when we've played up there. We want to play there as regularly as we can because they're fantastic first-class facilities who are really well suited for women's cricket.
What would the pinpoint be for dead centre of the Sunrisers patch? Somewhere around Shenley, I guess, or?
We looked at it in the first year and it's Cambridge, but the problem with Cambridge is it's a load of A roads in, and well, talking about cows, you get stuck behind a tractor, you could be taking a while. So we have done some stuff out of Fedders Cricket Ground and Cambridge University. We've used their sports centre, but geographically it's centre. Logistically, it's not that easy to get in and out of.
What's the northernmost point at Wantage Road in terms of the first-class grounds? It's Wantage Road to Chelmsford to Middlesex. What's the northernmost point of the catchment area for Sunrisers?
You're testing me slightly, but I would probably say Peterborough is our northernmost major town. But yeah, it's a real challenge. It's not necessarily the challenge that we have with our senior group. It's actually the programmes below. So where do we put our academy and where do we put our emerging player programme to make sure that it's accessible to the talent across the 9 counties, and that has meant a lot of maps have been drawn over the last few months.
It's nicely worked away by Roland Jones. Incredibly patient innings from him. 20 face now for his 3, 161 for 6. How much are you able to lean on the counties for that? Middlesex women, Northants, Essex, in terms of what facilities they use, and say, look, rather than dragging everybody, and I guess particularly any of those who are London-based, saying to them, right, get to Cambridge, they'll say, well, hold on a minute, we've got to get out of London first, let alone get into Cambridge. So I guess using the facilities of the counties themselves as bases as well, and I guess almost like the pockets that they had to use in COVID, both the men's and women's game. Small groupings, right, you're in that group, you're in that group, you're in that group, get on with it.
Yeah, and it's definitely something we're thinking about, is how you might be able to split it up to train more locally. I think and we've done that with the academy, we're doing that with the emerging player programme. So you take, for example, our academy last winter, we trained out of the Essex Indoor Centre at Chelmsford, and that was quite accessible to most people on a Saturday morning. We had a centre at William Perkin in West London that Middlesex have put a lot of investment into, and working in a brilliant partnership with the school, and we had a centre at Haileybury School in Hertford, so it was a case of spreading it out a little bit there.
Ooh. climbs the glove of Holman. Not his bowling hand, he'll be relieved to report. Left hand hurting nonetheless, and there you go. That really hurts.
Yeah, and it was a case of saying to the players, look, we want to see you 2 out of 3, but come to the ones that are most accessible to you. We're going to try something slightly different with the emerging player programme this winter. We're looking to launch 3 hubs. We're having some fantastic conversations with some schools around the region to partner up with them, William Perkin being one of them. But again, we drew some maps. We had a target of trying to make it less than 90-minute driving time from people's homes, and hopefully have found a solution.
Shorts, and sweetly struck but brilliantly fielded. And it's Barnard out there that's just managed to drag it in, save a couple. Holman taking a little bit of that pain out on the ball, but not quite placed enough to get past the fielder. 22 he's on to, 162 for 6. Middlesex leading by 159. They're scrambling towards a total where you'd feel they're very much in the game. 180, I think they'd be feeling that they have a good chance. From a Worcestershire point of view right now, they'll already be thinking this is getting too much. 160 the lead. 160 would be the target now. Another 30 runs here and they'll feel it's big trouble. 188, 191 and 162 for 6, the scores in the match so far. To hit the score already that they require in the final innings is going to take something brilliant. They need to work hard and fast. 23, this partnership, they've gone quietly about it, and well, in particular this man's gone quietly about it, Toby Rowland-Jones. It's a little wide from Barker, allowing Rowland-Jones to get off the strike. I guess as well, Sunrisers, Danny Warren alongside me, the regional director for Sunrisers. I doubt, I'm treading carefully here saying this, but I doubt anybody's quite got the logistical difficulty geographically that Sunrisers face. I mean, there may be bigger stretches across regions elsewhere. Oh, that keeps a fraction low. Crucial bit of bass on that from Holman. And crucial stop. They're scrapping for every run out there at the moment. Worcestershire, fine stop by Leach on the boundary. Holman's on to 24. But in terms of transportation, density of population and the resulting amount of cars on the road that the girls will have to battle getting around, I guess probably logistically you've got the toughest job in getting everybody together. It's just as it might not be such a long stretch of mileage, equally the time to get there probably is greater.
Definitely, and I think we probably didn't realise quite how challenging it was going to be as we started off on this project. It's not just the players, it's the staff, and where do they locate themselves? How do we manage their well-being? Not only do they have to work incredibly hard, because that's the
oh, that was nicely flighted. Bit of turn there.
Yeah, their job is obviously in hours when they can get access to the players, but they're also having to cover huge amounts of miles whilst doing it. So it's trying to create those, I suppose, efficiencies is a word to use. It's trying to create a programme where staff aren't working 6 days a week and getting in at midnight and getting up at 5 in the morning to get to a session.
End of the over, 166 for 6, the lead 163.
I would say though that for all of the challenges, there's a huge amount of positives that we have by having the region that we have. We've got about 23% of the population sitting in our 9 counties. So you look at that and the amount of talent that you get the opportunity to identify and nurture and bring through, that we're in an incredibly strong position there. We're already seeing our academy girls come into the first team and perform. Our academy themselves, they're up in Leeds today playing against the Diamonds. They won the first game. Final ball of the game, needed 2 off it. In walked Izzy James and hit a 2 off her first ball. So bit of guts shown there, and it's a programme that we're really proud of. The players that are coming through it, yeah, and just having a quick look here, we also managed to beat the Diamonds Academy in the second game. So 2 T20s, 2 victories. Second one slightly more comprehensively by 14 runs. And yeah, that highlights the opportunity that we have, and the commitment that these players show to navigating the packed roads, navigating the miles, and is admirable, and really deserved when they get their opportunity to show everyone what they're capable of.
Cut hard from Holman. Change of bowling. A change of fortune for Worcestershire just yet in this partnership. The lead 167. Middlesex are pushing on. It's a little loose. Holman seeing it big. There's the little hand signal, just nipped away again still. Talking about that, it's been tricky for the left-handers in this game. That seam movement has just kept it nipping away across them regularly. From a tricky length as well, where they're almost looking at times at a ball pitching outside leg and then seaming across past the outside edge. There's been some absolute snorters in this game. There's another one. Now, is that the same hand that was struck a moment ago for Holman? I think it is. Not showing as much pain on this one, but it hurt him a few moments ago. He certainly just kind of held his hand out a moment ago. He's held it up in the air and just braced himself, judging the pain on that one. Shakes it away.
You don't know quite how sore that is until it hits you, do you? You think you're standing there with gloves on and it won't make any impact, and to do it twice in a matter of overs is, yeah, he's going to have to show a little bit of resolve here to get himself forward to this next ball.
Good call. It was up there, but it's eased away. Holman playing it really nicely here. He's on to 30. 92 his aggregate in this match in a low-scoring game. This 21-year-old is yet again proving a huge find for Middlesex.
This really has been a breakthrough year, hasn't it, for Luke? He's come in, contributed regularly with bat and ball in all formats, and another product of a really successful academy at Middlesex, who I would love to emulate with Sunrisers, because we've seen so many of these young players come through, perform from day one in the first team, and no doubt will take us to huge successes going forward.
Ties again on the way through to the keeper, Roderick.
I don't know if it's me, but I've sat back down and this pitch is now doing all sorts, isn't it? I've spent a few minutes walking around the ground, and all of a sudden the games become interesting. A couple jump up, a couple don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I'd say it's playing to form over the years, MTS. It's a lively seamer's surface, this one, for sure. Yeah, if there is heavy cloud cover, the swing bowlers come into it, but I think seamers relish a trip to MTS. Good stop by D'Oliveira. Saved the boundary. Saved all four of them.
It was way back in history, but I played here a couple of times for Middlesex women, and I did enjoy playing here. Your little slow seamers that I used to bowl were very effective on this pitch, and yeah, you knew you were in the game if you bowled it in the right areas. And I'm seeing today, especially with the red ball, that you can get some really good outcomes as a bowler, which is nice to see. We don't want to see the batters winning all the time.
Was the London Cup ever played here? It's the London Cup on Thursday, isn't it? Middlesex against Surrey at the Oval.
It hasn't been yet. I think Middlesex have hosted it at Radlett
yeah,
and at Lords, but never here. So that's yeah, hopefully one for the future if we get the opportunity to. Because actually, I think when you see the ground set up like this, it will be a fantastic ground for women's cricket to come along, to get a crowd in of an evening and showcase what they can do. I'm looking forward to Thursday. Obviously, it's been rearranged after the train strikes a couple of weeks ago, so hopefully it will also present an opportunity to get a crowd into the Oval. They might have an appetite for cricket after missing out on quite a few overs today of the ODI there, so it should be really, really good to see some of the county girls, but also to see some of the pros go back and play for their counties.
Commentary's going to be a bit ropey for that one, I'm afraid, Sally. I gambled MTS wasn't going to last the full 4 days.
Well, you got my number if you need getting out of a hole, Kev. I'll be here, don't worry. I'll be here.
Nice bit of shape away on that one to begin with. .174 for 6, a lead of 171. Middlesex are creeping closer. That man's strike rate is creeping them ever quicker. 32 from 46, but the usual bludgeoner at the other end. Roland Jones going slow on 5 from 27 and playing a brilliant hand, playing the foil to the in-form Holman. If he gets an aggregate century in this game, Holman, then goodness me, what a job he'll have done.
Definitely, and the guy at the other end, isn't it great to see Toby back playing fit, contributing to the team. He's been a massive miss over the last couple of years as he's had his injury problems, and for someone like Luke to have Toby at the other end is another reason why these young players are coming through and being successful, because they've got the experienced heads and they've got pros that really want to help develop the young players coming through.
even in leaving the ball, Luke Holman, he just looks like he's been out there for 20 years doing it. 21 years of age, nonchalant leave of the ball with a thrust of that pad forward. 174 for 6, 63 gone. A maiden over for Barnard. Last wicket 139. Middlesex at that point was still in a fair old bit of trouble, but Holman is heading potentially towards a fourth half century of the summer. They've all been pretty important ones as well. Plenty of chatter out there, including clear communication between the batters. No run. Distinctively the voice of Roland Jones. Forever be synonymous in his Middlesex career with battering the ball around grounds across the country. Can't think of too many dig-ins from Roland Jones. Batting saved the game. 2014 was a classic one at Lancashire for Middlesex when Mercer and Harris were the two who managed to save the day. It relegated Lancashire and saved Middlesex. There was no greater dig-in than that, really, Mercer and Harris. But Roland Jones digging here to give Middlesex a chance. Can't think of him batting out anything to save a draw for Middlesex. He probably has, but it's just because all of those innings that he's had where he has turned a game or powered Middlesex into a strong position with the bat, it's usually been with some explosive, dismissive at times, lower order batting.
Yeah, I want to say that he played an innings where he really had his back against the wall in one of his England matches. There's some debate in here about whether it was Test match or ODI, so we'll get the statos onto it. But I seem to recall him having to dig in there, and obviously early in his international career, you don't realise quite how effective he could have been with the bat. So to many people's surprise, he came in and rescued the day on that occasion.
Roland Jones, he played in 4 tests, 1 ODI. ...34 runs in that one innings at Lord's against the South Africans. Let's have a look. Yeah, look at that, wow. England were 20 for 6, 82 for 7. Roland Jones coming in, 37 not out from 37 deliveries. Bairstow 51. David Willey with 26. 153 was the eventual score with Roland Jones not out. 5 fours and a 6. Picked up 1 for 34 from 7. It's pretty much England's player of the match, I think, by the looks of that one, but it was a 7-wicket win for South Africa, comfortably enough chasing down the 156 with 7 wickets victory margin.
I had in my head that it was at Lord's, but of course his Test match at Lord's was his debut, and he took 5 for that day, didn't he? So he's certainly got some some pedigree when it comes to making debuts.
Away. It's a little bit of rain falling here at MTS.
It has got noticeably darker, hasn't it? For a day where it's plus 30 out there in temperature-wise, it's getting pretty gloomy up here.
Yeah, he picked up on debut 5 for 57, and even better than Lords. He did it at the Oval. His last test was at Lords against the West Indies, but yeah, 5 for 57. As he picked up Elgar, Heino Kuhn, Hashim Amla, Quinton de Kock, and Bavuma, Temba Bavuma. 3 for 72 in the second. He's got Amla twice in the match, not bad on debut. It's clipped away nicely, leg stump. Wasn't quite a half volley, had to be watchful of it in case that ball seamed at all, but he's on to 37, which takes his aggregate score for the match to 99. Fantastic stuff from Holman. Ashford lad on the right. Sunbury, his club. Holman, the North Middlesex player. Bit of biting on the hat in the background for Worcestershire. Penny for their thoughts at the moment. This partnership, 41 for the 7th wicket. It's taking the game away from them. Oh, umpire Bainton's off to have a chat with umpire Chantry. The rainfall just upsetting him slightly. It almost feels like it's a merciful relief. Yeah, light as well. Actually, looking at the scoreboard on the far side, the electronic scoreboard, it feels a little on the dark side.
You can see it on the burger van as well, can't you? You can almost see what they're cooking. It's so bright in there.
I tell you what, I'm glad we're not downwind of that. That would be absolutely between the Chinese and the burger van over there. Oh, we're off. Between lights and rain, the umpires have probably taken the decision. Look, it's a little bit of both. It's enough joined together to suspend play for now. 6:15 is a chance to get back on in the next 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes, but who knows? The umpire's having a look, but I guess there's so much time in this match, neither will be particularly perturbed by coming off at this point. Smiles on the faces, and rightly so. This partnership has given Middlesex a lead of 177. Anything over 180 for Worcestershire to chase should be extremely difficult. It's been a fine effort with the bat by Middlesex. It's been resilient against a persistent Worcestershire team that will just feel they haven't done that much wrong in this innings. But Stoneman and Robson with that 50-run opening stand looking so crucial, and now 40 runs for this, the 7th wicket. It's given Middlesex a real chance in this game now, and it's well, if Worcestershire are to win it, no matter what they're chasing from here, it's going to be a fabulous, fabulous effort. Stumps has been called, so 6:15 and we are done. Overs can be made up tomorrow, should they be required, but a couple of early wickets in the morning, you can imagine this match will move quickly. Worcestershire will hope it doesn't move too quickly though, because they won't want the fall of Manny first thing in the morning. So 41 off 85 in 53 minutes. Well, it was an hour last night, but they batted without losing a wicket, Worcestershire, that gave them that chance to go ahead of Middlesex in the first innings. Can they go ahead of Middlesex and win the game in the final innings? It's looking like a long shot. But the umpires, Bainton and Chantry, deciding that's that for day 2. 26 wickets gone in the match. 15 fell on day 1. Further 11 here on day 2. How many will go on day 3? Middlesex probably hope 14. That means they've won it. But 177 the lead. Holman again the standout. 62 in the first innings, 37 unbeaten in the second. Big mention for Robbie White there as well. 37 dug him to try and hold things together. Early this morning, Barnard left not out on 69, Baker 36. Roland Jones finishing up with 4 for, and quite crucially as well, picking up the last 3 in quick succession. But Pennington's 3 for 27 looked as though it was going to really open this game up for Worcestershire. They're going to have to move very quickly in the morning with the final 4 wickets. If they are to stay in sight, you'd have thought, unless this one flattens out pretty dramatically on the 3rd day, which you wouldn't expect it to. So from a Middlesex perspective, they're going to be pretty disappointed, I'd imagine, if they cannot force this victory from here. That's not to say that Worcestershire can't do it. One partnership or one individual manages to go big and steer it, then very much 200 to chase would be in sight. Join us back in the morning, though, where we will pick up the commentary on this one just before 11. We'll have the match highlights. It's been a good one to watch. It'll be a good one to watch, and the highlights as well. We'll have the overnight interview as well to get through as well. So thanks very much, Danny Warren, Regional Director of Sunrisers. Great to have you with us this evening.
Absolute pleasure.
Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be watching with interest tomorrow. This is finally poised, and I think there's a bit more sunshine around tomorrow, so who knows which way. But yeah, attention also goes towards the weekend when we take to the field against Western Storm and hopefully kick off our first victory in the 50 over campaign. But it's been an enjoyable afternoon here. Good luck with that one. Thanks for your company at home as well. We'll be back in the morning to pick up the commentary here at Merchant Taylors School. Middlesex leading by 177. They will resume on 186. From the team here at MTS, it's a very good night to you all.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders.
From now on, whenever I make a trade,
I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
Did I just put it down now?